I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
See how that works? Cook it right out.
All right. Go ahead. You're so.
So this workshop is obviously new to me, but not new to you folks. There's a schedule. First on our schedule for 9:30 is debt service. We're really just going to kind of hit the high notes with the narratives, go over any variances and things that go change, field questions, and kind of really just kind of do a broad overview and dig into things when you have a question, whether something kind of changed or why it's changing, and kind of just work through it. But trying to kind of just keep things familiar and status quo, and then I'll kick it over to Kayla to kick off debt service.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. This is the debt service for the upcoming budget.
To interrupt, but it would be helpful when you which tab. I'm looking at 1808100.
Yeah.
Yellow. Where's the back?
So,
Because we spent 5 minutes to try to find out where you are before.
okay.
By the time we find it, you're done.
So in your budget binders are going to be those narratives, and then I have the projected numbers up here for you guys to follow along with.
Says county tax.
Oh,
Oh, yes, sir.
so yours is a million.
They may be a different color.
Mark. Mark. Let's wait for Mark. Oh, where is it?
It doesn't matter.
Well,
It's not consistent.
Mine's yellow. What's the mine's orange. Is it at the back? Where is it?
It's towards the back.
Okay.
Glenn, what do you want me to order for supper?
I'm hoping there'll be plenty left over. So much to be out here, but, Chinese.
But the important fact, all the important information should be on the screen as you present it.
That is correct. The numbers are going to be on the screen, and then the narratives are going to be in the budget book.
If you will spend hours do that. Yeah, probably just say.
Okay, so we are looking at a 208,924 increase from fiscal year 23. And as you can see, that's largely attributable to the 2022 bond, which is our Ferry Road reconstruction bond. We had completed the work on that, and that's with the Maine Municipal Bond Bank. And that comes for its first principal and interest payment together in this upcoming year. In 23, we paid interest, and it's a year out before you pay principal, and that's where we are in 2024. And so the Ferry Road reconstruction bond is having a $186,667 principal, and then an $86,772 interest. The other rest of the line items are the same as previous years. We've got our 2010 bond, our 2014 QECB, 2017, 2020 was our Pinewood Road reconstruction. And the other new item here is the Harley Davidson. And we're looking to have that be a lease. There's a $7,500 projected number in here where I will have our police chief talk about that, but I believe that that is going to factor in some training on that Harley Davidson, and we're looking at both the training and the lease payment in this part of the budget for $7,500. So overall, that's a 39.48% increase. Are there any questions on the debt service?
Kayla, can you say when any of those bonds will be dropping off?
Certainly. So I guess we'll work backwards. The 2022, the Ferry Road, that's a 15-year bond. The 2020 is a 10-year bond. The 2017 is a 10-year bond, the 2014 is a 10-year bond, and the 2010 is a 15-year bond. So we're looking at a lot of those dropping off in 2030, 2032. So we're still decently far out from when all of those would be in fall.
Mr. Chair, question. So the fire truck that we have on order, or trucks, those are not listed on this because they're not an active bond, or
That is correct. So the fire trucks that we have on order, they're 36,
30, 40.
30 and 41 months out for them to be built. So the fire trucks that went to referendum in November, those were for both of those trucks. And the way that we are looking at that is a interim financing, which would be a line of credit, or also looked at as like a bond anticipation note, which we call a BAN. And so what that will allow us to do is it will allow us to adapt to if the fire trucks take longer, if the fire trucks don't take that long, if there's a price increase, gives us that flexibility with that interim financing rather than doing permanent financing immediately. So what we're looking at is when those are built, 3.5 years away from now, that's when we'll draw on that line of credit and we'll turn that interim financing into permanent financing. And then that will be incorporated onto this debt service fund. But for now, we're not accruing interest and we don't have to have any payments because it is going to be a pay upon receipt.
That's good, thank you. It would be kind of, not that we do it today, but I think it would be a good workshop with the council some night to actually just have a workshop on what our debt service is what the percentage is, and future we'll look at other possible things the town wants, what that would actually bring us to. But again,
Yes, certainly. As I mentioned before, the state of Maine has a 7.5% debt service for the total valuation of your town. And we go one step further in our charter and we require a 5% debt service to the total valuation of our town. And we are under that 5% right now. We were within the means of our charter. Do a prospective of what's ahead and what that would look like to bring on additional debt and where the town would be on that percentage level.
Thank you. A question. So most of the items on there look like they're taxpayer approved through bonds. The QECB, would that also be taxpayer approved bond, or what does that stand for?
So yes, that was approved back in 2013, and that is that's like an efficiency bond for building. The school also has one, but the school is a QECB. It's a different acronym for it, and we actually refinanced that QECB bond back during COVID to get a better interest rate. So these numbers are actually lower than we were a few years ago because we had refinanced it at a much lower fixed interest rate.
And are those taxpayer approved bonds as well? Is that how those were funded?
Yeah.
So the only thing up there that's not taxpayer approved would be the Harley Davidson lease.
That would be correct, but I believe that falls under the threshold for a referendum.
Yeah.
We have a $250,000 referendum for our charter. So all of these other bonds exceeded that threshold and they were on referendum. But this one, it falls below that threshold, so it would be part of this budgetary process.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I have a question for Kayla. What's the total outstanding bonds that the town holds, and what is that 5% in dollar values that you mentioned?
Let me pull up.
Kayla, those figures would also include any bonding by the water department, is that correct?
The figures on the screen do not, because this is what the town will be paying out of the operating budget, except for the 2010 bond, which we split 52%, 48% with the town and the water. The other ones would be on the water's budget. But from, to Mark's question, from a total percentage of debt structure, that would be incorporated.
Okay, and with that still, we're under the 5%.
We are.
Okay.
So I'm just going to defer to our indebtedness mark that was on our tax statement for 2023 taxes. So Lisbon's total bond indebtedness is $21,386,349. And if we take the most recent valuation, which I believe was around 659 million, and take 5% of that, quick math, I think that puts us at 33 million. So that puts us under where we are at the 21 million indebtedness for the 2023 bill.
Thank you, Kayla.
You're welcome. Are there any other questions related to that service?
We do believe it's a green town.
I find that derogatory. Please don't say those words. You might say that. Okay. Very good. Okay, so the fire department's next. And just to really a quick one for the new members on the board, the fire department is not just fire protection, but we're all hazard response agency. We respond to more than just fires. So as we go through this, it's important to understand that we respond to not just fires. Because as someone pretty once said a few years ago, the number of fires across the nation are down, but the number of response the fire departments are going to are up as we're doing more and more services. So I'm actually going to skip the very top of the line. I'm gonna say that for last. But as we go through, most of the increases are basically cost of doing business increases. Things we can't control, such as a workers' comp, the insurances and things like that have gone up. Most everything is in part of my area. One of the areas that we've had a significant increase in is 36. There we go. Is is line 5536, which is armored equipment. For the last few years, we've been within $1,000 of that benchmark. That line hits all of our annual required testing, such as our hose testing, our pump testing, our ladder testing, SCBA testing, which we're required to do by NFPA state standards. It also covers all of our overall maintenance. If we have a pump that breaks, that's where it comes out of. If we have a saw break, that's where it comes out of. It's the maintenance and repair of equipment. Last budget, that was an overdraft line of, I think, like $15,000. And this year, I'm already expended close to 200% on that line. So even though previous years I've been within $1,000 of that benchmark, the last couple of years we've seen an exclusive increase in expenditures and maintenance of our equipment. So I had to increase that line. Hoping that's going to do it because we've had some pretty expensive repairs in the last couple of years. So that's why that has jumped up so dramatically in that one.
Big question on
Sure.
the fire truck delay. Is that gonna cause you repair problems? I mean, we're gonna be waiting 3 years so it's
So,
kind of.
obviously, as the longer we keep the vehicle, you have to maintain it, you have
Right.
to keep testing it, and if things break, you gotta fix them.
Yeah, absolutely.
So-
I mean, it's safety for us, right? So,
Yeah.
So this risk by us waiting, there's nothing we can do about it, but waiting 3 years for a piece of safety equipment, that's risk on your budget for the next 3 years. I mean, you don't have a crystal ball, so you can only hope your trucks don't have a major breakdown, you
Absolutely,
know?
yeah.
So I think we all would have to expect that is a possibility for you, sure.
That's the biggest line. The other line that I want to make note of is that it doesn't really show it here, but there is an increase in the protective equipment line, which is a few lines down. Because that line shows for previous years was carried forward. This other line also shows an increase as our structural turnout gear, which we have to purchase. It's clothing, it's expensive clothing, but still wears out. We've seen an increase from last budget to 14,000. This year was 17,000. Next year we're looking at 20,000. And right now that's a guesstimate because the vendors can't give us pricing because they haven't had their meetings for what their price increase is going to be, and then they don't know how many they're going to have over the course of the next year. So that's just we're hoping that we're going to be within the range for that equipment. That line also carries things such as not just the turnout coats and turnout pants, which is the most expensive stuff, but our helmets, boots, gloves, SCBA air masks, and things like that. The equipment line last year was $43,000. That's the very last one, the very bottom, Caleb. Yeah. This year, that's down to 28,600. That line holds the things that we're buying to replace older worn-out equipment. And I have taken the stance that I like to replace equipment before it fails, not after it fails. In our business, we don't want things to fail and have to wait to get something to come in. So as replacing some equipment's been 20+ years old as we're replacing it. Other equipment, like it's in our CIP this year to replace one of our thermal imaging cameras. That's electronics, and we all know what happens with electronics these days. They get outdated and they stop working after a while. So that's in that line as well. So the big increase to the budget is around the personnel line. As we've mentioned the other night, 60% of our budget town budget is around salaries. As my department, our town is growing, and the demographics of my department is changing with my personnel, we've had to hire full-time people. Currently, there's 2 full-time firefighters working 8 to 4, 5 days a week. What I'm seeing is that I now have to look at how I'm going to handle the weekends. We're having the same problem on the weekends. We're not having available firefighters. In today's society, people's lives are different than they were 20 years ago, and they're just not around like they were. So in order for me to effectively try to cover 7 days a week, I need to increase staffing and try to keep 2 firefighters on. So what that shows is a request for 2 more full-time firefighters with the goal of, instead of working 8 hours a day, 5 days a week of coverage, they would be going to 12-hour shifts. And there'd be basically 2 shifts of 2 covering, pretty much modeling their rotation after the police department. And so it'd be like 2 days on, 2 days off, and then have 2 days on, we get a 3-day stretch, and then the other group will come in and work. And then that'll be 7 days a week coverage to help us keep that coverage going. It's kind of what's happening in our business is we're not seeing the nationwide, the volunteer pool grow with what's happening in today's culture. The next line down is the temporary seasonal wages. That's also an increase that covers the cost of the call firefighters, and it covers the cost of the per diem shifts. The per diem shift is right now is 8 to 4, 5 days a week when there's a third firefighter there. The importance behind having a third firefighter there is that OSHA and NFPA require minimum staffing in order for us to perform certain tasks. Anything that's immediately threatening to life or health is required to have a minimum staffing level, and this gets us close to there. And that would increase it from 5 days a week to 7 days a week. So we have the staffing on the weekends as well. So that's where, and it also covers the COLAs that are put into the budget this year.
Yeah, so there's a 3% living adjustment that was added, and then with the townwide pay scale that was adopted, this may also include pay step increases according to the structure for employees.
So those are the big highlights. Everything else is just adjustments because of the percent increase we're seeing. And so I will more than happy take questions.
So on the 12-hour shifts, have you, the employees okay with that? Communication gone okay? with
Yeah,
it?
they're actually like the idea of having a rotating shift.
Excellent. Yeah, that's good news. And as you find more full-time employees, your equipment, they all gonna need new equipment, obviously. Is that in here? So if you do hire, you've got to have the
We
helmets, the
we
jackets.
budget for so many sets a year, and if we don't have anything in stock that will fit them, then they'll get new gear.
Okay.
But that takes anywhere between
So another
3 months to 9 months to receive it once you put the order in.
It does include 2 radios.
So it does. Good. That's
Yeah,
what I was
it
at.
includes the increase on the clothing boot allowance. That's a uniform allowance. There's an increase there to cover the outfitting of 2 new employees. So that's in there as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions. So didn't you come before the council asking for permission to apply for a grant a couple weeks ago
Yes, it did.
to cover the cost of these new projected employees?
No, because I can't, one, I can't guarantee it's a competitive bidding process. My long-term goal is to have 3 full-time people on during that time period, one of which being the supervisor. And if,
So this is unrelated to the grant?
yes,
Have you applied for the grant?
grant went in yesterday.
So you're saying that above and beyond these 2, you're gonna ask for 2 more?
Mhm.
Okay. Do you have any data to explain to us how our town fire department personnel ratio compares to similar towns of similar size in Maine? Do you have any?
I don't have that in front of me. I can tell you that there are smaller towns than us that have full-time fire departments. However, they are different, their communities are different demographics.
I think
So-
this is a decision that requires some data. And,
Well,
I would ask for that.
The thing that's really, I'll tell you this, as I'm putting it in there, during daytime hours, we averaged 3.8 firefighters per call over the course of last year. That was 3.8 firefighters. That's me and 2 full-time people. And NFPA standard says we need 14 to respond to instruction fire. We need OSHA standards, we need 4 on site to enter into those dangerous environments. We are understaffed, And as the volunteer firefighters are not available during daytime hours because most of them work out of town or they are busy during those daytime hours, we don't have the staff. And that's putting our community at risk by not having them there. In our business, time is money. And
I think that's, that's all understandable. And
Yeah,
think
I have-
reasonable.
I have data on
I think
what's
data
happening in
would
our,
help.
I have data on what's happening in our community and where we're not seeing the response of our staffing.
Yep.
And that's the part that's hurting us.
And I'd also like to understand, is there any possible effort to recruit volunteers? Can we offer something to help? Have we tried to do that? And also, aren't there per diem people do we need to increase per diem? Is there some other method? There are several ways to solve the problem, right?
There are several ways to solve the problem, and the thing, and it's been talked about before, volunteers are vested in your organization. Strict per diems are not. We had a slight conversation like this the other night with and what we see with people who you hire just to do per diem is they're mercenaries. I mean, that's how I kind of look at them because they come and they go where the money is. And what we find out in the fire department is it's a small pool of people who work per diems, and they work per diems in all the communities around us. So if they're supposed to work today, but yet I'm just looking at Chris Lunt and says, "Oh, Monmouth's open shift and they pay $2 more an hour. I'm out of here. Bye." Then we lose them, versus having somebody who's a full-time staff where it's easier to manage their schedules and their availability. I do agree there's ways of doing things, but as our town grows and my demographics of my community of my department grows and the services we provide grow, it's easier for us to manage full-time staff.
Understand.
I see it coming from
Volunteers are harder and harder to come along.
in every avenue they're trying to
Absolutely.
volunteers.
I mean, people are aging. Volunteering for a fire department is not like it used to be years ago. You had a good pool, people are excited to be on the fire department, but that's changed today. I mean, you're looking for volunteers every day and they're not knocking the wall down, right? So we definitely got to get.
We saw a waiting list.
Yeah,
It's not very long.
absolutely. It has changed dramatically for the town of Lisbon. We used to have, to your point, a waiting list, but it's getting tough to support the fire department.
I think one thing to remember too is it's changed. My father was volunteer for 19 years when Kelly's and Stein. There's just, it was a family, right? Problem is now those people can be firefighters today because you actually volunteer, you got to meet the same criteria as a full-time firefighter for training and experience. So you basically have to commit to be a full-time firefighter to volunteer on our call duty today, which is very trying.
Right. So and also we bring in 5 people, and if we keep 2, we're doing really good. Because what happens is they come in and they didn't realize how much they have to commit, and it takes away from their personal lives, which is different today than it was back when your father was on the department. They don't want to leave their families. They don't realize that they have to leave the dinner table during a family event, or that they have to get up at 2:00 in the morning. And some of them goes back up a little bit. The National Volunteer Fire Council did a study a couple of years ago, a survey. They surveyed the age pool of 18 or 40, and the results came back that when they said most of them of the survey do not want to volunteer to go on emergency responses, and the responses they're getting back are things like they don't want the liability of someone's life in their hands, and they don't want they don't want time to take away from their families. And this was a nationwide study.
Yeah.
So it's kind of an eye opening when it looks at in this area.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to see if anyone else had any more questions about the FD line items. Otherwise, we'll kind of move it along to emergency management so we don't get too far behind.
I do. I think the question was whether it was an ask for some data that you can reduce that to something where you can send him specifically what you're looking for?
Sure.
Because it's kind of like up in the air, like you want more data, but
I think it's a big decision. Because I
It
think
is.
to add 2 people to a fire department is a significant decision. And I think it should be based on facts and data. And what I'm asking for is, I would like to understand how the town of Lisbon, town of this size, compares to other main fire departments. How are they doing it? With what level of personnel? And, you know, are we above where they are? Are we below? Do we understand what we're up against?
my question is, what's the balance of your current budget right now?
Read that. And I have those numbers as of March 1st, if that's all right.
Yes. I want it like that too.
Today.
And what happens to those funds at the end of the year?
So at the end of the year, if there's any funds left over, as we approach the end of this budget season, the finance department takes a really close look at what's left. And the finance department works very closely with the department heads. And we have those types of discussions of, we'll use data as an example. Were you able to obtain your PPE this year? Were you able to obtain your turnout here because of the delay in shipping and manufacturing? And if he said no, we had allotted $14,000 in turnout gear and I was not able to get it. And if that still remains in that budget as unspent, I will bring it forward in June, or whoever, finance director will bring it forward in June. When the council votes on the budget as a whole, there are budget ordinances that you'll also review and orders that you'll also review. And within those orders, there is a request for carry forward of funds. So when you vote on the budget, you will also vote on the potential of carrying forward those funds. And when that happens, I would take his $14,000 that he was not able to get, and I would move it into the new year, fiscal year 24.
Which is what happened last year, and that's why if you look at the PPE line, let's scroll back down.
Last year had 43,000,
Right.
47.
That includes a $14,000 carry forward from last year.
And so those would be carry forwards. Let's say that there's just small amounts left and the budget 99% expended, whatever that percentage left, that 1% left. Traditional governmental accounting says that when revenues and expenses close at the end of the year, it folds into the fund balance. So that is how fund balance would boost or go down if you stay within the realm of your budget on an expenditure level and you bring in the revenues that you're expecting and possibly then some, that would boost your fund balance.
What's the number for March 1st?
Sorry, I got
No.
caught up with them.
And I assume that happens across the board, all departments do the
All
same thing.
departments, correct.
I'm gonna have a $17,000 carry forward in that line this year because they're delayed. It's not the gears. The gears won't be in before the end of the budget.
They weren't last year either? We
No.
did them this-
No, because they were having issues at the factory, which delayed the manufacture of the gear.
So as of March 1st, 2023, the fire department is 78.43% expended, which they have spent $393,010 rounded.
Is that actual spend? Is that including
That's what's expended. Can you tell me what's left?
What's left, $108,071. Oh, nope, I apologize. Wrong tab. Sorry.
That's exactly. Does that include the standing requisitions? Is that just what we did?
So I apologize. As of March 1st, 2023, it's 65.8% expended, and they have spent $492,426, which will leave them $255,950 through June 30th.
I'm still worried. Question. Yeah.
That's what happens when I have multiple
No, it's fine.
spreadsheets. So, and if we look at it on a percentage level as of March 1st, March would be period 9 out of 12. So if we look at it as 8 periods expended, I would expect as of February 28th, each department to be 67% expended, and where he's 65.8, I consider him on track.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I was looking at the wrong clock, so, we actually have another, but, yeah.
Can we on that clock? Let's not do it.
Yeah, sorry.
Have room for dessert at one.
Yes, no, we have emergency management up next, so. Fill in the data here.
We need is a running green light up there. Lights they go red.
Barry got his gavel. Second, I don't know.
There you go.
Who's our current emergency management director
So that's currently vacant, that's my understanding.
after Lisa was the?
Yeah.
Yeah, when Lisa became the clerk, it was vacant. It's kind of been more or less like Ryan and I working together on issues.
I know the guidance from the Fed is to be the fire chief, the guys have to be working a crisis, so it should be ideally want to be somebody else.
What's been nice is, when Lisa Ward was, EMA, she mentioned it at one meeting a few years ago, that, it's nice having an EMA director who's not an operational person like the fire chief or the police chief. Because usually in those emergency situations, we're out in the field. So if we have something going on, she can be in the EOC doing operations. So it's nice having a EMA director who's not actually an operational in the field person.
I have one more question. Sure. We didn't get into the details on,
Kevin, can I have you use the mic?
oh, sure. And one more question. I think it's under capital improvement plan.
Oh.
We're looking at replacing a 2016 Ford East Interceptor SUV.
Yes, I forgot about that part.
And
Yep.
I'd like to know why.
A few years ago, when we were redoing the CIP plan, I was speaking with the finance director, and we're looking at how we put that the value, the useful life and value of the vehicle, and from an assessing standpoint, it's no longer of it maxes out its lifespan and value at 6 years, and to try to get the best resale or value out of that vehicle was to replace it at a 6-year mark instead of a 10-year mark, which it was at before.
Is this something we do across town?
Depends on each department. The police chief has his own replacement plan, and the fire department has its replacement plan. My larger apparatus was adjusted from like 25 years down to 20. And I don't know about what Public Works does.
My wife has a 2016 Subaru. I hope she's not listening. I have a new truck because somebody ran a red light and totaled it. But if it weren't for that, I'd still be driving my 2015 Ford. This is a Ford, so I'm sure it's got a lot of service life left into it. I guess I'm not really sure I'm buying into the 6-year plan, but if that's what we've established, then
There's a lot of other factors that go into it. At the police department looks at, miles, cruisers put a lot of miles
I
on
understand
those
that.
cruisers. For fire, we also look at running hours. Because when you look at a fire vehicle, or if you look at an ambulance vehicle, they may not have high mileage, but they run. And those hours on those vehicles are quite high, which also add to the depreciation of that asset. So with that, that could also mean higher maintenance on those vehicles, and also looking at the size and capacity for the needs. We've also factored that in for the Teats vehicle, and looking at getting a resale on that car has also been a factor. Through the COVID years, we've seen highs and lows on how to get vehicles and how to trade in vehicles. And this vehicle is slated to come out of the fire truck reserve account. That's why it wasn't listed in that operating budget you saw on the screen. The fire truck reserve has approximate $200,000 balance in it. So $290,000 balance in it. So we would be utilizing those funds that are already set aside rather than building it into the budget as a tax impact.
Okay,
Oh,
thank you.
I was gonna say, I'll also add, because this is a common question that you get from councils, because a lot of times, I'll have previous councils have asked, why aren't we keeping our 2005 sedan on the road or whatever? And you have to also factor in opportunity costs. That's hours that your public works mechanics are looking for parts that may no longer be easily replaceable. That means they're getting in other cars and spending fuel to go to other part shops or pick up parts. And as you kind of stick to that replacement plan, you can reduce opportunity cost over the life of the vehicle as well, because it's not straight hard costs that go into maintaining the vehicle. There's other employees and other factors that go in that start to eat away at it, and efficiency degrades. So if you have 2010 cars on the road, your fuel efficiency is not as good as a car that you're buying new. So you're spending more on fuel, even though you're maintaining an older car. So,
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, it's something all citizens have to deal with. We all make those kinds of decisions. I just wanted to hear the rationale behind the purchase.
sure, and it's a common question because it comes up a lot.
Oh, just like that also, we got to remember that safety, right? It's our responsibility to make sure that our town is in a safe position, and the vehicle's got to be available, they're going to need to be operatable, and we can't push it to the limit like I do as a personal vehicle owner. We have the obligation to keep them up to snuff and make sure that they're running and they can be on the road if an emergency occurs too. So there is a lot to it for sure.
I think one of the things that the new town manager would be letting work on also is actually getting a little bit better tracking system. So there is some software out there available that we can actually use within maintenance of a new vehicle. So not only can we track the maintenance of it, we can track the operating expenses, so as we can see if they change as they get older and have a better understanding where we are. Whether it's Ford Explorers don't have water pump issues at 60,000 miles. I mean, that's a $3,000 write-up, which I think half has already been done, right? So I mean, where those typical maintenance things fall into place and how long it did for us. So I think when we look for data, we can go back and look and say, where's this car?
And I think it's also important to know that just because it's getting placed as a fire chief vehicle doesn't mean that actual asset is going away from the town. It can be relocated or repurposed in a fashion.
And just, if I could, just to add one quick thing, if you're here.
I was going to say, before we had all these inflationary issues too, we used to be able to leverage our buying power at the government level. And then when we hit resale, sometimes we could net, positive cash flow from a used vehicle, and it made it sometimes lined up to resell it and buy a new vehicle sooner, because we used to be able to get a police cruiser for like $23,000 and for pickup truck especially, but that's really not the case as much anymore. But still something to kind of keep an eye on when you do that.
And so the emergency management budget is on the screen. And we have both chiefs here, but I guess I'll just do the highlights and then we can take questions. So this budget has a $6,204 increase for all of your budget items, which could be it could be subject to change because a large portion of this is related to the contract for ambulatory services. So then the other piece of this department's budget is related to the emergency management director themselves, and that is still a vacant position. So that factored in a 3% COLA. So that way, when we are able to fill that position, it's still in line with the wage scale and with the town-wide cost of living adjustments. And then other than that, it's just those wage and benefit items related to that emergency management director, which plug we're still looking for.
So like
Kayla?
this,
To be clear, the emergency management service that we get or contracted for is the cost it's gonna be is incorporated in this? Or do we know for sure?
Currently, it's incorporated in this, but that RFP is still out there.
Okay.
Yeah, that closes on the 22nd, and I have some preliminary numbers from our current vendor, and then we're looking at a flat budget if they're awarded the contract. But again, I haven't seen sealed bids yet, so they'll come in and we'll hopefully remain flat, but we'll see when we open the bids.
Thank you.
So I'd just like to point out that the EMS stipend is put into the emergency management budget, but the non-supervisory line item for $1,658, that would be the EMA director position. And in the past, what we've done is we've had different projects that we work on with the EMA director, with myself, the fire chief, as well as other people. The most recent one was a flood management policy. If there was ever to be a flood in the community, we have Star River, Bass River. There's underlying areas that potentially flood in emergency pretty quickly. So we have plans in place and diagrams, detour areas, and things like that is what we work on. However, in a case, obviously, in type of major storm, we could utilize the EMA director to be the liaison between Lisbon and Androscoggin EMA to be able to utilize them more. But in the past, I think they've been used primarily to work on projects. I'd like to see when the public safety committee is established, and I believe the next council meeting, for that to be a goal. One of the goals for us to be able to work on is establishing a new director for the town.
Are there any other questions for emergency management?
All right, up next we've got police, ACO, and comms.
The police department's 140400500. Just looking for it. Okay, I'm gonna start out with the police department. And first, like to start out by thanking the town council for supporting bringing back the school resource officer last year. This is instrumental to our schools, and we go over some of the great classes that our SROs are teaching. Our officer Renee Bernard, she spends 90% of her time at Lisbon Community School, and the other part of her time at the Garley Street School. Officer Brianna Kenny spends about 60% at the Lisbon High School and 40% of her time at PWS. Also important to note that Officer Kenny attended a 2-week DARE officer certification school in New Hampshire this past November. The school gives Officer Kenny specialized training in teaching DARE as well as teaching at student level. I'm going all over this because it's important for everybody here to know what our school resource officers do. It's a position, it's a very important position in our community. Keeps our kids safe. Our school resource officers are not just greeting students during pickup and dismissal every day. They are also in our lunchrooms and teaching numerous classes, a lot of classes. Officer Bernard and Officer Kenny are teaching classes to include keeping it real in 5th and 7th grades, bus safety, DARE classes to Garley Street School, as well as 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade, 5th grade, 7th grade. We also have Hooked on Fishing, Not Drugs, and we teach that at numerous levels. And now we're hosting events. We just did one at Beaver Park recently. Officer Kenny also teaches an anti-tobacco and anti-vaping safety class to our 9th and 10th graders at the high school, as well as anti-bullying classes to 9th and 10th graders. These are just a few of the classes they teach our children to help them make good choices, treating others with kindness and be safe. SROs also support meetings to include Project Unite, Mean Safety School Center, as well as the JJAG meetings. As you can see, there's a lot that they do in our schools.
But on top of that, it's been busy the past year. They also handled 698 school resource officer calls for service between the schools. Our SROs are very proactive, working with our youth in order to lead them down a path of a good life. I'd also like to comment on the excellent work in the past fiscal year of updating the school emergency management plan by the police department and members of the school department. The emergency management plan keeps everyone informed of what needs to occur in an emergency situation. This plan provides for coordinated actions prior to, during, and after any type of an emergency, which is greatly important. All members of the police department also received excellent active shooter training back in August by a tactical team at one of our schools in town to teach all of our officers what to do in an active shooter situation and the best course to handle that. We also had simulations training, less lethal munitions training, taser training, firearms training, de-escalation training, and all law enforcement officers attended those, as well as mental health crisis trainings and wellness and resiliency for our police officers, among several other required OSHA trainings. Now, I know we have a lot to do this morning, so I'm going to get right into the budgets. So the first budget I'm going to go over is the police department budget, and you have that graph in front of you. I'm going to go through my notes so it'll be easier to explain, because there are some things in our budget that I do want to point out. The first account I'm going to talk about is the 5104, the non-supervisory line. If you just scroll up just a little bit. Now, looking at that line, you can see that that line has increased. This includes a 3% COLA, which is the signed union contract. This also accounts for a K-9 stipend. There is a $1 an hour stipend. You work 2,080 hours in a year, so it's $2,080, as well as the MBA officer. However, it's important to point out that the MBA officer is 100% reimbursed. But County 101, you have to show that the money's going out and the money's coming back in. It is 100% reimbursed, and monthly we'll be sending bills out for that to the state of Maine. We do have a contract with Maine Drug Enforcement Agency, and that is something that we were able to secure, which is the first time we've had a full-time Maine Drug Enforcement Agency for the police department, also being reimbursed. With that, I want to point out it's $107,000 will be reimbursed every year for that position. Everything from benefits to health insurance, FICA, Medicare, you name it, it's all reimbursed.
So Brian, if I could
Yeah.
chime in quickly. So since the budget presentation on Thursday evening, which included the revenue side, after talking to the police chief and kind of zoning in on those numbers a little bit more, what was presented on the revenue side was only showing what we've calculated so far for this fiscal year of the 26,000, but after reviewing those numbers, I can now say for certain that in the revenue budget is going to go from 26,000 to the 107,000 that Chief just said. So that is going to have a corresponding revenue, and that goes into the police 14040,500, which is part of the general fund side of the revenues for our budget process.
One question on that.
Yes.
Is this an ongoing funding? Is this?
Yes.
Wow, that is great.
It is an ongoing funding. It's going to be 3-year contracts with one officer. At the end of 3 years, we have the option of putting another officer into that position. If there's no interest with our department with putting somebody into that position, the officer that's in the position will have the opportunity to stay in that position if they so choose. This opens up some great resources for us. One of the things that we have been dealing with is drug testing. The state of Maine changed one of the laws last year, and that law actually caused us to now be fully responsible for the drug testing. You know, you send heroin up to the lab, you could spend upwards to $200+ to test one bag. If you have multiple bags, it's not $200 for all the bags, it's per test. That gets expensive, and that's on the taxpayer. And quite frankly, that was a law that was passed, and part of that law that was passed was that we couldn't seek restitution of the suspect after we charge them. Now, in my mind, that just doesn't make sense. So therefore, we arrest or charge somebody. The ultimate goal is we want to get them help if they stop using, or if they're dealing, or they stop dealing. And we're incurring the costs. We, meaning, you know, the police department, which therefore is the taxpayer, which isn't right. One of the great things about this Maine Drug Enforcement Agency position is we now can utilize our MBA agent on testing the drugs. So we can do a field test, but then those tests, we can get our MBA officer involved. Once they're involved, where they're able to take that over as far as sending those drugs to the lab, and the state incurs the cost and not the town of Lisbon. It also opens us up to a tool called the TrueNarc. A TrueNarc is a very expensive electronic piece of equipment that you can go up to a container with this device, and it will end up telling you what the drug is in that container. That can also save us money, as drug test kits can obviously be costly. But on top of that is an officer safety. I do not like at all officers dealing with fentanyl and heroin, or opening up bags to take little pieces out to test them. It's proven across the country that's very dangerous. You can take 3 little granules of salt, and that's enough to kill an adult, which is scary to think. So there's a lot of useful tools that we'll be able to utilize now. I was able to convert one of our interview rooms into an actual little office. We're going to use that little office, and that'll be his office. And I was also told to meet with the commander from MBA is that we'll now be able to utilize all of MBA's resources. So we didn't just gain this one position. If we have something big going on, we can reach out to MBA and we can have people come in and assist us with that. So, drug related type incidents, but it certainly can help this agency out, because there is a drug problem in the state, and unfortunately we're no different.
So, I mean, great news, great news. I mean, really, this is just super. Can I ask how the position came about? I mean, is this something that you sought out, or did the state come to us and offer this, or how did that come out?
So the state did not reach out to us. There's a staffing shortage across the state, and it's no different with Maine Drug Enforcement Agency. I've seen too many people in this community die, and I have notes on this that I'll get into in a little bit. And one is too many. And it's an epidemic that's not just in the state, but it's also in this community. And we need the tools and resources available to head that off. In the past, Lisbon has had resident MD agents, but not a full-time agent. The problem with a resident MD agent, when I looked into it, was we'd be utilizing one of our officers. They'd be required to give 20% of their time to MDA. Well, that doesn't necessarily mean 20% of their time strictly to Lisbon. Or 20 hours a week, excuse me. And so 20 hours a week, you and I would be paying, the taxpayer would be paying 100% of that 20 hours. If they get caught up on a big case in Lewiston, well, we're still paying that overtime in Lisbon, and that can get very expensive. So in reaching out to, I reached out to the Maine Drug Enforcement Agency, and I also reached out to the FBI as well, because they have programs. And we looked into this MDA position.
Thank you for doing that.
And you're welcome. But I thank the council. I brought this to the council a while back, and because this is a big decision. Ultimately, yes, it's 100% funded. But on top of that position, we're adding a position to the police department. We're backfilling that position because we can't afford to lose one of our officers on the road. The goal of the department was to get to a place where we had 2 patrol officers, minimum 24/7. A lot of things that people, they just don't realize it. We busy in our everyday lives. There's 494 communities in the state of Maine, 494 municipalities in the state of Maine. In Lisbon, out of those 494, where would you say that they land? Well, where would you say? And this isn't against anybody, but you're new to these meetings, so you probably haven't heard them. But where do you think out of the 494 communities where Lisbon lands in the 2020 census?
Okay.
Ballpark.
I would say midway.
Give me a number.
50%.
No, just out of 494, where would you say that Lisbon lands?
Lands for what? For
Population-wise.
population wise. I would say we're in the 30th percentile.
So what number would you say?
He
Population.
loves this.
Commit to a number. We don't have to commit to a number. I have all these numbers.
Or you can just tell us.
I'm not understanding the question.
Okay, so the population, there's 494 municipalities in the state of Maine.
Right.
Lisbon's population is 9,711.
Right.
So one being the lowest, the highest population, 494 being the smallest population. That's where would we fall? 494 being the lowest, 1 being the highest. So
Okay, I'm saying we're going to say we're at 250.
Lisbon's at 23rd largest in the state of Maine population, of the whole state of Maine, the 2020 census. And I say that because Lisbon has grown. We're population-wise, we are bigger than Bath population-wise, not with all their BIW and all that, but the population that lives in that community. We do have thoroughfares that drive through this community. And it's an eye opener. It's an eye opener when we really look and we see those numbers and we can Google them on our phones. It's an eye opener because that actually, we look at the population and we are essentially a bedroom community. However, we're a bedroom community that's bringing some pretty decent businesses to our community. And we've become a spot where we have people from California, Arizona, Florida, all over the country really moving to this town. And it's because of all the good people before us sitting in this room. You know, there's a lot of good things that happened for us to get to this point. So, and we want to make sure, as myself as the chief of police, I want to make sure as we move forward, we're continuing to do good things so we can keep it a nice community. You know, if we have homeless people that we deal with in the community, we're reaching out and trying to give them help and support so they're not standing at a corner with a sign asking for something, because we want to help them out. If we have a family that's got a drug issue, we want to try to help them. And that's why, not to get off topic, but ask the town manager to get off topic a little bit, but I'll get back on topic. Sorry.
Favorite stat.
Yeah, but I just want to point out that the reason why is because we've dealt with some drug issues in town, and it's disheartening to see these families torn apart. So we looked into that. So that explains non-supervisory. Now that we're starting out, so we'll move right down through this. I'll touch over through some of the larger, what are the increases I think should need to be pointed out. The fire chief mentioned volunteer. They're volunteer, but they're paid volunteer. They're not doing it for free. It's the same with our reserve police officers. They're not doing it for free. But with that, one thing that we've encountered, there's not an increase in this, but I wanted to point it out because with reserve police officers, they're required to have the exact same training as our full-time police officers. And there's a lot of mandated trainings that they're required to do on top of their regular job. It's become proven difficult to find reserve police officers. We're actually going to go we've already reached out to the colleges, and next month, actually, we're going to go to the colleges, and they're putting on reserve police academies, and we're going to see if we can try to fill some of these vacant spots. They are in need of positions, and we do put on 32 hours a week of reserve police officers to help offset.
Chief, would you highlight the line you're talking about?
Yes, and 5130.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Moving down next to 5140, which is overtime. So approximately $8,300 increase. We had several call outs this year for dangerous incidents, one involving having to call the Maine State Police tactical team. We had a suicidal male firing off a gun in the neighborhood. In order to contain, de-escalate, and resolve situations peacefully, we need units to set up perimeters by slowing down the pace of a situation to resolve it. And that can resolve this situation peacefully most times. This in turn takes more time and causes more overtime costs. We are also looking at adding the canine back, and this will be utilized and called out for tracking missing persons, suspects, as well as drug investigations. This will come for more overtime costs. However, the goal of the canine is to help make your community safer. In the past, we had 10 missing. In the past year, because I'm big on numbers and stats as well too. The past year, we had 10 reported missing people. However, the ones I want to point out were 2 separate incidents involving children under the age of 5 years old. One incident was, and the third incident was an elderly gentleman with dementia. Under those 3 missing people, we were able to get a canine for 1 to assist. The town of Lisbon is not immune to drug issues, as I stated just a moment ago. The state is facing it as well. Lisbon has had 12 overdoses last year. That's correct, 12. Of those 12 overdoses in Lisbon, officers administered Narcan to 8 of those individuals and was able to bring them back to life. All of our officers in the department carry Narcan. Unfortunately, of those 12, 3 people in Lisbon died last year from overdoses. To me, that is not acceptable, and that is why I'm asking to bring the canine back. This program is very important This will be a dual purpose tool that is used to track missing people in our community and also used for drug interdiction. If we could remove drugs off one of those dealers, maybe one of those people that passed may be in our community today. We don't know. My job is to come to you with the tools we need to help keep our community safe. Our officers do a great job and are dedicated to making this a great place to live and do business. I only ask that we continue to support this and provide the tools necessary to assist with this goal. The goal is to actively and progressively use our MDA officer and our K9 unit to proactively approach drug issues in our community. I know last year it was $39,400 and this year it's $8,304. I'll also add that with this K9 program, we are looking to do something a little bit different. This town has had 3 K9s in the past, 2 German Shepherds and a Belgian Malinois with 3 different types of dogs. All excellent dogs, and they are called patrol dogs, dual purpose drug and tracking. Our department, as other departments we've seen, they have changed and there's new ideas looking at canines. One of the ideas we're looking at is a Labrador Retriever. That being, it can still do tracking and it can still do drugs, but Labradors aren't known to bite people, and that's a good thing. And one, it reduces liability. Is there a need for a patrol dog that can actually be sent on a human? Unfortunately, yes, because there's bad people in this world and it's our job to stop them. But in our community, some of the more often occurrences that we see are people or kids that end up become missing or drugs. And it's important that if we have a canine that's also a drug canine, that it can also do not just vehicle sniffs and residences, but also humans be able to do drug sniffs on humans without having to bite them. There's been canines that aren't allowed to do people searches because they could possibly bite them. So we're looking to do something different than we've done in the past. Unfortunately, we've had some incidents happen in this community that were tragic. The loss of young people in this community. And I've also seen that canines can actually be a useful tool at bringing a little peace for them. A Labrador Retriever can also be something that we could walk through the school. Obviously, there'd be talks with the school to make sure that was okay, but be able to walk to the school and be able to interact. It's a newer way of doing canine, I guess, that we've seen in other departments. It seems to work pretty well. I know Brunswick had a dual purpose Labrador Retriever. Their school resource officer was assigned to it. And I was told the kids really liked it. So that's about I'll keep moving on. So moving down to replacement wages, 5145. And with replacement wages, we have seen that we have officers that are going to be getting more vacation time. With more vacation time, it costs more replacement wages. On top of the replacement wages, we have found that we've had some people that have gone out sick, and sick time is covered underneath this. COVID has, it's not completely gone. And if someone gets COVID, they can't come back to work the next day. So with that, there's some added costs. The other thing is the Juneteenth holiday as well. There's some added costs, and that would holiday pay would come onto that. So that accounts for those items. Moving down to unemployment costs, next one, workers' comp, excuse me. Workers' comp costs, as you can see there on the screen, almost a $32,000 increase in workers' comp. I don't believe we've had any workers' comp claims to the police department this past year, but it has gone up recently. I do know that we had a provider change, but that's an increase to our budget. The next line down is main PERS. Main PERS has gone up. That's $11,473 increase. The next line is health insurance. These are uncontrollable costs at our level anyways. At a higher level, I think they can be controllable. But we're looking at $33,000 increase. FICA costs, $11,386 increase. So those are several increases that are out of our control. Moving along to operating supplies, 5302. So with the 5302, I'm going to point out right off the bat that 2,000 of that $3,000 would be utilized for canine expenses, and that would be a cost that would be a yearly cost of the 2,000, because it would cover food and vet bills. I'm thinking a Labrador would be less vet bills, but I had went off. We had canines in the past, so these numbers were derived from numbers of past canines and what we spent. So worst case scenarios. The other $1,000 of that 3,000 increase would be for supplies. We have seen an increase in supplies. I want to point out though that this past year and last year, we've been putting in for reimbursements through FEMA for all of our cleaning supplies, a lot of different operating supplies, and we've been very successful at getting reimbursements. But next year I won't have that luxury of getting reimbursements, and some of the costs of some of these items is more than it was in the past. I mean, everything from, you name it, every cleaner we have at the PD to everything we keep in cruisers. But that covers operating supplies, covers everything, as well as medical supplies is covered underneath that. Quick clot. So heaven forbid someone gets stabbed. We had an individual stabbed in this community 41 times. That takes a lot of quick clot. Quick clot, one package of quick clot is $45. So and that adds up, and there's an expiration date on it. So, all these things are, out of our control, but when there is a grant, we are able to apply for it. We do apply for it. So moving along, we get recruitment and testing, which is 50349. Shows a 0% increase. But I do want to point out this year that we have 2 senior officers of the department that will be retiring. We have 2 officers that will be retiring in this fiscal year 24. So with that, we're going to have to pay for polygraph exams, psychological exams. It's $575 on the low side for a psych exam to make sure that we're hiring the best officers we can for our community. But I need to point that out because right now in our budget, it reflects 2 senior officers on our department. We can bring officers on by contract up to the 8-year step out of the 20 years worth of steps. So there will be a decrease this coming year if those officers retire, but I can't plan on a decrease. I always got to plan on, I have my fingers crossed that we can keep them longer. But they're planning to be able to retire this year, and they deserve it. So, but that excess between, say, I hire a police officer with 8 years experience on, they'll come at the 8-year step. Any excess from that 8-year step to that 20-year step will go back into the undesignated funds at the end of the year. So that goes right back into that fund. Just want to point that out. I'll move on to what else we got? Clothing allowance, that would be part of it. The increase there would be for bringing on 2 new officers. It's about $3,800 to completely outfit an officer with vest and everything and all their gear. I'll move down to.
What about the motorcycle gear? Is that going to come out of that?
The motorcycle gear
Helmets.
is not coming out of that. No, that's not coming out of Clothing Boot Alliance. We're looking at 3, and I have some operating supplies money that I'd like to. We're going to have to utilize it before because the training would be in May, so it would be this year that it would be happening. And the fact that we were able to get reimbursed through the FEMA grants that we were able to get, then we'd be able to utilize that now. So next year, we're not asking for more money. because the trainings would actually start before July 1st.
So you thought, I mean, you're gonna need a radio
Already have a radio,
for the motorcycles,
correct?
helmets,
Yeah, we need helmets.
lights, all that stuff.
No, we don't have mics, but everything the helmets will need, yes.
Since you're touching on motorcycles, I see that as a safety issue for an officer, putting a guy on a motorcycle. I
It's-
drive from, Lisbon to Brunswick 5 or 6 days a week, and people are on their phones wandering all over the lines, and I ride a bicycle, and I'm thinking about maybe it's time to ride the bicycle in the woods because there's people on their phones. What's the rationale for this, and is it a reasonable risk? I guess that's the way I look at that.
We had a motorcycle in the past, and the only reason why that motorcycle went away is because the lease program went away.
Right.
We had no incidents with that motorcycle before.
Right.
And it's not as easy as just getting a motorcycle license and be able to drive the motorcycle. There actually is an in-depth motorcycle class that you have to go to and pass. I've gone to it. I was a motorcycle officer, retired Sergeant Harry Moore. He was a motorcycle officer as well. The original.
Me and Pat Yeager first.
The first. There's a risk in everything. There's a risk every day when I put this uniform on. And absolutely, there's a risk for everything. However, we are actually taught how to appropriately ride that motorcycle, how to ride it reasonably. And obviously, yes, there's people on their cell phones, and that's our job, to be taking those people off the road. We applied for a distracted driving grant this past year, which we're utilizing, and we are quite frankly targeting people that are distracted driving because they're gonna kill themselves or somebody else. It's a tool that can be used in neighborhoods. It's not always, yes, it's gonna be on 196, it's gonna be on Route 9. But it's a great tool to use in neighborhoods that are calling about speeding vehicles. It's a great tool to be able to actually interact with the kids at the MTM Center, Beaver Park, being behind the schools. I know before I remember there was a picture floating around of you, I think, behind the MTM Center in your motorcycle gear. And he was playing basketball or something. He stopped to play basketball. I think I throw that out there. But but there's a risk for everything, and I appreciate that. We have
I'm
also.
just kind of curious, what does a guy? That guy Cruiser doesn't.
Yeah.
And, I'm thinking maybe we need a sidecar, so if got to arrest somebody, we can.
No, So we use, so we have 2 patrol officers on and a supervisor in most shifts. And they would be utilized, you'd see that utilized when we have the other officers on, because obviously if we're going to be arresting somebody who brings someone else on. There's an increase in fuel costs, as you can see across the state of Maine. This is obviously going to offset that. But with that, it's also going to offset some of the mileage on these cruisers. I know that you pointed out that vehicle being a 2016. That is a very old vehicle in the public safety realm. Your wife's vehicle and your vehicle would be a phenomenal vehicle as 2016, as mine are at home. But what I can say is that when you have over 10,000 hours on a vehicle and you're putting them at quicker speeds, it's important that we're keeping, we try to keep the hours down, mileage down. We trade out, and I can get into that in a minute, we trade out, we have a cruiser replacement plan. We trade out 1 cruiser 1 year, 2 cruisers the next. We are.
I can see the need.
No, I'm getting-
the police department.
I'm still
I definitely
explaining
See the need.
No, I'm getting to the explanation of the motorcycle. Part of my reasoning behind the motorcycle is, as well as this is a tool that we can actually, first of all, there's a lot of want from our department to get the motorcycle back. And retention is big these days. Myself riding a motorcycle, and numerous other officers riding motorcycles as well. With that, utilizing this motorcycle is going to help us offset the mileage we're putting on some of these cars now being at full staff, because we weren't at full staff for many years. It was rough at some points. I mean, it's busy. And so we'll be able to use this to actually offset mileage on our marked cruisers as well. That way we can stick to that 2 cars 1 year, 1 car the next year. I don't want to get to a point where we're having to replace cruisers, 2 cruisers every single year. That gets expensive as well. So yes, there's multiple factors. Safety is always on my mind. And they have to be training certified, have the equipment in order to ride it. It's one of the things that has been talked about, and I appreciate the question.
So thank you.
I can tell you firsthand that, the training, it's not like we just find out who has a license for a motorcycle and let them ride. The class that they have for motorcycle training, probably in my 40 years in law enforcement, was the hardest class I ever went. When you take a 900-pound road king and you got to go into a, what is it, a 16-foot circle and lay the bike over and not touch, can't put your foot down, you can't, you know, it's hard. You really, they really teach you everything that you need to know to work that motorcycle as a tool, not as a joyride. And you learn, and they've done studies from the class that I remember. They tracked the eyeballs of officers that have been through the motorcycle school when they're in their cruisers. And they are 58 or 68% more aware of cars. They watch their eyes. So you learn that in that training. So they're really, if they go through that class and they pass it, they're on the ball. They know what they're doing.
It's good to hear.
And the other thing is, and was really rewarding, was the trail system that we have in town, the walking path, is more and more year after year being used more and more by people. And there have been incidents on there with foxes and vandalism and things like that. You take that Harley and use it through there and you just cruise down through that. And everybody that you run into is like, this is great knowing that you're there. Because now you can't do that.
It's good use.
Unless you park it and walk, but that's not a good idea. So, you know that, I'm telling you, you know that Harley, you just go ease down through that bike path. People love it, so.
Makes sense.
It's just it's another tool to offset some mileage, some expenses, but also to get out there and some more community policing as well. Being involved with our community is the most important thing. I want everybody in our community to know all of our officers. And it's one good way of being able to do that.
First thing you learn in the class is how to pick it up, because you lay it down. The first few days I laid it down, I was on the ground more than I was laying that thing. So really tough.
Chief,
So, yep. Yes, sir.
in the past, we had, I believe, bicycle officers too. How does that compare?
Yep. In the past, we have had bicycle officers. It's been harder and harder to get my officers to want to pedal bicycles. I do have one that's interested. So we'll see how that works out. I might end up having to get him a bicycle. So
You might have to get them an e-bike.
we got bicycles, but you know, young guys, they want all brand new shiny stuff. I used to ride the bicycle, but Chief Brooks said I couldn't ride it after a little incident years ago. We'll move on. So I jumped down to the equipment line. So the $15,000 that you see on that line, that is it's up from the 3,750, which replaces equipment that was up to the year. The 15,000 is for the K9 and the K9 equipment. It's approximately $10,000 for a K9, and it's approximately $3,000 to $5,000 for all the equipment. Now I need a budget for what the need is to bring this forward. But I also do want to point out that I've been aggressively looking for grants. I've written a lot of grants since I became chief. My officers have worked really hard with me to also find some grants. I did find two decent grants. The town manager allowed me to move forward on one of them. I have applied for a grant. If I do end up getting this grant, it'll pay for the cost of the K9, the equipment, and the training, and all this will be reimbursed. But I can't promise that. But we did write, I feel, a decent grant. I just found another grant this past week, actually. So I'm looking into that one as well. So I have maybe a backup one, because I do know the initial cost is expensive. I'm going to say that the initial cost to start up the K9 program through all these line items, because everything's kind of mixed into the different line items, but I want to be very transparent that it is an additional $25,000 to start up the K9 program. That K9 program, once it's started, is going to be on average about $11,000 a year. that would be the average cost to keep that canine moving forward. I think it's a very useful tool, but I want to be very transparent that there is indeed a cost to bring the canine back. I'm very aware of that, but it's my job to bring the tools that I believe that we need forward to everybody here in order to meet our goals. One of the goals, you know, in our community is clearly keeping it safe and working on getting rid of, you know, the drugs that are coming in our community, being close to one of the most violent crime-ridden places. And a thoroughfare coming through town, I want to continue everything that's been done in the past by the members of our department in this town to continue keeping this town safe. And I feel that this is a tool that I don't take lightly, and that's why I've already applied for a grant, and that's why I'm applying for another grant if this one comes back. It doesn't look like I don't know whether we're going to get it or not right now, but I'm saying if we don't get it, I have a plan B. I actually have a plan C where I reached out to a place out of state, and there's possibility they do like funding for canines. There's a possibility even in the future that I might be able to reach out to them to maybe offset costs if it becomes a burden, you know, a cost burden, which I don't want it to be. I want to be, unfortunately, with public safety, there's a cost in public safety. We don't make a lot of money. We're not in it to make money. You know, even though, you know, looking at our budgets, you know, we have reimbursements to our budget of $183,837. Those are reimbursements. But moving forward, I believe that's some of the tools I need. I'm going to move ahead to.
I have just one question on the K9. I think it's a great idea. How, it's a working, just like a vehicle, right? It starts working. So what's the life? How long, what's their career?
10 years.
10 years.
Average of 10 years.
10 years. Okay.
K9 Moxie passed away, I believe he was 8 years old, unfortunately, to a medical issue that happened. And the only reason why I did not move forward with trying to bring a K9 position back sooner is because we got half our department in the years to retire. They're coming close to the years to retire. And then the other part of my department are newer officers. We were in a position back when, unfortunately, when K9 Moxie passed away, because this is a big decision. You know, this dog's going to live with that person.
That was with the officer.
Yeah, it's going to live with the officer. We do have people that are interested in becoming a K9. Definitely, you know, big commitment by the officer's part, big commitment by the department's part as well, and making sure that, you know, we have policies and procedures that actually will be updated. Because as I said, being able to do the tracking and searches and people searches is instrumental to this being a successful dog. Moving on to vehicles.
Chief, you had mentioned about the income, you know, the reimbursement. Years ago, we actually had an agent and staff. We used to always, Chief used to always approach us about forfeiture money expenditure. Do we have an opportunity now possibly to get more forfeiture money that we used to get in the past, potentially?
Yep, I purposely actually didn't bring that up, forfeiture money, for twofold, because I don't want people to think that we're doing this for obviously money, but we're talking numbers. Yes, there's obviously a huge, anytime our drug agent is involved with a seizure of drugs and money after that goes to court, we will see, we'll see a share of that money now. Whereas since then we won't. You know, our drug forfeiture money used to be right around $100,000. We had some really big seizures in this community due to past officers. Retired Detective Sergeant Bill Tapley was MDA resident agent. He did a phenomenal job with MBA, and my hat's off to him. He brought a lot of forfeiture money to this community. We haven't seen forfeiture money, and I feel that we need some more tools to be able to get into that realm of things. Right now, our forfeiture money, I believe, is down at $6,500 at state level and maybe $800 at the federal level. What is that? $945. Always count on Kayla with the exact number. Thank you, Kayla. So, but yes, there's that obviously that opportunity. Now that forfeiture money then goes into account and then it can be used directly towards public safety. To offset, crime in our community, which then can be used to offset costs for equipment. And
Canines, motorcycles.
canines, it can offset a lot of things, yes, and in the years to come. Right now, we've been, doing pretty well with grants. It would be really nice to be able to starting and getting forfeiture money back. So if there's a match to a grant, it'd be nice to be able to come in front of the council and say, this is the grant, and then the match is 15%. However, we can use that 15% from our federal forfeiture to offset it, and then we're not asking through our budget. Thank you. You're welcome. Let's go over the motor vehicles. This is this is a 2 cruiser year. Like I said before, we replace a cruiser, 1 cruiser 1 year, 2 cruisers the next. We get rid of them. We trade them out at approximately 100,000 miles. But right before they get to the 100,000 mile mark, we try to strip them, put them into CID at the end of their life, and then we always put the new cars into our primary vehicles. We don't replace the CID cars with the brand new cruiser. A brand new cruiser, because they're driving, obviously exceeding the speed limit to calls, emergency calls for service. So we want them in tip-top shape. So we rotate them out. This year, the cost of a cruiser went from $33,500 to $45,000. Excuse me, $32,500 to $45,000 for the cost of the cruiser. And I asked the dealer from Quirk, what changed between last year's car and this year's car? And the reply is nothing. Might have less options. Nothing. It's my hands are tied on it. The other vehicles are just as much money, and we're in a position where it's worked well because it's budgeted. It's not usually. Has it been fluctuating? If Ford didn't do this to us, it would have been a flatline budget. Unfortunately, this year there was that increase because we would budget the $67,000 a year. Now it would be the $90,000 a year. We budget for 1 car 1 year, 2 cars the next. That half year we use that. So when we only buy a cruiser during that 1 year, we use that money to then upfit those cars, that car, and then the next 2 cars moving forward the following years. And it's worked out pretty well to keep the budgets from fluctuating. Unfortunately, this year Ford had that massive increase, which we've seen across the board with all dealerships, and there's really no way around it. And to your point, with the motorcycle, we now being at full staff and having 2 officers on the road all the time, we are putting more miles, on the vehicles. We have the vehicle that I'm trading in right now is it's almost 130,000 miles. I think it's at like 128. I can't remember exactly what it is. So this is just a tool to be able to try to keep some of those miles down, some of those cars throughout the year. And yes, I have the forfeiture money in front of me, $6,255 in state drug forfeiture. The federal drug forfeiture is $944.91.
Around it.
I do.
Yeah.
So before we move on to animal control, just for consistency purposes, we'd just like to highlight where the police department is as of March 1st, 2023. As of March 1st, 2023, they are 61.58% expended, which means that they have spent $1,378,077.43, leaving them $859,927.57 to June 30th, 2023. As noted previously, these numbers as of March 1st. And so that would be through period 8 out of 12. I would have expected 67% expended. So I have them right on track at rounded 62%.
Yeah, and we'll move on to dispatch. Dispatch is going to be 14046,000. The overall. Okay, the overall increase for the communications budget is a 1.66% increase over last year's budget. If you note, we did give our employees a 3% cost of living adjustment, but it does not reflect that up there as 1.9%, and I'll explain. So this past year, we had a communications officer whose goal was to eventually become a career firefighter. He left the agency to become a firefighter. We then filled that, and that was one of our, he had several years of experience on it. So then we brought in a new dispatcher, therefore his cost has dropped. We had another dispatcher that had moved and also had a baby at the same time. And she has since left and got a job closer to where she lives. So she was another dispatcher that had several years on experience. We're paying them at a higher rate. And now we brought on a new officer with a new communication officer with a low rate. So therefore, that's why it does not show the full 3%, because we brought in entry level dispatchers, or one was entry level, one had a couple of years on. Actually, we brought on a dispatcher named Jason Ford, who used to be a communications officer for the Florida Highway Patrol after retiring from the Coast Guard. And he's also a great asset to our department. He also teaches Little League in town. Great individual, a great department. Communication staff do a great job. Moving down through some of this, one of the issues that we've had, well, not had, but one of the areas where we had an increase was replacement wages. With replacement wages, the same thing. If somebody goes out sick or someone's gone, we had to obviously fill some shifts. We have a communications officer going out for an extended period of time for surgery. We have 4 full-time communications officers, and at full staff, we have 6 part-time communications officers. So if we can't get somebody to fill that shift, it's overtime, obviously, for the full-time officer, and that accounts for the increase. We've also had with people that are using their vacation. Those vacations obviously have to be filled. If we're fortunate enough to be able to use a part-time, we will, but we are in the process of filling those 2 part-time positions. Moving along.
In a number of these budgets that we're going to listen to, replacement wages are probably going to be fairly high in all of them. And I'm wondering how many can we put our finger on as being COVID related? And can we get reimbursed for that from anybody?
I've looked everywhere,
Not
everywhere. And
ARPA would have been, can't use ARPA either.
not at this point, maybe the first year, I think.
Well, the other thing about ARPA would be to bring on personnel rather than reimburse the loss of time for like the opportunity cost or COVID time. So it's just looked at it through a different lens.
So I'm assuming a lot of these are related to COVID, because I know personally town employees that got COVID and they're out for, I mean, especially when it was hot like last year. You went out and stayed out. And now you can go out after a few days, you can come back, but then you have to stay out for weeks, I think.
Yeah, it's for, I can't speak for other departments, but I can speak for, because the police department's unique. We don't have, unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of someone's out sick, we don't have to worry about filling it. We have to fill these positions. One of the things that have changed recently is comp time. Comp time, we have, so, and it actually says in the rule book that we can't deny comp time. If someone wants to use that as like vacation time. So we cannot use the quote unquote, because it's going to create us overtime to fill your position, I cannot no longer deny comp time, which is how it was in the past. So that is part of this. Officers have comp time. Communications officers have vacation time. Communication officers only have 24 hours of comp time. But to Councilor Moore's point, COVID has played part of it. Obviously, I can't get into names and whatnot, but we have had multiple people that have been out for that. It also covers personal day replacements, training, and holiday. Another part of it is the new Juneteenth holiday. For the 4 officers that they're working that shift, they're paid for working the holiday. So there's a number of things with that, but I will agree with Council Moore that COVID has played a part in it. I think everywhere, but especially at the police department. We work closely with each other. We have shift briefings at the beginning of our shifts. We're all sitting in an office together. If one person's sick, it's amazing how fast it spreads to that whole team. And with 12-hour shifts, we work in teams.
Partly because our air dampeners are broken and all the,
We did learn about the ambulance, so we did learn about that.
So as COVID retreats, I mean, I'm assuming that budget line maybe will retreat as well.
Yes, and that could all. I would love to see that actually, and that will go right back into the fund balance. Anything that's here, if the budget for what I'm seeing for percentages now, and anything that's left over at the end will go back into the fund balance, which as Kayla pointed out Thursday, that she'd like to see that. In the last couple of years, she wants to grow that fund balance. So you weren't going to be here to see that. But. All right, so moving along. I think that's pretty much all the major things. All the other ones, it's the same as the police department. I mean, it's the health insurance, FICA, all that. It's all out of our control. Those are costs that have gone up.
And then just again for consistency, as of March 1st, 2023, the communication center is 60.4% funded, which means that they have spent $227,255.91, leaving $149,075.09, which based on my calculations puts them on track through the rest of this fiscal year.
Any questions? Moving on, we go to the animal control budget. It's going to be 14045,000. Right. I want to start off by saying that our animal control officers do a phenomenal job covering 4 communities. We not only just cover Lisbon, but we also cover Bowden, Sabattis, and Durham. We have 1 full-time animal control officer, humane officer, and 1 part-time humane officer. In Lisbon, this past year, he handled 361 calls for service. In Sabattis, he handled 146 calls, 70 calls in Bowden, and 59 calls in Durham. We do have a cost share analysis that we use, and Bowden pays the town of Lisbon $11,226 this year. Sabattis will pay $19,213, and Durham will pay $12,134. All reimbursements back to the town of Lisbon of this budget. Again, workers' comp, MEPRS, health insurance, FICA, all those controllable costs. The animal shelter down below is a $680 increase. That's on population. That's how we get charged per population. That's for Lisbon. The other towns pay for their own animal shelter costs, but that's Lisbon's share to use Coastal Humane Society. And then we have repair and maintenance of equipment, $1,050. That's also, I upped that $1,050 to help offset some of the repair costs on the vehicle. I want to point out that when we started this budget process, we obviously put all our needs and all our wants in the budget. But as we continue on the budget process, the manager made the appropriate decision to say that we need to be pretty frugal in our spending this budget and put out a request for $900,000 of cuts across the budgets. With that, with my budgets alone, we cut, it was under $100,000 of cuts. One of the cuts I did make was to the animal control vehicle that was due to be replaced this year. That's not a vehicle that we It's not a pursuit vehicle. That's a big change difference between that and the police department. There is 123,000 miles on that vehicle. It's a Ford F-150, but my animal control officer is also in a position where he can retire this coming budget, this coming fiscal year. And with that, I've decided that with some of the, we put some money into that vehicle this past year. And I believe that was an area where we could save some money this year. And even though the CIP said to replace it this year, I decided to push that off till next year. When we bring on the new, after the retirement, new humane officer, it'll be a new vehicle set up. And give me a little bit more time. Grants are a little bit different for animal control compared to the police department and some of the grants that I found. So give me a little bit more time as well to pursue some other avenues for grants, possibly to replace that. It also gives us a little more time, that reimbursement from the other towns. That's money, obviously, that is set up a percentage like in dog licenses as well. So we can use that funding towards that animal control vehicle. So I found it was appropriate. We pushed that off for a year, but the offset was that I felt we needed that $1,050 increase for repairs.
Can I ask how the reimbursement is prorated from the other towns? I mean, how is that calculated?
Population and call. So the way it works is we do a 5-year average of calls. So what I do is I take the 5-year average of calls and I use that with a population formula. So it's hard to show, but basically we take the populations of all the towns and then we take that population times half to get a per capita number. We then take that number of the number of calls in a 5-year average, and that gives us a percentage of incidents that were in that community. So then therefore I'm able to take that money for the percentage of the time that we're in their community handling the calls off the total cost of what it costs for the animal control officer. And then take those numbers and that gives us the total amount for their community that they'd be responsible for the animal control officer. It's the fairest way to come up with what each town should do.
So it's not a la carte, per service charge. It's not based on that.
And it's over 5 years, so it's kept fair. Because
So do you feel that that funding mechanism supports the personnel costs based on that for, medical insurance and all these other things that are involved in having that officer?
it does.
Shouldn't they share a fund in that?
They do.
They do, okay.
Because it's off the total cost. And with that, Kayla was able to, so I don't know if you want to explain some of where the money was going from those towns. Was it all going to undesignated before? Now it's set up to, it goes to a certain account
Yes, so I can.
to
actually,
offset for some of the costs.
Share different,
Also share cost for the vehicle.
correct.
Right.
They do.
Good, good.
So let me open.
Back last year, 42.9, basically almost covered his wages.
Yes.
So that's awesome.
So this screen is showing for police, ACO, and revenues. So the top is the police, as Chief McGee had said, of the reimbursement for the MDEA reimbursement, and then we've factored in a 75% or SR for one of the SRO officers. And then down below is these ACO, Sabattis, Bowdoin, and Durham. So those go into the 14045,000, which is the animal control officer department on the revenue side. And so that actually all goes into the general fund revenue side, which if you're looking on a tax calculation, all goes into that other revenue number for a general fund. And what it ends up, easiest way of explaining it is a corresponding revenue when looking at the animal control officer department, specifically revenue to expenditure. So he has a total of $43,280 of animal control officer revenue offsetting that expenditure total.
As long as we fear that, the method of calculation is fair for everybody, I'm comfortable with it. I was just curious how it was.
It definitely is helping our budget.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's also helping the surrounding communities as well that don't have animal control. So. Any other questions for animal control?
And just for consistency's sake, animal control officer budget as of March 1st, 2023, is showing 65.5% expended, which is $75,821.38 spent, leaving $39,943.62 through June 30th. And that again is on track with my calculations.
Public Works is up next. If you want to take a quick bathroom break, I know I needed one.
Thank you, everybody, for your
On time or
we
behind? Good job.
Oh, you were ahead of schedule.
We were ahead of schedule.
Now we would be ready to stop.
We're closed.
Yeah.
When we get to the door, next year we'll give Ryan like a shock collar.
I'm not doing. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you,
Good day.
Chief.
We are off the record, so.
Oh, yeah.
We have a great day.
Relax. Thank you.
Great job.
Kiddos,
So when you guys,
Have a great
just
day.
because.
I'll come in on that. We don't have nothing to do. I mean, it's bringing data.
What'd you say? Oh, yeah, I lost you.
I'm sorry, we muted. There's some shock, yeah.
How many full-time firefighters?
Glenn, I just wanted you to know I lost my video, but I had to get an
I
umbrella.
can't hear you over what they were saying, Don.
Okay.
We should go there.
Say again, Don.
We used to have all the guys in the bills that would come in.
That's what my dad did.
Oh, huh?
It is hard to get staff because.
That one's the least option.
Oh, well, sir, if anybody's watching online, you can email questions to townmanager@lisbonme.org.
The police department had a Vancouver Justice Academy.
Yeah.
And they're
Yep.
covered and they're trapped by
Oh,
EMS providers and they're under public safety. They're trapped. in license. There is no state department that tracks fire departments.
Nothing in the budget for a new cap.
It won't take me long to take care of them. Gonna need one from you. Now, here we go.
They stand up and do it.
It's raining.
Oh, it's raining. It's raining.
Oh, I see.
It's not too bad. That's still, so it's like 5:30 right now. That's still- We started at 5:30. I mean, 3:30. 3:30. We started at 5:30, so 6 hours. 6 hours. Yeah. Still 5.
I think it's the same as California.
All right, Randy, you're up.
I went to the
Yeah.
lake down.
Yeah,
We didn't like-
it's 5:30 in the morning.
Nice. Guys like me to sing a little song while we're waiting? Been quiet. You all right? I'm fine. You guys are doing great.
Randy, all done plowing?
I hope so. I don't know. Absolutely. We did. All right, are on the record. All right, good morning. It is still morning. Good morning, everyone. Randy Steer, Public Works and Solid Waste Director. Here we are, FY '24 budget hearing. All right, can't do much about the increases in the payroll, as it's all generated by, union contract and everything. You're gonna see some increases there. There was a decrease in unemployment costs. I don't know how that is, but we saved 13.9%. Workers' comp insurance, like Ryan said, has gone up, and we went up 23.2%, which is unfortunate. We haven't had too many workers' comp claims, but there again, I think it's just with the industry, everything's going up. Moving down, health insurance, FICA, medical, it's all the same. Medical testing, the more employees we get, the more testing that's required through clearinghouse for us to get truck drivers on the road. There's drug testing on a federal level, and that's what we have to do. Office supplies, there, again, most of my supplies and everything is just going, like I said, to follow up with Ryan says, the cost of goods are all going up across the board. As you're gonna probably see when Kayla starts reading where we're at percentage wise, my department's probably, behind the 8 ball. I think we're not really on track. We're supposed to be for being in the, we're 8th quarter. Is that right? Is the 8th?
Period.
8th period. Yeah, I'm not gonna say quarter because that wouldn't make any sense. But then going down the line, office supplies again going up. I got 3 office personnel that I have. I have Gina down there. I have myself and Dan. We all have offices and need supplies. Operating supplies, that's a 0% increase. Same with postage, 0% increase. Advertising, we've had issues trying to get employees. We're advertising just about anywhere and everywhere to try to get employees. I'm still some employees short. Drug testing, along with everything else. Obviously, that hasn't gone up, but which is good. Clothing and boot allowance has stayed the same, even though, we're getting less and less for our dollar. Without adding for any, asking for an increase. Used to buy a pair of boots for just around, 180, $200. Now they're almost $300 a pair. But with that being said, maybe next year. Cell phone allowances are the same. Minor equipment, you take a plate whacker that I used to pay $1,100 to $1,500 for, is now almost $3,000. Just the cost of everything as far as minor equipment goes is through the roof. Chainsaws are now almost, $700-800, where they used to be $400. Bought 2 chainsaws at almost, $800 a piece. Culverts, Again, we kept that at a 0. Asphalt hot top as 25. And the asphalt hot top, maybe in the years to come, will probably actually drop down a little bit. The only reason is with Ferry Road, Pinewoods Road, and all the other roads that we've had good construction on, I've noticed that our potholes are a lot less complaints, which is what I was after when I did those roads. So it cuts down on labor costs, and hopefully that asphalt hot top will end up going down in years to come. Excavation expenses, again, the same. Parts and supplies, that's the big one. I'm probably $2,000 to $3,000 where I'm gonna be out of money for my parts and supplies. If anybody in mechanics or anybody in, even in Fern's world knows that the parts have gone up astronomically. And the availability is next to none. Just for a turbo and a electronic wastegate for one of my trucks was over $4,500 just for one part. So when you take in pumps off that are, $2,000 and $3,000 a piece, it doesn't take long to reach that $40,000 mark that I was at. Before I came along, the budget was a lot more. I think we were at $60,000 in the budget previously in years past. Through budget cuts and everything, we've whittled it down to 40,000. But as the price of goods go up, so does the budget's gonna go up. And I think everybody in each department, probably their parts and supply line should go up because we're tracking better now with the new mechanic we have and the new software we're getting, where we'll be able to bill a lot more accurately. So with billing accurately, every nut and bolt's going to be counted for. My department has always had, been the stock room of the town. So when people come in and they need, like a dozen 5/16 by 2-inch bolts, nuts and washers, they just come to our bin. Well, it takes my money to replace it all. Fastenal the other day, my bill was over $700 just to replace nuts and bolts and fasteners. So like I said, when we get the new parts room squared away, it's going to be on the lock and key. So every department can't come in and just help themselves. That's where the overshuns comes into play. There again, let me see. Sand and gravel, another one. I've relied on the sand and gravel that I got free from the Pinewoods project to do a lot of my side projects, parking lots. A lot of it went over towards the Rumbo site. Let's see, there's other projects, little parking lots in town where we had reclaim that we had actually got. So with all that being almost depleted now, I had to up my line for sand and gravel. And also, we've had to, in the past couple storms anyway, we're at our limit for our salt consumption for the year. And that was due to price increases on the salt, and which happens after my budget. So we could be running into the same problem next year, hopefully not. But so we had to mix some sand in. So I'm getting pretty low in my winter sand. Since 2019, when I started, I have not bought any sand. And since we put the sand salt shed the salt shed in its place, I only want to keep like maybe 1,500 yards on hand. And when I came in here, we probably had almost close to 5,000. So we've used up quite a bit of the pile. Increases on fuel, we can't help that, and it's all contracted. So our gas, oil, lubricants, and diesel pretty much follow suit. Tire expense gone up. I know just one load of tires, $2,500. And if we're at the the transfer station and we poke a hole in the tires, if we can't get it fixed because the sidewall's cut, then it's $2,500. And we try to keep one for each loader in stock, so that's $5,000 just in 2 tires. Not to mention all the tires on the trucks and trailers and everything else. So that line could get used up real easy if we don't pay attention. Personal development, again, went up a little bit. We're sending people to classes. And what else does professional development cover?
That's pretty very much training, certification, and the like.
I think you do your employee appreciation lunch in the summer through that line too, so that's,
You all know, you all know how well I treat my guys when they need to eat, so. And, we just also, sent one of our guys through and he's actually now a licensed arborist. Which is nice to have here in town, so I can try to cut down on my tree expense, even though we don't have a bucket truck. But if I pool enough trees that need to be done, we can rent one for a month and probably get a lot of our stuff in town done in-house instead of having to hire it out. But you'll see that further down the line, I did increase my line for tree expense, but hopefully we don't have to get into that. Let's see, meals and lodging, again, I think we've upped the meals, or if it's contracted for the meals to be upped.
Correct.
That's correct. So union negotiations, they're going to be upping their meal. So they get after 12 hours of working, they get a meal stipend. It's going to be up to $25. Is that correct? Pretty good on the information that's leaked to me.
Very good.
So that has gone up some, but that's per union contract. Mileage reimbursement is still at a 0, it's flat. Filing fees, licenses, permits is still flat. Professional services, 28,000. I think that's from, you take like stormwater in the MS4 program has gone up. So that's a cost that we need to spend every year. Unless Saco figures out that we don't have to do this anymore, but I'm waiting to see how that goes. Water usage,
That's for the Lisbon Water Department rates that were distributed effective April 1st, 2023. So it's 14% increase on rates for the water department.
can I get into my PW other on our hydrant rentals?
Not yet.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah, I would like to take that.
We'll get there.
I'm just being smart, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Telephone is flat. Sewer expense, Steve, thank you, for 4.1% increase. Giggling. Rental of equipment, we're hoping not to have to touch that line, but with other projects coming up in town, I know I kept it a little bit, so we're starting the first week of June, we're gonna put the new fuel tank, in-ground fuel tank. The only reason why I kept anything in there, one was for a dozer for our, where we been dumping some of that debris from the bridge, from the dam that they took out. I need to rent a dozer to push that off all flat. And also we'll probably need a larger excavator to set the tanks once, because the town is actually doing the excavation. We're doing the excavation to save money. So that line hasn't changed. It's been like that for quite some time, but as we buy equipment, it'll be less and less that we have to rely on that. Our new equipment, again, trying to refurbish our equipment. Every year since I kicked the, as we go down, we go to equipment, you're gonna see my line's pretty big, but it could have been bigger. We've kicked the $300,000 sweeper down the road, but it's taken us a little bit of money to rebuild the sprocket, the conveyor, and the moving parts to our sweeper. The sweeper runs well, but just needs to be really rebuilt. So we could probably kick that down the road another year or two, even though it's an 07, I believe. And it was due to be replaced, a couple of years ago, but again, we're gonna try rebuilding it right with the right tolerances. We've got all the specs from the manufacturer to get it right back to almost new. My mechanics are working on it now, so we can start sweeping in the next couple of weeks, hopefully weather permitting. And so we've probably invested, almost $10,000 into it so far. So saving money for the town, but there again, it's going to up because it needs to be done every year. Sprockets and chains, sprockets and belts. Equipment painting. There again, as we get newer equipment, I'm going to rely on that less and less. Loam and seed, that stayed same. Same with the catch basins, manholes. Now with the paving projects that I've done, I've had all the catch basins raised and lowered by the contractor themselves. So it saves my guys from doing it and puts us on other projects that we need to do. Let's see, ground repair maintenance, that stayed the same. And R&M radios, as we need radios, they're not as cheap as they were before. And we're gonna need radios in the new loader. We're gonna need the radios in the new truck. Then the tree removal, you're gonna see it went up $3,500, 53.8%. Just the trees that we had removed last year, I maxed out my budget, but like I said, hopefully I carried the line of $10,000, but hopefully I don't have to use it. Hopefully we can use that money towards the rentals of a bucket truck and get whatever tree issues we have done in-house. Let's see. R&M signs are the same. R&M streets are the same. That covers your guardrail and the sidewalk repairs, correct?
Correct.
Right on it. And then my equipment, you're gonna see it's an increase of 233.2%. This is all CIP stuff that needs to be replaced. We replaced the loader that was at the transfer station. The brakes went in it. To get the brakes fixed was about $6,000 to $8,000 depending on where I got it done and how if I had to pay for transportation. The machine itself was only worth $10,000. I didn't see the practicality of, since it was something that was on my CIP anyway. So to kick it down the road, we can kick it down the road now. It was unsafe to operate in the public. So one brake wasn't working, it was leaking fluid. You can't just block off one because then it's an OSHA thing. It's just the vehicle was unsafe, so it had to go. So anyway, we've got a new loader now. It's on lease until we're able to purchase. And all the lease goes right to 100% of it goes right to this purchase. So that worked out really well with the company. That was the lowest price anyway that we've gotten. And so we have the loader here in town, and it's been working out very well, especially during the storms. The other equipment is for a dump truck with the new body, plow gear, wet system for the calcium. Basically, that truck, being just a single axle, costs more than the truck I bought, which was a wheeler back in 2019. So you're getting less but more money. It's just the way it is. And that's being, if I went with there's a couple other dealers that if I was to say yes now, I wouldn't see a truck till 2025. The only truck I can get, which is again, the lowest bidder, or the lowest, preliminary price, it still has one available in the queue. So if this was to get approved, the sooner we give them the okay that we would take it. It doesn't take any money. It just takes a signature saying that we would take delivery. And we won't see it till the end of the year. I don't even know if I'd see it this plow season. But there again, there's a lot of chassis going into Viking and HP Fairfield that, the sooner we get put on the list, the sooner the truck would be here. So that's the nature of the beast, because the availability of trucks is just not happening. You're out 2 years as far as getting a vehicle. The other equipment I kicked down the road. So basically the 435.5 is basically for the loader with plow gear. That still has to come up, and that's what, $39,000 and change, plow gear on the loader. And then the truck and plow gear alone for the truck is like $98,000. And then the truck itself is over $135,000 or $40,000. So we're looking at, $250,000 just for that one truck, when years ago I only paid $203,000. Yeah. So that goes to show anything. I was able to kick a few things down the road. I'm just going to list them off real quick. The amount of money that I was able to save the town. One was the money we had allotted for a sweeper, which was in the range of 300,000. Then I had a $50,000 line for a pickup truck, which was, as you may know, like Chief was saying, you know, what we were getting trucks for back in the day for $27,000 to $30,000, now we're $50,000, $52,000 is the cheapest that I found. And the other one was a $110,000 for a new dump trailer for the transfer station. And what else? The building. The building, which would be added on to the town, the PW now, to the right-hand side of it. It was going to be a 2-office with a ADA accessible on the bottom with a break room, larger break room for the guys to, you know, rest up in between storms. And that was like in the tune of $300,000. So all in all, saving the town with diverting our paving infrastructure, which is $475,000, saved the town over $1 million to try to get, you know, so we can be where we need to be and not have to increase taxes. So our thinking was this year, since a lot of my paving is going to be off of the Main Street, which was, you know, your Maple Street, Union Street, Goddard, Lincoln, all the way up through High Street, Huey, David, Sparzum, all the way up through that project, North Street now. That's where a lot of my next paving is going to be. Also, the paving that I had scheduled down into Zamore's, which is Patterson, Beatley, which is really beat up. Water department had to wait for their moratorium on 196 to get the new water line put in there. So I know they're going to be tearing that street up, so I'm not going to go and pave that. And then they'll have another moratorium where they have to wait even longer. So working with Chuck, we'll have to coordinate that to get that Zamore's, as it's called, which is the Patterson, Beatley, and all those other streets in Zamore's done. So we're going to defer the paving for 1 year to offset some of our costs for the equipment. We thought it was a good idea, seeing as a lot of my paving that's coming up is going to be off their project, which isn't due to be finished the fall of this year. So springtime 2025, you know, fiscal year, we're going to try to do that in 2024.
Yeah, and the other thing to note is when Randy Sear had come on board as the Public Works Director, he was working extensively on a 10-year paving project. And that 10-year paving project would put us at fiscal year 28. And we are on track with that paving project. The Public Works Department has done a very exceptional job on keeping on track and keeping our roads safe. And as Randy mentioned, we're seeing less potholes. So that played a factor as well as deferring this year's paving out a year. So rather than a completion of fiscal year 28, it'd be a completion of that 10-year project to fiscal year 29. And both Randy and I feel as though we are in a good spot to do that.
This is only a 1-year thing because, you know, the cost of equipment and everything and the severity of the two pieces that I really need, that plow truck and that, you know, and that loader was very, it's very needed. Like I said, and to help things along, we deferred, you know, some other things to the next, you know, year or two. And that's why the budget is the way it is.
I'll add to that the loader came in a lot less than we had anticipated as well. And I read Cape Elizabeth's proposed budget, and they were looking at $350 for a loader, and we're going to get it for around $138 and change with the lease to buy that Randy set up. So just want to say hats off for finding.
Thanks, Chairman. I'd like to ask a question if I can. When Randy, when you suggest you kick this equipment down the road, when they kick the equipment down the road, does that mean that the town, I assume there's more than you involved, changed the capital improvements plan, took items that were scheduled for this year and moved them to next year? Is that how you save the money? I mean, I don't think that's very acceptable to do. We were told when we saw the CIP that were moved items. I think I'd like to see a list of, as I've heard the police department had an issue with a pickup truck with a
animal control officer, now we're hearing about other kick down the road items. And I'm worried there's a problem here. I mean, we do a CIP for, to keep it consistent, not to make it, adjustable for budgets. Answer to your question, Mr. Lund, I was asked, well, as town-wide, department head-wide, we were asked to see if we could, try to save, in the tune of $990,000, to benefit the taxpayers. So what we've done is we've taken the pieces of equipment that we could probably get away with doing a small rebuild for not as much money as far, and not have to purchase this year. And I had a lot of big ticket items, so I took the lesser of the big ticket items and maybe send it, so we'll rebuild it this year and we'll put in for it next year. It's still the machine itself is still a good machine, but it needed extensive rebuilding. Just because on the CIP, the year has come up where it's, supposed to be replaced, after its 15-year use. It doesn't mean it's that bad of a piece of equipment that we can't get away with one more year to help, lessen the burden on the taxpayers in my budget. So I made cuts where I could, where it wasn't going to really affect us that much. We did some body work and whatever to get the pickup truck that I wanted to replace through to one more year. I can't stuff the rust that's, taking it over, but we're able to, put some rust inhibitor on it, and then we gave it another coat of, New Hampshire oil, and, undercoated the truck to try to make it last, one more year. I mean, it would be nice to have everything we asked for, but, in working with every other town in public, department head, we're trying to do our part and to just, cut some of our costs.
I have a comment.
I'm very concerned about the deferring all the paving entirely. That's, we did that a decade ago back in 2010, and it took us a decade to climb out of that hole that we got for ourselves by deferring paving, because you're accumulating roads that are going to get worse. And I don't know if anybody here has been across the Littlefield Road, but that's really dire out there. I think, I hear you talking about we're in great shape on potholes, and I think, so starting to connect the roads like that. Webster Road has got some pretty bad potholes on it. And I think, I'm very concerned about doing no paving at all. And I think next year we're going to have a $500,000 road bump to put in our budget immediately to get back, even just to there. And if you actually get the back where it should be, it's, you need to double up and have $1 million. So I'm just very concerned that that's just kicking the can down the road, making it worse for ourselves, way to solve a budget problem. Really not in favor of that.
Littlefield Road's gonna take some complete reconstruction, almost like Pinewoods Road, and that it's subject to a lot of dump trucks the business is just down the road. And if you go around the corner by King Road, you're gonna understand why everything's just peeling apart. It's on a corner. You got triaxles and wheelers and tractor trailers going up through there. That's gonna be like it's probably gonna have to go to bond, because you're gonna use way more than what we project for $475,000 in paving per year. That's more or less meant for shimming and overlay, like in town roads. When you have to completely grind them out and rebuild them and redo the subsurface, you're talking something like what we did, and that's going to be put out to bond. That's a whole different, that one road, and it's probably one of my last roads in this town that has to be totally reconstructed. But that's another project for another year. We're going to try to patch that up the best we can especially in that corner. And that's another road, like I said, that's subject to heavy traffic. It's not just the local contractor that's off of Littlefield Road. You see tractor trailers going down there, cutting through, trying to get to the highway. And, that's another one like Webster Road that should be posted at 23,000 year round, but it's not, because there's businesses out there that, it has to be open to. Yeah, I didn't want to say any names, but yeah. It is, yes. It probably is for next year's. Right now, we just got done, and we still got to do the Village Street. Village Street has gone out to bid again, and hopefully we get better amounts, because the timeline that we tried to get it into last year jack the prices up because they were gonna put us before somebody else. They were gonna shuffle it around, but you were gonna pay for it. So hopefully this year we can get into where it is that we have enough money to spend left over from the Ferry Road project. It all ties in because if we can use that money, if it has anything to do that touches, the Ferry Road project, which it leads you to Ferry Road, which is all tied in. Go ahead, you can explain more.
And just to circle back to, the deferring of those roads that are ancillary to that Main Street project. We looked at it and, as Randy noted, we had talked to the water department and we didn't want it to create more of a cost to upend the road twice. Because if the water department is going to need to tear up that paving to do their project, we thought it would be best to just align with them, so that way you're not costing the town twice the funds to tear up and repave those roads.
Yeah, I do understand that, but then you're pushing those roads next year, but then you're pushing the roads that you would do next year, then get back a year, so you're deferring all the roads in town, you push back a year from where they would be. So I'm just saying, would there be other roads in town you could do instead of that section if you had the money?
Well, if I had the money, a lot of those roads are inner roads. They're not our secondary roads, which aren't traveled very much. So you're talking like Faith Street and stuff. Once some of you cross streets in the Houston Park, you're talking like little side roads, you know what I mean? That's the touch base, but then you're talking, Earl Street and all the other roads, High Street. Those are in that, once I get all that done, that whole part of town is gonna be new. And then, so if a lot of that stuff ties into the Main Street project. A lot of my paving, like for the next year or that I had to do this year, ties into all those little roads that tie into everything else. So if maybe next year, I might ask you for a little bit more, but I won't have the equipment to buy. So maybe next year I'll ask you for a 5.25 on the paving, but it's to do everything I need to do in that part of town.
Mr. Chairman. Sir. And the director just said he would not have the same equipment to buy next year. Well, if you look at the capital improvements plan, this year there's like $1 million, a little less, for capital improvements distributed among the departments in the budget. Next year, because of pushing this, or kicking it down the road, as he said, there's 1.8 million. So that's double the amount next year. And so you didn't save any money, you just pushed it off, and you certainly will have a big problem next year. It's not gonna get better, it's gonna get worse.
Right.
I mean, I think the town has tried hard to save money, but it's probably, I don't think it's working. It's just kicking it down the road. Next year will be a terror for all of us.
I mean, if the council and the town wants to give me the 475 to continue my paving project, I have no issues. I'll send it out to bid. And I have no issues continuing on. It's just, where we're trying to save a little bit of money for the taxpayers. That's all I was trying to do my part in. But if the council and the finance committee, deems it, that we can, then I will, continue on with our paving project. I have no problems doing that at all.
I think that's something that I can take care of. You can deal with the department heads.
Yeah, I mean, we have to balance what, the priorities of the council are and what the public, can handle. And I mean, we can put as much as we want back into the budget. It's just a question of, balancing that need and want. And I mean,
I'd rather see a 1.5 mil increase this year, not 80 mil next year. That's what I worry about. That you're shoving it down the road. It's gonna come due.
yeah, and I think without making any adjustments and doing everything as requested, you would probably be looking at a 3 mil this year. That's why we went back and pared it down and got it.
Not for paving.
No, not the paving. That's, you're probably looking at like 0.75, right around there, but that was,
You said 475 for paving?
475.
That's over a half a mil anyway.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
between
easier. Glenn's at 0.75 of a mil, about.
Between the sweeper and the paving, it's pretty much nil. I mean,
Right.
Right, you look at it, those two items alone actually raises the budget amount. May I ask this question of the, so the Village Street connected to the Ferry Road, we actually looked at that as being a project this year.
Yes.
We have carryover funds from the project that we still can use. Do we actually feel we have enough money left over from that to finish that paving? I mean, that's the only question I would have. Is there something that, I
Yes,
don't want to fall short on that project since it does.
yeah, I mean, there's three different aspects of that job. There's one is resetting the curbing, because the granite curbing there is not backed by concrete, it's only backed by gravel. That's the reason why it's moving so much. Two is the asphalting of all the sidewalks there. And we have two intersections that need complete ADA accessible with the detection system on it, you know what I mean, for the blind. So those all have to be done per ADA and per regulation. So those are a little more expensive. And then, you know, there's tree cutting and then there's a mill and fill. So there's going to be the milling of all the hot tub and then resurfacing. That's going to be, there's two different projects. There's one is going to be the sidewalks and curbing, and two is going to be the paving. They're two separate bids. So we can get different companies to do different things, because when we combined it, a lot of the other companies were relying on subs to do like just the paving. So they jack the prices up, because you know how that is, you know, you bring a sub in and you put your 25% on top of that, and then everything's priced out of this world. So we broke it up.
Yeah, last year, the increase in the budget for the spec on that was crazy. So I'm glad we're actually
Right.
breaking it up. But you feel that we actually do have.
Yes, there should be adequate funding now.
Mr. Chair, I'm wondering if, as we have done in the past, we take certain items in certain budgets and put them on a list for consideration when we finish everything. So that way, for example, the paving, if we put it on a list and go over it now or leave it now, then come back at the end and decide what items we might want to put back in the budget, if any.
Okay, I'm not opposed to that. Idea works. That might work. It's good.
So I'll make note of that.
I've got a couple of
Yep.
comments.
You
So,
Thank you.
so I heard a great story about Public Works Department saving the town a significant amount of money when the salt shed was built.
Yep.
And that was really good news. I think rebuilding the sweeper, a great idea. You said it runs well. It just needs a retrofit.
Yep.
So question I have is on the tank replacement. Are we going to do a similar thing where we'll do in-house excavations? And are we saving money there? And how much?
I can get with Smart and Son, and yeah, we're gonna be saving like probably $50,000-$60,000 by doing it ourselves. We'll do the excavation, we'll do the backfilling, and we'll set the tank ourselves and do the electrical line to the building. And we're gonna actually do the concrete pad, excavate the concrete pad. They'll pour the pads. That's part of their scope of work. But yeah, we're saving the town in the tune of $50,000 to $60,000 doing our own.
Okay, great news. Another question on, you mentioned it, that you would fluid film the existing truck. Is there a process for when we bring in a new vehicle where we're doing this for the town as a whole, for all departments? I mean, are we doing preventative maintenance, I guess is my question.
Yeah, when I first come on, I bought $36,000 worth of lifts to lift up. They can lift the school bus, it lifts the fire trucks, and we get underneath and we were able to undergo everything. We haven't done other departments yet, but we can get if each department gets their own product, we can spray it. It doesn't take us but maybe an hour and a half or so to spray each vehicle, spray the frame, the underbodies and everything once we get it up on our lift. We haven't done it because we were short mechanics and we're just trying to stay above water with our chief mechanic as it was. Now that we have another mechanic in-house, things have been going a lot smoother. We're getting a lot more caught up. So been a godsend that we got that guy. Kevin's been working out really well.
Okay, good news. So we should establish some process where this kind of preventative maintenance is done whenever we invest in a vehicle. The price of a vehicle today, I mean, it's big bucks.
Yeah, we've actually changed product where this product actually adheres to the When you buy a new vehicle, it's kind of got like a rubberized coating on it to begin with. This product actually bonds to that and it won't make it peel off. A lot of the other products are making that other rubberized stuff from the rubberized compound that was on from the dealer, the manufacturer, that was actually peeling off. So we had an issue with keeping that Fern might know because he sees that undercoating all the time. But there was a product we were using that was actually peeling it off. So we switched product and it's actually hard in 24 hours. It actually hardens up. It doesn't leave a filmy, so you don't get all the dust and sand.
Yep.
It's black, but it's an off black, but it adheres a lot better.
And just on the paving side, I think, great decision to not pave those roads you were going to have to tear up again. I think that makes sense. And if we do decide to invest in other paving, it definitely should not be those roads.
No, what it'll be is, I've got a schedule that, I'm trying to stick to. So instead of having this schedule, I'll skip to the next year schedule and then move that schedule back. I can shuffle things around on what roads I actually do. So we can probably still stay on the 28-year mark, till 2028 and not bump it down the road. But that's totally up to financing and the council.
Thank you. You're welcome.
So at this time, I'll just go over where the Public Works Department is as of March 1st before going into Randy's next department. Randy had mentioned that there are some line items that he is over, but if we look at his department as a whole, as of March 1st, 2023, he is actually 62.65 expended, which he has spent $1,147,428.40, leaving $683,981.60 to June 30th. So all in all, he is on track, but he did mention that there are some lines that are over, but we do look at the department as a whole as of right now.
Randy, the town has experienced in the past and dealing with the Conservation Committee, brown tail moth issues are pretty severe in this town, and we've had a lot of complaints from people. They actually were calling the police department saying, "You guys need to do something because my kids are itchy." But anyways, you mentioned that there's an arborist now. And the possibility of renting bucket trucks or whatever, is that something that, working with the Conservation Committee, we can try to do something when we see the bagworms or whatever it is that are starting to develop, we can take care of that to try to mitigate that issue?
Yeah, I'm sure, like I said, with that $10,000 line into my tree removal budget, I think it was $10,000. That'll allow us, along with the $25,000 I have in equipment rental, that'll allow us more money to, as these, I don't know when they come into play. I think it's around June, maybe June, July. You start seeing them form in the trees, but I know my mother-in-law's tree on Frost Hill was right next door to her, the Rodsons. That tree was nothing but moths. I mean, when she went out and weed whacked, it was all over her, and she got, but there's so many of them. I don't know how we would, unless we cut the tree completely down. I mean, there was riddled with them, and like every branch had something on it. So I don't know if the state has anything up their sleeve on how to get rid of these things, but we can afford to help.
The state recommends we can take care of them now, because if you look at a tree, you can see at the ends of the branches, you can see the little leaves that are wrapped. Those are moths, and they come out when the weather gets warm. So they recommend getting them now and burning them or getting rid of them.
Yeah.
So it probably would be better to do it now than wait until they start to.
I don't think people are looking at their trees that much. I mean, unless we would police that as a department, but then that's.
Yeah, I mean, I could talk to somebody in the Conservation Committee, but the arborist that you mentioned might know more about that.
Yeah.
And obviously with the town trees, not just
right
people's trees.
Well, that's what I was gonna get at. I mean, if it's the town trees, like stuff around the transfer station, because we had some issues there. We actually took a turkey burn and just burnt them all out on a Saturday afternoon or Sunday when nobody was
Yeah,
around.
the key is to get them.
I'm sure. I was looking over at Chief and was like, whatever. Yeah, but you think I was doing something wrong.
Key is to get them out. You look at trees that are bare, certain trees at the ends of the branches, you'll see a little leaf that's just sort of rolled.
Right.
That's a nest.
Oh, no kidding. Yeah, so that's something that obviously we can
But I
do.
can speak to the conservation committee about that.
What locations are they talking about? Where the kids involved? So is it parks? Is it?
They were residents of Woodgate, I think.
So that has nothing to do with the town.
Well, I don't know where the trees,
I mean,
town trees are.
Yeah, I mean, I would be very skeptic to chase complaints with the public, right? I mean, Woodgate has their own responsibility, just as I do as a homeowner. But if the complaints are, that's why I asked, if the complaints are schools, you know.
Any of our parks.
Any of your parks, I get that.
Parking lots.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right,
That's what I'm saying.
but I'm saying, yeah, but, yeah, we need to know, you know, what they're really complaining
Right.
about, because we don't want to create a habit or an expectation that's, you know, costly. I mean, you start chasing them throughout the town, you know, I don't know where they're talking, I mean, if it's legit, it's great, but, you know, where specifically, what
Right.
trees are they talking about?
Because, you know, the town typically owns 7 to 10 feet on the edge of the hot top over. You know, it's a rule of thumb, it's part of our easement and our right of way for most roads. Some trees fall in that, some fall on the homeowners. So it'd be like one of those things where it'd be on a case by case basis, you know, it's like, yeah, we can help you out or no, we can't, this is your
Yeah, I
tree.
guess my point is if we have town trees, I don't want them full of.
No, town trees, yeah, we take
That's
care
what I'm
of.
talking
Yeah, 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 we can do
And
that.
they are pervasive and they are, to some people, they're a problem. That, you know.
Especially if you inhale
The
it.
rashes and, yeah.
If you inhale it, it's too bad.
So, I mean, if they see us doing our part to handle
Yeah.
what we can handle, that might help.
Yeah,
That's all.
yep, no, that's something he could do.
So next we'll go into the
Can I
solid.
interject?
Oh, okay.
What's our schedule?
Well, I was just gonna say, we can take this conversation to the Conservation Commission with staff and flesh it out more. So we're a little bit behind. So I was just gonna say, Randy, why don't you, all that other stuff is these uncontrollable costs and kind of go down to where the variance starts.
Yep. That's fine.
Further down, because it's like, and it's way.
Yeah, like I said, the wages and stuff, we can already go down. Saying, you know, it's all those things we can't really control. If you go down, you know, say professional service. The only thing I'm gonna touch base on with this is that we're gonna propose to up the sticker price to $52, which would be $1 a week, and that's for residents. And then offsetting the cost of, we just got a quote for, you know, the per ton disposal fee, which went from 78 to what, 80?
Yeah, so at the next council meeting, I'm probably in my town manager's report, gonna ask you for authorization to sign the contract with, is it Casella or is it, oh, that's the other one?
It's the one in Auburn.
Yeah, and for a sole source, because our options are a 3-year with them at 85 a ton or a 5-year at 82 a ton. And then the other option is like Norwich Walk, which would be 8 hours or whatever to haul stuff. there.
Yeah, we don't have the trucking and or the personnel to do it.
Yeah, so, again, I think it's capped at 4%, each year, for the life of the contract, and then a flat 2% tied to CPI. So
That's
I
right.
think we're looking at 83 a ton or
Yeah.
85, depending on which contract we sign.
It'd probably be the 5-year would be the smart one, but
That would increase the solid waste budget depending on which route we go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at a 5-year, but we'll talk about it at the next council meeting.
78.
I think it's $78 a ton.
It's gonna go up to either 85 or 82.
Right. And so we're looking at, the only big thing about the, you know, about transfer station is when I, you know, maybe next year buy a Another dump trailer, which is in the tune of $110,000. It's not a compact trailer, it's an actual dump trailer that we take a lot of the stumps and all that stuff, which could be used in both departments, so if we have to truck sand, we can truck sand with it. The other, like I said, the only thing I want to touch base on is the raising of the fee of $52, which will offset some of the costs. You have anything to add, Caleb?
No, I can share the revenue for the solid waste department as a projected number.
And after that, we just have the winter budget, which is very cheap, very, not very cheap, but there's not a whole lot of things to go over. You want me to go over that now, kill some time while you're picking that, pulling that up?
Sure, the winter operation.
All right, so winter operations, overtime stayed the same. Workers' comp insurance has gone up. Of course, that's other stuff we can't, the FICA and everything else, we can't do anything with that. Other supplies, the calcium, which we buy, and the salt, again, we went by last year's quantities and last year's price per ton. And everything goes up to bid after, it's like in the fall. So right now we're going off of current prices. So if this goes up again, like when we bid it out through DOT and we try to consolidate and we try to buy, the more people in the pool, the less money you spend. Whether we go through AvCog or go in with DOT, which is what we usually do. Our price per ton is what right now? Do you remember? As opposed to what it was, but anyway, I could only afford 2,500 ton this year. And I am like at my max, so I can't buy any more salt. And it had to do with, yes, I can only hope so we don't have one of those freak storms, but, so yeah, I was at my max, but that was going off last year's bid price. So when we got, in the pool, it was more money per ton, which allowed me to get only, less tonnage, and, we're, lack of better words, scraping the barrel to make sure we have enough for the rest of the year. We had to cut it with some sand where we could. Other than that, unless professional service go up, the 50,000 you see there is contracted for our sidewalks. It's going out to get a bid again this year. There was a 1-year extension. So we're not sure what we're going to get the prices, but we're using the prices from last year and the year before. In the last 5-year contract that we had was 50,000 a year. Again, with everything going up, I'm hardly suspected that that's going to go up too. So hopefully, one thing will pay for the other over here. If we save on some salt next year, then maybe we can, I don't know what those prices are going to be. Again, it's a crapshoot. It's the unknown because it only comes out to bid in the fall. So we don't know where we're going to be. We're only going to use this year's prices, but we could be in the predicament we were from using last year's, the previous year's prices.
I think that's an accurate statement. That's probably where you're gonna be at, right? And,
Right.
and the system is what's putting you there, right?
That's correct.
It's not yourself, so.
What they factor in there is the shipping cost, and then it's the trucking cost. With diesel being $5 plus a gallon, I don't know where it's going to be next year. Kelly, you want to add anything?
No, just to reiterate that the salt the price increase has gone up exponentially, and just because of the timing, we don't know the prices of the salt until the fall. So we're doing our best on a budgetary projection level to use data that we currently have, but we don't know what kind of situation that's going to put us come the fall.
Probably would add a 20% kicker on it, honestly.
It's one of those things where we could ask for a little bit more and hopefully it comes under. I mean, it'd be the smart thing to do in my book, but we're only going off of what information we have that we can actually, if you had to say, if the chair says, prove it to me, that's what you're paying per ton, we can actually show them a slip, but we don't know. That's the problem we ran into this year. We used last year's prices and it got me in a pickle where I'm 1,000 ton less than I should be.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question? I mean, isn't the winter operations one of the few budgets that we can actually overexpend because based on our working rules of the community? So I mean,
Safety.
we can't guess winter. You mean, so we actually do the best job we can, come up with a reasonable budget, but if we have to overexpend it to safely control our roads, it's fair game. So we just adjust it year to year to the best of our ability, but yet we all know we got to take care of the business. So this is one of the few budgetary items that is kind of not open-ended, but has an opportunity to be adjusted.
Absolutely, thank you.
I think this year, as far as percentage rise, I'm doing pretty good still. I'm saving in overtime, so we haven't had, typically it's on the 16 storm a year is what I try to budget with overtime and everything, so I don't know where we're at percentage wise for winter ops.
As of March 1st, 2023, winter operations is 106% over expense.
And that's because of myself. But we also had to carry forward a $30,000 bill that got overlooked from last year's.
And that's inclusive.
And that's inclusive with this, so yeah, we had a couple issues there.
It was just a timing delay on the billing crossing fiscal years.
So up next, we've got sewer, so wait on Drowsies, and I know Steve has a prior engagement, so I just wanted to ask if we can run through his next instead of breaking.
He's awesome.
Do it.
Thank
I have a
I
question.
want to thank, oh, go ahead.
Randy. Back in the day, we had spring cleanup.
Yeah.
We don't do that anymore because it's expensive. What I would like to consider, and we had talked about this with Glenn and the council. I guess my idea was sort of a holiday for users to bring items that they have to pay for maybe a weekend or a half a week or a few days or something like that. I understand that will increase the cost of the tipping fees. I thought the tipping fees went up a lot more than they did. I mean, it went from 78, 80.
We're between, I think it's 82 and 85, so depending on which contract.
These items might be included in tipping fees, all right? That's a totally separate entity when you have a couch or.
Right, those are different fees, like your bed mattresses and stuff like that, that's OBW, that's different price scale, that, you know. goes through
My
everybody.
idea is that the users have a couple of days to get rid of whatever they got that they don't have to pay for. Mattresses, tires.
I'd break it up and have like 2 or 3 different dates, because we'd be inundated with piles of stuff we have no idea what to do with.
However that might happen, but,
We could break it up.
and if that is an increase in cost, maybe that's something that could be made up at the end of the year with whatever's left over. I don't know.
Yeah, we can look into like a bulk holiday, and one of the things, and I think this good discussion has already happened at the finance committee level years ago, is kind of evaluating ways to make this more cost neutral, and maybe taking another look again at commercial haulers and how much tonnage they're actually bringing versus what they're paying. I think it might be time to have that conversation again.
Because, I mean, you take a quick drive around town, and I think a lot of people that have things in their yards, and they're probably still there because the public works says, well, it's gonna cost you $10 or $15 to get rid of that. So they just leave it. Hopefully, this is sort of an incentive to take advantage of that holiday fee period to get rid of stuff that they otherwise would just leave there.
We can also
And
send
make it
Mark
look-
over to enforce the property maintenance ordinance.
I think that'd be something to put the tags on stuff. I mean, we all get paid here and stuff. I'd be one of those things where I could actually, I think the idea is awesome. I just don't know the cost factor. I mean, I could haul over $10,000 of stuff you got here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this is a project for the.
I'll take all the metal you can bring.
It used to cost $10,000-$15,000 a year, and have to be bigger and bigger until they stop doing it.
Right,
But Harry's point is that it's legitimate, maybe some way to get people a punch ticket or have a certain, every.
Nice to have an incentive.
Quarterly,
Yeah.
let them bring a couple of things.
I've seen tags,
You can limit how much you can do.
like each resident gets X amount of bulk tags with their dump sticker for a year, something.
especially if the sticker's gonna go up to 50.
Yeah, because.
$2. It might be a little easier for them to swallow. A little easier to swallow, and that's cheap.
That's $52.
I mean, that's cheap. I mean, For what it costs to do the solid waste stuff.
Biggest meeting we have all year when that comes out.
I was gonna say, I rose the fee by $10 and I thought we were gonna have the militia here. It's pretty bad.
But go to $60 eventually, eventually.
It should probably be $100, to be
I think,
honest.
I think we said to get to 50-50 split, because people expect for taxes to pay for some of this,
Right.
for the users to pay half. $60 gets you about half.
That was 3 years
If you
ago.
generate a lot of money every time you go up $5, gets you like 10,000, 20,000,
Right.
it's a lot of money.
Because we sell them, the average about 3,000 permits a year.
Get quite a lot for that.
You have especially $60.
Yeah, $60. 50%.
3 years ago, figures, so, I mean, they would have actually, they always knew the inflation, but actually, I did.
But with these odds is a pretty good jump, so you get 13.
Permit now?
But if we say
No, I just bought.
you have a couple of days to get rid
Yeah,
of
no help.
X, Y, and Z, and then you're not gonna pay for it, then
Sure,
you're gonna
that's
be like,
perfect.
oh, okay.
First gets two tags, and we can,
What, yeah.
whatever, just because, then we don't get burned. and have to have truckloads of stuff.
So I know back in the day, it got to the point where it would take like 3 or 4 dump trucks, because we have smaller dump trucks to get rid of.
Yep.
It's probably 50 feet along somebody's front yard that they had branches, old fencing, you name it, all piled up, and I was like,
Some people would take them from there and move it to their house, right? So you actually just took a pile here and moved it to their house. Those
And we had,
that
it actually generated a lot of work for the police department back then, because
People were tickets.
would go by and take stuff that's in front of their house, and they would call us and say, somebody's stealing mine. We're like, it's trash. I mean, it's still mine, and they're taking it. I'm like,
if you get the guys that are doing metal, they'll come by and pick up all your metal, all the metal. If we could just find a guy to come pick up all the branches, that'd be great. All right, thank you, everybody.
Yeah,
We appreciate it.
Thank you, Randy. Thank you for your time. Steve, you're up.
Steve, it's all in waste.
should be quick. Usually.
And this is our wastewater treatment plant.
Good afternoon, Steve Abioli, Sewer Superintendent. It, the highlights, go down through. Health insurance down 53%. That's due to the fact that there's only 2 of our current staff are actually using town health insurance. So that is subject to change depending on what happens with their families. I had one item, well, before we get to that, medical testing up 60%. It's minor cost, but it is now doing pre-employment physicals with our newer staff coming on board. Other supplies, zero change there, but we are anticipating an increase in the cost of some of our chemicals, which typically we won't see till end of April, beginning of May. So we may revisit that at some point before budget's approved. Going down through gas and diesel. We carried over the same amount of fuel, but at current pricing, which Kayla's anticipating new contractors' prices are going to drop, so hopefully we'll see a decrease overall on that money. License fees only $500. That's just a wastewater discharge permit fee increase. Water usage fees up 47%. 14% increase, of course, has an effect on that. And some of our water usage has increased over the past 3 to 5 years. And we're starting to account for that increase more accurately in our budget.
Could you explain that a little bit more? Water usage, is that on your plants or is that generally on all your locations?
Generally, at the wastewater treatment plant. That's where a majority of our water is used, and it's through the dewatering process, a lot of the cleaning that we do within the tanks, but it's mostly within the dewatering process.
I see electricity's flat. CMP didn't hit your area.
It's actually been very, very flat over the years. We've held that amount for 5, 6 years now, not longer. With our Davis Street pump station upgrade that we did, there is an increase in electrical usage that hit us out of the blue because of the way the ventilation system set up in that station when heat got turned on this winter. And we are made adjustments. We've been waiting for the bill this month. I was hoping to have more information about that because we're hoping that we got it back down to where it used to be.
Oh, nice.
So we made some adjustments to heating and ventilation because we were basically required ventilation that's in there by OSHA regulations. once heat got turned on, we're basically ventilating and pumping heat right out of the building. Which caught us by surprise because we didn't realize that the system was set up that way. It wasn't described that way at first to us. But, moving on, software and services down 48%. That was, Munis implementation fee that's been carried in that line for a couple of years, and hopefully we'll be spending that before the end of this fiscal year. Meter reads up 40%, which is another line. The way that was being invoiced to the town through the water department, it was there was some fluctuation in the way that was being done, and usually a lot of those bills would hit at the end of a fiscal year or into the next fiscal year, and that seems to be turning around. And part of that, what we're seeing there, that amount is based on what we're seeing on an average for the bills now. Now we're seeing more of a monthly basis of a quarterly or worse. Sludge disposal is our largest increase at 50.4%, partially because of the PFAS issues that are going on with sludge disposal within the state. It's still a work in progress. I haven't heard much information over the last week or so. And we're still trying to find ways to reduce the amount of sludge we generate or find other options for disposing of it. Right now it's being hauled to the Casella's compost facility in Unity, offloaded there, they mean reloaded on the larger trucks and being hauled to a landfill in New Brunswick. And it increased our costs significantly.
How much does it cost now?
Currently, just under $240 a ton.
Which is up from what?
It was $120 a ton, and we were paying up there about a $40 fee because when the PFAS law went into effect last year for the extra trucking that's happening to haul to the landfill in Old Town.
So it's double, essentially.
Yes.
It could get worse.
Yes, and there's a talk of a fix in place coming through the state where there's going to be more bulk material to mix with the sludge, so you can get it going back to the landfill. Until that happens, we're probably going to be paying these increased rates. And we're hopeful that things will get back to normal if they can get that material back in landfill. There was no second bill besides the PFAS law that actually created what we're seeing right now, because that law went into effect February 8th, and it basically stopped the material that was mixed with the sludge from being imported into the state. Now, there's the goal, while it's a great idea to try to make it so all main waste stays in the main landfills only, that material that was being trucked in, the majority of it out of state, was required to have enough of it to mix with the sludge that was going to the landfill. And without that, they couldn't stabilize it to put it on in the landfill. So it's a challenge, and we're hopeful we come through. And just to put it out there, I've actually been in discussion with Oliver Associates, looking at ways to reduce the amount of sludge we generate besides the watering equipment we're looking to upgrade, which that should happen hopefully later this calendar year. We have 2 old tanks at the treatment plant that are no longer used. I got just a off the wall quote yesterday for a general idea of like a budget number, that if we wanted to turn those tanks into aerated digesters, it'd be about 1.8 million. So it's we have no budget for that. I wouldn't even look at that as an option unless it was absolutely necessary. But I just wanted to make it known that this could be something that we may have to do down the road. Absolutely.
You take in the material from other towns besides Cleveland, like septic, for example?
Septic, yes, we do.
You do.
Yes, and
How
that's
much of that do you take in from other towns? You know,
probably about 1 million gallons.
you get a revenue for that. How much do you charge for septic?
It's currently this fiscal year, it's 13.5 cents per gallon. And we're looking to raise that 8%, which will bring it to 14.5 cents per gallon, which will help cover a majority of this increase we're seeing on the sludge disposal right now.
Smart guy.
And that there's, the same thing, we were going to do a 3% increase. We'll get in that with the revenues.
So the dump sites for solid for the treated waste is going where? To
Right now, it's going to New Brunswick, Canada.
together.
There's a landfill there that Casella has an agreement with, and they're trucking it there. About 4,000 tons a month they're taking. They had a big article in the news the other night showing other communities that have the same issue we are, and they actually showed the site, and basically it made more sense because basically what they said, they made it unstable, and because what they're hauling in didn't have enough firmness to it, and basically where the landfill is actually sagging and sliding, and so they couldn't actually put more.
They have to add drivers to it.
Exactly. So they needed to actually figure out how to make it more stable, which I guess under political pressure, now it's becoming more stable. So, they gotta figure out how to make it work.
Basically how that works.
Last talking point I have here, but if no one has any other questions, is this a small increase on our trash removal? It happens every year. I just did that increase based on the increase we see every fall. Percentage wise.
Question, I don't see any septic increase on your budget, just sewage.
Oh.
All the other departments have an increase, you know.
Oh, there's gonna be a 4% increase for the domestic sewer, which would be for the sewer users, is what we're looking at, and 8% for septic. And that'll, we were gonna do 3% for the domestic rate, and we added an extra percent to that, just because of this increased cost that we're seeing on the sludge disposal side of things.
I had a question.
Yes.
So I think the federal infrastructure bill had a significant amount of money available for water and sewer upgrades for throughout the country.
Yes.
And any upgrades you foresee the need for, or any expansion you see the need for, I would like to see us tap into those funds. I don't know how that's administered. Is it through grants? Do we have to apply for something? But let's keep our eye on that.
We actually look into this every year.
Good.
Our committed fund balance is very high right now. We're actually in the midst of, council actually approved us starting a project April of last year, and it's still in the design phase. It has not gone out to bid. And as part of that project, we're going to reduce our committed fund balance about $700,000. With that's going to go through some grant fund that we already have from a USDA loan with a grant that we acquired 5 years ago.
Okay.
And until we get our committed fund balance down to probably below $1 million, we don't qualify for any of the funds.
Can you explain what that means to me? Committed fund balance?
It's basically an undesignated surplus for the sewer fund, which Kayla could probably elaborate more on that.
Yes, so similar as I mentioned before, at the end of each year, your revenues and your expenses close for each fund into fund balance. And for the sewer department, they're their own fund. So they have their own separate fund balance from the town. And so over the past 5 years, incrementally, the sewer department has been anticipating that payment of that RD loan, which we just closed in November. So that's why the sewer department's committed fund balance is so high. So that way we can, and that's why on the debt service presentation, it was under proposed because he didn't have to go into his budget because he's been planning for that for 5 years. So he's going to ask council to release those funds to pay that principal and interest payment. And fund balances actually have 5 different types. You have unassigned, you have restricted, you have your committed, and you have a few other ones that, depending on the usage of those fund balances, would require, in Steve's case, as a sewer fund, part of the town, require the council presentation and ultimately vote to release those funds.
So that, I think what I'm hearing is there's an incentive for us to release those funds and qualify for federal money.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and it's been planned.
And it's been planned.
Good to hear.
The project we're looking to use some of those funds on, we anticipated being out the bid before the first of this calendar year. And it's still in the design phase. We actually have electrical engineers going to be in on Tuesday to start their portion of design. So it could be several months before it actually goes out to bid. But we're hopeful to have this week, so we'll be back here by summer, hopefully, to get approval to actually award the project.
Okay, thank you.
And then the other part of the sewer budget here, I can speak to Steve. So what we do is the sewer department is a separate fund, but it's inclusive of all of our property and casualty insurances. And what we're looking at for those vehicles, property casualty, general liability insurances is an approximate 15% increase based on inquiry to the insurance agents. So that's factored in. And then the other piece is the bond payments. We separate, you saw it before at 9:30 this morning. That was the town's part. And because the sewer is a separate fund, this is the sewer's portion of his debt. So he has a 2004 and a 2005 CWSRF bond. And one of those, the 2004, will actually be paid in full in 2024. And the 2005, just depending on the timing, will be paid in full in fiscal year 26 for that final interest payment. He also said that QECB, as was mentioned prior this morning, we split that with the sewer department. And then that's the principal and interest side. The last thing to note on his budget is the factor lease. And we paid that in full in fiscal year 23. So we're seeing a $37,313 decrease to his budget. And that is the Vector truck.
Yes.
Big truck.
Can I ask a question about the vacuum truck? How well does that work, and is that used by multiple departments? Is that new manholes, sewer manholes as well as public works?
Yes, we do it. We use it for cleaning manholes and all the sewer lines in town annually. And we also clean all the catch basins for the public works department as part of the MS4 program.
And without that, we couldn't actually fulfill what we're supposed to do.
It's paid for, it's continuing to work. I mean, it's not gonna be replaced right away.
Scheduled for FY29.
Good.
That's all I have. If no one has any questions.
Great job.
Thank you.
I'll stop at
Enjoy the
your
party.
Oh,
Great job. Thank you.
Any more questions?
Yes. We got that notice. So you can't get for it, people can't get it, sometimes it's very fun. And then when they got the authority, the approval to come get it, or to get approval for that compost, so they're not allowed to do that. Okay, that's like, you got approval to do that, right? Everything that they, which I think the big way was sitting. Frozen. Was hit down.
Glenn, what are we doing now?
No, it's actually.
We're taking a quick lunch break until,
Yeah.
I think we're gonna kind of.
In a way,
Yeah, 'cause I remember some of that building. used to have something.
Coming back when?
Shoot for 105.
Richmond up when that closed.
I saw everybody together.
So,
I can't hear you. Too many people talking. Okay, I'll take a break and I'll come back sometime.
going to give us an update of what Western Maine Transportation Services is going to look like in the upcoming fiscal year.
So first of all, oops, I don't think I'm on. Maybe I'm on?
Is it wait for everybody or?
Was everybody
So
here?
we're gonna do the actual part later at 3:30 because he has another engagement, but who else are you going to send?
We don't have.
We have everybody.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
sorry,
Oh,
just listen, don't worry, just be loud.
Yeah.
So first of all, I'm Craig Zerhurst, Community Relations Director for Western Maine Transportation Services. We operate both the Lisbon Connection and the Blue Line. And we have a very interesting year ahead of us. The first thing I'll say is that we had communicated with Kayla on March 3rd that we were going to request $50,000. We have reduced that back to 45. One of the reasons our request letter is late and our request is changing is because there is a lot going on right now coming from the federal and state level. And we're dancing as fast as we can, trying to keep up with the changes. One of the things that's happened, I don't know who your current MPO representative is. Are you Glenn or?
Yeah.
I don't know what the communication chain is like on the MPO, which is the group of towns. It's you all, Sedatus, and of course Lewiston and Auburn. USDOT made the determination finally after getting through all the 2020 census dust up that happened, where different urban and rural lines were going to be nationwide. We had known that it was likely that Lisbon and Sedatus would be made fully urban a couple of years back, but no one had made that that actual determination. That determination has been made. So for better or worse, and for road projects, it's probably good, but for federal highway and for federal transit, Lisbon is now fully urban.
Does that mean we lost 5311?
Uh-huh,
Okay.
yeah.
Were
So,
we using it to supplement our expenses?
yeah, this is probably a discussion we're all gonna have to sit, or Western Maine and you all are gonna have to sit down. But now it's going to be 5310.
Yep. I'm familiar with it.
Correct? Maybe I've got it reversed. I always get those.
Well,
reversed.
5310 for seniors and people with
Right,
disabilities.
5310 will continue, and that's actually probably part of the magic we're going to be doing here. So at any rate, the Lisbon connection that has been funded under rural funding will no longer be eligible for rural funding. It will have to go under urban. You don't want to do that because the pot of money that is the urban funding for Maine is very small, and it's the same pot that CityLink draws from. So if we move the existing Lisbon Connection riders onto the Blue Line as a commuter service that we're also running between Lewiston and Bath and Brunswick and Topsom, it takes the onus of that off and will reduce the overall cost because part of that is a shared cost as opposed to being purely from the town. So right now, at least, we don't have to increase the cost of operation. There are some things that are going to happen. We know that as a commuter route, it itself, the Blue Line, will not meet the needs of people who are off the 196 corridor. So we'll be looking at options, probably a demand response service to get people, say, from their homes to central collection points. But that's going to open up other opportunities for some of the people who otherwise might have been inconvenienced even by the Lisbon connection. And we think it's going to draw more ridership. So we look at this in general as being net positive and will end up helping people in Lisbon trying to get to different places. Most specifically, we have for years known that more people wanted to go that way than that way. So you'll have the ability for people to go to Brunswick, Bath, and Topsom a couple of times a day. And whether that's for shopping or for medical appointments or for pure enjoyment, they'll have that option now rather than just on every third Tuesday when the shoppers run goes down.
So we think that that's going to be a benefit. The Blue Line was developed 3 years ago as a sponsored workforce run with Gagne Foods in Bath. It has taken off and grown like crazy. And Gagne is still sponsoring a portion of it. There are other funds or financial supports for the service. So having Lisbon's money moved there rather than trying to make it sustain its own service will actually get you more money or more service for the money as we move forward. When is the urban designation going to be enforced? That's the thing that nobody has said. We know that the determination has been made. It might be this October 1st. It might be next October 1st. But as you all have probably seen, part of the complication of timing right now is the wrap up and wind down of the pandemic relief fund. And different pots of money were put aside to support different things. We don't know when continuation of funding from that is going to cease. So what we think is the smartest thing for the town and for us as the operator is to try to be proactive and try to get this enforced during this next fiscal year for you all and during our fiscal year. We're offset by a few months. I think your fiscal year is July 1, ours is October 1. But the more expeditiously we can get this service integrated, the better position Lisbon's going to be in terms of determining your own needs and future rather than being told that you have to do it by a certain time. So we're looking very, very forward to sitting down. Glenn, you and I would encourage getting a couple of other people lined up, talk about how we're going to meet the needs of the people off 196 best. We'll come to you with ideas. We have probably 3 or 4 different options, and I think it's just a case of working through that. It may mean that we put out a survey in town to see what people's thoughts and needs are.
So is AvCog incorporating you in the master transportation plan process? That's started now.
That's starting now. So I don't have the answer to that. As you know, the transit side of AvCog is not what it has been in terms of having someone there concentrating on that. In fact, we stole Marcia Bennett from them. She's now working with us, and we're very lucky to have her. Larry for LATC has his hands full trying to figure out what's going on with CityLink. I don't know if anyone heard, but we had a 3rd bus hit by a driver. So we're 3 buses down on that right now. We operate that for Lewiston Auburn. So Larry's trying to get his bearings on lots of things all at once. Amy is certainly an excellent administrator, but I don't know what her current focus is. So we're aware of it. I don't have an answer to that.
I have a meeting with them next week. So.
It might be, yeah, that would probably be a good question to ask what their thoughts are. And again, we don't know who's been told. We don't know where the message sits. We just know that the determination has been made.
Can I ask a couple of questions, Chair? As you drink the water. So just with ground rules, I mean, just to understand, I mean, this is an accessory, it's not a required service.
Right.
Right? The $45,000 is basically, so that line runs from Lawson to Brunswick now, right?
Right.
So basically.
To Bath, actually, all the way to Bath.
And you're pretty much, from what I can read between the lines, what you say, we'd be responsible for bringing people to the 196. That's something that wouldn't be covered on the list.
Oh, no, the 45,000.
Okay.
Not only gets you the access, or I'll call it membership for lack of a better term, or contribution to the Blue Line, but what it does is it allows us to get people from in town to collection points. It may also allow some other service that we can't do right now. For instance, we experimented this past year with running demand response service here in town. We actually took quite a few folks to both civilian and veterans medical care. And we had some people who had to access some special adult ed. We did that as a trial run, to see how we could integrate demand response service into what we're doing here. It worked well.
Yeah, we actually have numbers. I know you say the demand going Brunswick Bath has actually greatly increased. I mean, our ridership numbers were fairly low at one point, and then they were actually starting increasing with our sole standalone
Right.
bus service.
That went up 10%, even with everything else that's going on. So your ridership on the Lisbon connection went up 10% past year.
In a week. Do you have those numbers up front of you? That may be just a workshop night, basically. Anything else? I guess my question would be is, so the 45,000 at this point would be just to have you stock when it goes to Lisbon and pick
No.
up, right? It would be,
It would also include whatever getting people from outside of the area to the blue line would be. So up 10%, total rides this year, 3,346, shoppers, 494. What does that break down to? I think it's, yeah, my math on the fly is not that good.
Sounds like 65 people a week, maybe.
It's, yeah, that sounds close. But again, it's trending up again. And that's one of the things we're seeing service wide, is that people's aversion to public transit is now going away. They're starting to get more used to using buses. And we also know that there's some people who were using Lisbon Connection who have made the leap and they're using Blue Line because they want to head southeast.
and what would you say would be the biggest things that is actually going to be a loss with the Lisbon connection? Because I mean, it had to be some
I think-
options that
I think
basically made it
there's a
better.
couple things. The first is that the bus, a single bus won't be circulating, so there would have to be a transfer. Some people that's okay, some people it's not, but I think the way that we would manage it, I think people would be okay with it. Right now, the frequency of the Blue Line is 3 round trips a day with 6 passages through town. Right now, we're doing 5 trips on the Lisbon connection, but honestly, all 5 aren't being used.
No, actually, some of the use, I mean, sometimes you see the bus and that's fairly, I was wondering about usage.
Yeah,
It's up and down.
so we think that it's a wiser use of resources too, but as we're watching numbers come back, we don't want to say that because we don't want to diminish that people are starting to increase their interest in riding. But I think that when you look at where the ridership has been, and I don't have the numbers in terms of the times of day being used, but the majority of the trips are at the beginning and the end of the day. It's not midday, except for the shopper's trip. And we want to maintain some way of serving those shoppers. They love that ride. And
How do you actually go about the idea of, say, ours is 45,000 for the ability to be able to use the service, right?
Mhm.
I mean, like, when you look at Topsom and Bath and Boston, I mean, is theirs based on ridership or is it based on their number of people? I mean,
I honestly do not know the structure of the funding for the Blue Line.
Okay.
That is something that when we get together and discuss how things are going to be put together.
I assume these other communities pay money like we would.
Some do, some don't. And I don't know where that sits right now.
It'd be interesting to see how that.
It would be
goes out.
very interesting. I know that Androscoggin County is funding a chunk of it.
Well, that would be including us, because we're in Nanticoke County, right?
It does. Androscoggin County funds Western Maine Transportation for all of its services that are used within the county for $45,000 right now annually.
Okay.
Same amount. Because of the match and because of other factors, there is a synergy that works well for that. Where this has been and would continue to be, not just using the Blue Line, but also a local service to feed the Blue Line, that becomes a local service. Where would we have someone that would be similar to that? Brunswick has its Brunswick Link that they fund individually. We wish that we could get Topsom on board. I don't know if you're aware that Topsom has an aversion to public transit, but we're looking at some of the things that are happening and developing to go to some of the businesses to either have them encourage the town to fund or actually have the businesses themselves fund it. Here in Lisbon, you don't really have the concentration of businesses that you would need to raise that support. But you're asking a good question. I'm
Just curious. I
Yeah,
mean,
no, it's an
basically,
excellent question.
I mean, the outer loop is down Wing Street, down Route 9.
Right.
So I mean, it's not like it's not too far. I mean, I think, I have no problem funding the money to see how it goes initially, but internally, kind of like that discussion earlier about personal responsibility, if we have a couple bus stops down on 196. I mean, it
No,
may
that would not be,
Yeah.
yes, that's where the blue line would go, but no, that's not what the service would provide.
No, the service is providing, bringing people to
Right.
those bus stops,
Right.
but that may be just more of a personal responsibility versus the idea of,
Yes,
so I mean,
it could be, but we also are aware of the number of people in town, especially some of the older folks who do use the Lisbon Connection, who do use the Shoppers Run. And I think that's when the discussion comes in. How do we meet that need most effectively, both in terms of funding and in terms of the actual needs of the ridership? Yes, there is. Anytime you have a transit line, there is a personal responsibility of getting from your door to the established stop. It may also speak to needing to establish some additional stops in Lisbon that might take some of the pressure off. But just for right now,
all items to be discussed.
Yeah. But until we know what the actual cost is, we know that for right now, we're safe. 45 won't take service away from people. It will allow us to continue, make the change, and then assess where we go from there.
Yeah, but it just seems like a major change in the philosophy of what we've done.
It is, and if we didn't have to make it, we wouldn't do it. But it's either we can be proactive or we can have it forced on us. And because of the lack of funding for the urban transit, if we wait, if we're forced into that urban pot, there won't be anything to use because CityLink is consuming it.
So that 45, would that be a contracted amount that we need to pay even before we figure out how we do that second part of the intercity, the idea of transportation to the, I'm just saying, 'cause that seems like to be the
And
most important part.
for this year, yes. Moving forward, that's the discussion that we'll have a lot more information after we make that transition. But this year, where it's a flat funded thing, where our general manager and our finance director have gone through the knowns and are trying to project, we're comfortable with that for right now. We would hope that we'd be able to keep everything without an increase in cost over the years. I mean, keep in mind that in general, we've had a 15% increase for all of our costs. At least everybody's getting smacked so hard with this. I was listening to your public works director talking about getting trucks. Yeah, we're 2 years from buses. $120,000 bus from pre-pandemic years is now $200,000.
That was crazy.
It's really nerve-wracking. We're also looking at the possibility of the feds changing some funding policies, and we're hoping that comes through. But it's conjecture at this point, and you can't safely budget on conjecture.
I noticed, one-way fares are $1.50 for those.
Mhm.
Seniors disabled 11 and under, 75 cents.
Right.
What's the age for seniors?
That is specifically unstated for a reason. Western Main Transportation has always had a policy of 60. However, CityLink, to which this connects, has a policy of 65.
Yeah. No complaints there.
Now, because you're 45, I don't know why you're asking the question.
You're in different.
So just for that, the class of service requires a half fare for people who are 65 and older or in. I think that where we are moving right now from various rules that are being promulgated, I think we're gonna end up with 65 being a set mark. But when that was first established, it was open-ended. Yeah.
Well, we're very fortunate.
I might make it. I could be the one.
So I have a question that may be unrelated. That it's just got some sort of a grant.
Working on it.
Transportation.
We're working on it with them.
And does that fit into this blue line thing we talked about? Or-
That's a question I hope to be able to answer a whole lot better for you within a month.
Okay.
So this is not set in stone. This is very much a field in motion. Yes, we are working with Bath Iron Works. Their schedule and what their needs are look like it will require a totally separate but parallel service. It also looks like we're going to fill up the school bus.
Probably 3 of them. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Well, if
so
we're gonna work with them, they should pay for Androscoggin and everyone else. They have unlimited money, right? mean,
I think General Dynamics, their largesse should be brought to bear.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, exactly. So if plans move forward the way we anticipate them, there will be a new line express service created.
Yep.
The current model looks like we will require folks to make reservations. So we assure that we have sufficient capacity. Any seats that are reserved by anybody, whether it's BIW or residents of Lisbon, that's their seat. And it would be open to the public because any workforce transportation is required to be a public run. So even though Bath Iron Works is sponsoring it, if people wanted to take the ride at whatever hour it would be open to the residents of Lisbon too.
Sure, fair enough.
This is all very much fluid right now. No paper has been signed, and we don't know. As of Thursday, that was the last word.
When I first started there years ago, there was a guy in Lewiston, private guy, that bought an old school bus, and I rode it back and forth to that.
Yep, absolutely. And that was a heck of an initiative, and I don't know, ran that for what, about 5 or 6 years?
You did. I'm trying to remember his name now. Nice guy, very nice.
Very nice guy, and actually was an ex-policeman.
Oh, I didn't know. that.
Yeah, I knew him from another thing. I can't think of the gentleman's name.
Just wondered if you had it on video.
Yeah, you were a good guy, right? Very
Oh, you don't?
I didn't charge that much.
No.
It was a great guy.
I think, my understanding is one of the reasons they,
The library doesn't have any.
we can get more to.
Thank you.
He didn't charge enough. So when the equipment started running into trouble,
It didn't.
Yeah.
Too bad.
that's a step people are gonna appreciate.
Yeah, oh, it was way back.
And the recreation.
Oh, now, we're the elected, sure, no problem.
Sorry, we already.
Thank you.
So we'll talk more, when do you meet with Alcott?
Executive board has a meeting Wednesday.
Wednesday.
First one.
Okay. Congratulations.
You better watch it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi. Thank you. I'm ready now.
Don, we're gonna start it up again. Are you, over there?
I'm here. I listened to the whole presentation there. Not sure what I heard, but I listened to it.
Where you are, Don, sorry.
Yeah. Oh, well, the good news is it's not raining anymore. The sun's up.
So next we got Parks and Rec. We got, 6 minutes more.
I think we do it 5. Started 5, we have to go. I just want to make a point that this is the first time that I can ever remember, including the meeting that we went before the library. I've always followed Diane, always had a nice table set for us. And, I think our budget hasn't changed a whole lot. What's interesting,
You're just gonna wait for the red light?
I'll wait till tell you what's interesting about our budget and
First got out of chest.
have them too.
Morning. Good morning, Mark.
It's afternoon, Don.
Good evening, Don.
Don't talk with your mouth full.
Ready? Yeah. Okay. What I want to say is that what's interesting about our budget, kind of unique in the sense that we bring in a lot of revenues, or at least a third of our budget is received in revenue. And that changes depending on what kind of year we have, what kind of programs we have. We had maybe a dip in revenue which received when we had a couple of years of COVID, but it's bounced back really strong the last year and a half. And we'll show that Tuesday night's council meeting. We're hoping to meet with the council, talk about some few changes that is going to be looking at what the current market for some of our programs are and introducing things that will match more closer to the current market or getting closer to the current market as it is now for especially our summer day camps and our after school program. And so I didn't know if I saw, Steve going down line by line. I didn't know if you wanted to just go over some of the changes. I did want to make a point too to say that at the last recreation committee meeting we had, Vern was attending there, and then we had the recreation committee was talking about salaries. And something that is also unique to our department is a lot of our employees are right at minimum wage. And I know that there's a couple other departments that have minimum wage issues. With it jumping a dollar, almost $1 every year for the last several years, kind of becoming bottleneck with supervisor pay and assistant supervisor pay for our summer day camps and after school program. So that's something that I think that as an asterisk to our non-supervisory and temporary seasonal lines, I think that's something that we need to talk about. Do you have any questions about this wages? These are my yeah, they are pretty fun.
Mark, with that discussion you just made, is there actually for your part-time staff, a seasonal, especially the supervision, do you actually have step increases? Is there a step increase platform based on your yearly return or?
We used to do a quarter a year. When someone came back for a second year for summer day camp, we get a quarter. And 1 year it was 50 cents based on the increase in the minimum wage. But when Diane was the town manager, she decided to put it as a 3% increase. Hard to do that for a person that's working part-time, 10 hours a week with that much responsibility. It wasn't much of an increase, and that's why we had people that work in here for 6 years making 5 cents more than someone who's just coming in. So
But a lot of that just needs to be relooked at.
I know it's a challenge, and I know it's a moving target too, because it's that minimum wage is always, the salary study and the salary survey that you have that's current. I think the first two lines are actually on the minimum wage right now, and they will be in 2024. In 2024, the minimum wage will be $15. And almost all of our employees make a lot less than that right now. So I'm going to go right now to the changes that we have, the major changes. Operating supplies, we increased a little bit there, 6%, only because cost of supplies are increasing as we go. There's nothing new that we're purchasing that I can recall. And some of the changes we had to make, we just made some adjustments with the summer trips. Summer trips are what day camp kids go to in the summer. And it's a big draw. We have 275 kids in our signed up for our day camp every year. This past year, we had to put 30 families on a waiting list because we just didn't have enough bus drivers, and we're actually running out of room. So we're asking the school department to possibly allow us to have a fourth location. We have one of the biggest summer day camps in the area. Our camps are bigger than Lewis and Auburn.
I'd say it equals Brunswick. And I think that's for a couple reasons. One, because of the price. That's what we'll talk about Tuesday night, but it's also a quality program. People trust us. If they didn't, they wouldn't put their kids in our program. But 275 kids in our program is a pretty solid number. If you look at the what it costs for a day camp for us, it's about $475. And we're increasing that for a little, just a little bit, maybe $50. That's a very large increase in revenues for the coming year. And so when Glenn asked us to go back and look at, what can we cut out of our budget? We looked at, some capital things. We also looked at increasing our revenues. And so because of some things like our day camps are a little bit under the market, we were able to put a little bit more revenues in there to show a $50,000 increase just in that one program, because we have so many kids in that program. So combined with revenues and expenses, we actually made a difference in about $100,000 in our cuts and our increase in revenues. The summer trips, they are getting more expensive too. They we probably won't be going to Funtown this year. I think last year, thankfully Kayla was very instrumental in getting us to work our department so that we could get our kids to Funtown last year. It's the biggest draw of the summer, but we were scheduled to go on the last day of the fiscal year. But she asked if we could move it to the next day, on the 1st of July. And it's like a $4,000 or $5,000 expense in just that one day. But as I talk about summer trips, even though we're increasing in a lot of these programs, you're going to see an equal or even more matching in revenues. With the exception of our parks and our supplies, I can almost assure you that in every program we ask for in recreation, that we're going to have an equal and matching revenue source to match that almost every time. With the park side of things, can't say that, because parks historically doesn't really make money. Parks cost a lot of money. There's a lot of maintenance, there's a lot of equipment, there's a lot of things. I mean, people don't get rich running parks, in the private sector. Going down further, so I don't see any other increases down. Moving down to okay, so this is a very good example. This is that perfect segue of what I was just talking about of matching revenues. This past year, we increased, we actually put a bus transportation line in there for $16,000. This is just an example of what it cost us to get our senior citizens to Boston to get on the airplane to take our senior trips. That's probably 5 trips a year with Northeast Charter, getting us from Lisbon to Boston. And so we will collect revenues to compensate for that $16,000. It'll be a matching dollar for dollar match. And when I wanted to move up a little further is also the new programs, which is further up, right there. Was it $8,000? That's the exact same thing. So oftentimes we'll have a program or an event or an activity that's not in our budget. It'll be like the Winterfest or something like that, and we need to pay our dog sledders or something like that. That's what this comes out of. We'll collect the revenues and we'll put it in our new program. So when we go over our revenue lines, I'll have an equal or matching or even more revenues covering those expenses. I think there might be another one too. The senior meals is another one right underneath bus transportation. It's another example of a revenue matching program we have. Electricity, I'd love to talk about this. It is it's a little increase from last year. It's a 900% increase because we were able to use some of the money that we collect for the park for improvements for the park. And something that we thought was really important was to have a heat source. So we put a heat pump in the lodge. There's this awesome, beautiful stove in there. But after an hour and a half of getting the guys in there and getting it warmed up, they could finally take their gloves off. So, and the other thing is we want to eventually have a water source in there so they can sink to wash hands, and, an eye wash station, a bathroom. And we couldn't do that without a heat source because the pipes would freeze. So started with this, we put a heat pump in there, used money from the fees from Beaver Park. And what I intend for it at the time was increasing our electricity for that. And just, in 4 weeks, we went from spending about $60 a month to about 170. So that was why we added the electricity line. We actually increased it by almost 1,000%. Okay, was there anything else that was popping up?
So just to kind of follow up on what Mark was just talking about the Beaver Park Fund. So historically, and kind of tying into what he's talking about, corresponding revenues, there was a line item several fiscal years ago for Beaver Park fees that was on the general fund revenue side. Through some spring cleaning and some light reading, we discovered in the vault that there was a document that cited that the fees, so when residents come in to purchase their stickers, that collection of that revenue, that was designed to be set aside into a special revenue fund, and that was supposed to build a reserve, and it was restricted for improvements to the park. And unfortunately, we can't go backwards, we can only look forward. So from when that document was discovered 2 fiscal years ago, that now has been appropriately set aside into a special revenue fund. And we bring in about $10,000 to $13,000 a year for Beaver Park fees. And so based on the document, those fees, those revenue sources are used for improvements to the park specifically. And so that's how the Parks Department was able to get that heat source in this current fiscal year. And then the other items for water usage, we already talked about that today. Those numbers being from the Lisbon Water Department. And then the sewer, Steve had talked about a 4% increase, but for parks and recreation, we're looking at current numbers, current budget to actuals, and including that 4%, that $227 increase is bringing them more in line with their actual usage. And then the next one, Mark, R&M equipment.
So the repair and maintenance now, Caleb put this in this line. We have some of our goals last 3 or 4 years filtrated in our capital improvements plan, or they're actually in our budget this year. We're asking for $10,000 for to create a parking lot at Summer Street Park, and also to put a chain link fence around and look at it as a dog-friendly park. Lisbon's been kind of hammering for years about talking about a dog park in town, and Summer Street Park has probably the best unknown park in town. People, there's no parking there. First of all, you have to park alongside the road, and if you get out the passenger side, you're going to fall into a ditch. So it's kind of not really inviting. So we're hoping that I talked to some people about what it would cost to take some of those big pines down along the road and have some off-street parking to make it safer. And then also to, I've seen Beaver Park grow so much since we doubled the parking there, people bringing their dogs there and enjoying the park. And that's also a great place. But I think Lisbon Falls would benefit too of having that dog park and on Lisbon Falls side. So that's what that's for. It's $10,000 for parking and $8,000 for the fence.
The entire park would be a dog park. Right?
Yeah, it would be 300 feet of fence basically. It would go throughout the trees, inside the trees, and around. You know where the picnic table is. There's a picnic table in the middle with a trash can. We do mow that, but it's low maintenance, and the fence would go around that open area. But it'd be really neat because it's not going to be just in the open area. It'll go through the fences. There's some really nice landscaping around there. There's level changes. There's some really aesthetic trees, and then walk another 50 feet at the power lines, and then you cross down to the other area, you have a beautiful river that's incredible. So I think people will go there if we offer some parking and some signage and a place for people to let their dogs go.
What's the town liability with the dog park?
I mean, a lot of towns have them, and I think even Kelly Park has one up in Lisbon. I think they have them for their residents. But I'd have to look into that.
Yeah, so I mean, if I bring my dog and I'm there with my dog and there's already 4 other dogs and I get bit by a dog.
Well, it's like that was, we've had those issues on our walking path. People get bit on our walking path.
Yeah.
And even with their dogs on a leash, we've had people bit. You'll have to go after the person that's responsible for that dog. You still have to be responsible for your dog. And I know that under Parks and Recreation, we're covered under a tort claims that covers almost all of it. There's an inherent risk with any type of recreation you do. And I'm pretty sure that, when you get bit at Beaver Park or Summer Street Park, it's going to be the same.
Mike, the $300 figure for the power, is that MTM also
$300 figure for power.
for the electricity?
Oh, that was last year?
Yeah.
I think MTM Community Center was in a different, I think that was in the Billings line.
So that's strictly for Beaver Park.
That was for, no, the $300 line was for a snack shack at Pinewoods Road. I think
But it includes Beaver Park now.
Beaver Park, I think, is under buildings. Oh, yes, it does
Yeah.
include Beaver Park now. That's the lodge, the heat pump.
So the other operations for the MTM is actually on the buildings, town buildings.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is strictly Beaver Park?
Just the electricity.
Where's the sewer in Beaver Park?
There is none.
So the sewer is MTM and
So that's what I'm confused about. 'cause
Well, I'm
we actually have
confused,
uses
because I thought
for
this was
both.
all Beaver Park.
no, I think over time, when Parks and Rec ended up merging, I don't think it was looked at as what is the park and what is MTM. And then when we factored in buildings, and we'll have that discussion when we get to buildings of trying to develop a plan on how to better represent our maintenance and our utilities on all of our townwide buildings. So I think that this is going to bring forward part of that conversation, especially for the Parks and Recreation Department, is what's that delineation here? What parks belong to parks, what parks relate to rec, and then folding in the buildings piece. So it's a little bit of a mixed bag currently for this department. Of some of it is MTM and some of it is parks.
Okay, so electricity is Beaver Park,
That's the lodge.
the
Yeah,
lodge,
yeah.
and the sewer is MTM.
The sewer is MTM. So Beaver Park has no sewer.
There's no water usage.
Hence
Yeah,
why
but-
I asked.
And
where the
Beaver
sewer-
Park also has no water. We have a well. But it comes right, it goes right into the lot, to the cabin.
Yeah, and the water usage is actually, I mean, is that strictly just MTM? The water usage,
It's
that's,
part of MTM, and then when we were doing some of the irrigation down at
Grassy.
Grassy,
Yeah.
that was folded in at the time.
so it's actually really integrated between Parks and Rec, and just not, no definite lines. It definitely would be beneficial to kind of clean that up, because the operational money for Beaver Park, I assume when that was really intense, is so Beaver Park can be self-sustaining, right? So you actually take money in, you pay the expenses. So it's not necessarily just for, is it written strictly as new improvements or actually upkeep costs? I mean, so that
Yeah, so that's
usage of power stuff, they can be taken out of that, the fees.
That's very interesting, and we've learned a lot in these past couple of years of looking back at the history and looking back at, at what point when Parks was separate and then when it became merged together. When we found that document strictly states improvement to the park only for those Beaver Park fees. It does not include the operational side. So that could be something to be looked at again on a budgetary level.
Money we collect for rent on the lodge here, does that go into that, or does it go into a different fund, because it's within Beaver Park? I mean, maybe that's,
That's a great question.
you know what I mean? So I mean, I just think it's probably very much like a lot of the recreational, operational descriptions are very old and need to be updated. I think council really needs to look at these and actually determine what, because in a sense, I mean, what we collect on the lodge actually could offset a lot of the other costs. So it could be pretty much, you know, revenue or say expense neutral, but it just has to be written in that way. But if the rent we're collecting in theory needs to go to just improvements, that would actually put quite a burden on the expense part of it. That's all.
Yeah, I think it should be looked at again, moving forward.
And I think that would be very easy to do too. is
Yeah,
have
just
those earmarked as, okay, this is Beaver Park.
Yeah,
Expenses,
parks
these are
and
Beaver
Rec.
Park revenues.
Caleb, this is where you're supposed to recommend that the finance department do all this stuff, because that way they you don't worry about it. You just make the recommendation.
Good recommendation. I
How much?
second.
What if anything in here is Warumbo?
None of
Whatever
this,
they're calling
none
it.
of this is Rumbo.
Because we paying for water? Pay for
Oh, I think the water department.
that. And seed and all that.
Oh, well,
Who
the
pays for
town,
the
the
rest?
town did that.
Yeah, that was not through
That was our, the seed and the loan.
So Parks and Rec had no expenses
No,
as it relates to Warumbo.
just hours of flooding the water, filling, taking water out of the river and, putting in garden hoses and trying to get that grass to grow. That worked out.
Well, we were using
Using park staff.
a
so they
hydrant.
did
Weren't we using a hydrant?
We're using
That we were
a,
getting charged by the water.
It wasn't needed for a while.
it was not metered for a while and then we ended up putting a meter on it. We ended up getting the yard hydrant from, not the hydrant, but
The gun.
yeah, it's a water cannon from high school. The broken one didn't, has only one wheel, but it would serve a purpose for us. It worked for a while.
I think my recommendation would be is that we've actually expanded a lot of the Parks and Rec in multiple different directions, and maybe it's just a good time to look at everything, right? And just try to figure out what's smart about how the expenses come through, because I mean, some of these probably aren't really fair in the sense of actually being lumped all into one
Sure.
number, you know, so.
You're absolutely right. I have about 60 pages. I started off with one page and $13,000 in revenues 30 years ago. And I think our entire budget was $63,000. And it's grown to the size it has, not because we forced it to, it's because we allowed it to. It's just that we're sandwiched perfectly between Brunswick and Lewiston, and we're in the perfect spot. We don't share anything with the YMCA, the boys clubs, and we're able to grow internally and sustain everything and increase our revenues as we go. So, and quite a ride, but we do have to probably look at everything individually and see if, we want to have the park's expenses earmarked more for Beaver Park and all those other things. I think it's a wise thing to do.
I think we have a top-notch Parks and Rec sliver of our town compared to a lot of towns. I'm really impressed and
So,
glad,
thank you.
glad of that.
I'm pretty proud too with our team and what we've been able to now take care of. Sometimes we get curveballs, blindsided, things like that, but
Happens.
we're able to adjust and we're doing very well. And but we also have other departments between the Public Works, Fire Department, Police Department, Finance. We have a great team overall, and we're able to. We wouldn't be able to do that without everyone working together. The only thing I wanted to mention too is that we have the equipment, and in that equipment line, we're asking for a stand behind mower. Right now we have 2 mowers, and I'd say probably half the summer it needs repairs. So we have only 1 mower going out. We have a lot more green space in our community right now, and we're doing Kelly Park. We're doing, a lot of different areas, with all the walking paths, all the parks, gardens, and trails. And we need to have a 3rd mower for a standby. Yes, the stand behind mower is also a narrow mower. Instead of spending 5-6 hours at a cemetery, we probably knock it out in an hour. So that was one of the reasons why we're getting that mower. We're hoping to get that mower and also for a salt and sand spreader. It's gonna go in the back of one of our trucks. So that when we're doing the town office, we do the plowing of the town office and community center. That we don't have to wait for public works to come by with one of their trucks, that we can do it all in one sweep. So that's another expense that we're asking for.
On the salt and sand spreader, that's a piece of equipment that we think requires quite a bit of care and maintenance. And I think that would be better suited to public works.
So when we need repairs and maintenance, public works will take care of it.
Right.
They will, but it's gonna be in the back of one of our trucks, because we have two trucks, a 1 ton and 3/4 ton, but they're plowing around this building on every snowstorm. So it'll be probably in the back of our 3/4 ton, and it'll salt as we're finishing plowing parking lots here.
So Parks and Recreation does the plowing here, not the town.
Right.
Okay.
The, just kind of tailing off of that, because I'd just be curious on like a gas and diesel usage, how much of that is actually used for winter operations. I mean, so, I mean, I think we're gonna not just merge like two entities together, we actually have our winter operations merged into our recreation department now, which, I mean, I'm not sure how we separate that, but yet it's really, especially if we have a year that's drastic and we can actually get some FEMA funds or something, it'd be nice to have it in a package that we can collect some of that back, but because probably the bulk of your usage for your plow truck fuel is plowing town buildings and stuff, right?
Absolutely,
So-
absolutely, yeah, we're up 12 hours, it's like public works,
I think it's great that we actually are overlapping departments, right? And making them uses of all the employees, but yet
Yeah.
we got to make sure that the funds, the costs are put in the correct categories, right?
Yeah, and make sure that the right people are doing the right job, right? The public works, that's kind of, they do a great job throughout the rest of the town. I'm kind of surprised they're not doing it here.
Short staff.
Is that what it is? Staff,
Exactly. We have a hard time just getting done what we get done.
And we could talk about cross training too, so that we can get some of our staff trained in some of the bigger trucks. I know we've talked to them about getting trained in the bucket loader. But if we need some, road work done going into Beaver Park, or any other park, we could have, just go with the bucket loader and let's skilled up. Our guys are skilled and they're trained enough to do that. And we could do that without asking for favors, public work.
We go back to trail maintenance.
Sure.
River Trail and R&M. I think the trails we've built in town have been so successful that they caused their own problem, which is parking. The one that was popular one down by ice cream places, so full that you can't park there. The people parking the street. I don't know what you do about parking there, but it's really become an issue. It won't go away. If you have any ideas of solutions at all there?
I had to find out what the parameters were when they built that park. That it is a park,
Yes.
but when they put all the trailer parking.
Right.
So there's really no car parking there because there's signs that say trailer parking only, and you very rarely do you see any more
Well,
than
take
one or
most of them down.
right. You
That's-
see one or two trail.
That's the funding came to build that is because of for fishing and for river usage. So that was designed as a truck and trailer parking. That's why it was paid for.
It's still cool, even those spaces fill up after a
Yeah,
while.
but I mean, I think the town's gone to great lengths. I mean, we actually have room for hundreds of cars to park at the community school with access to the trail. We actually have made a parking lot down in Capitol Avenue. We actually have the high school parking now that you can use and connect to the trail. So I mean, I think if people are well versed in where to go, I mean, if we have room for hundreds of people to park, it's just a matter of fact, people are not going to the proper locations. They're trying to get to the boat launch to actually use the walking trail, and it's a boat launch, not a trail parking. Basically, it's what it's all.
Well, he brings up another issue is that if you, there's several places where you can access on Capitol Avenue or at Leathern Street in Falls, but there are no signage that indicates how to get there. No one, there's nothing at the top of Capitol Avenue says there's a parking down here for the trail, there's trail down here. The same as Leathern Street, there's no signage that indicates down Leathern Street.
I think mine there's like $5,000.
$5,000 of signage going up to something.
It hasn't been done yet, but we have templates we're working on. We have design. We're going to replace the signs that are already there that are actually molded and falling apart. So we're replacing those as well, and we're trying to make them all the same so that people recognize them if they walk into the area. Oh, there's a park and recreation sign. They give you information.
The other issue there, though, is a problem at Leatham Street. There's no parking, and no one's gonna, in the right mind's gonna walk all the way from uptown to get to the trail. So people park in the street down there, causing a problem with neighbors and with traffic. And so it seems like there's a space there in the corner where it could be developed into parking, but the town hasn't initiated it. It would be nice if the town could initiate some parking, gravel parking.
Even if it was for 2 or 3 cars, it would be.
Absolutely. I think there's an area there that's not buildable for the plane or something, but there could be a gravel port in basically for 3 parking spots that would help out.
It's really successful, but it's parking becoming.
Good point.
Any other questions? Kayla, do you want to give the year to date and then?
Just one more update from Mark, if you could, of the last item, which is a new account being added for scholarships.
With our meeting Tuesday night with the town council on increasing revenues, we're going to be increasing our day camps and our after-school program a good percentage. And it's, like I said, it's going to be closer to the market than it has been. But with that, there's going to be more families that might not be able to afford it. And so something that we're doing for the first time this year is we're having residents registration available starting April 1st. And then non-residents can start registering as far as early as May 1st. So with the scholarships, we're hoping that, working with the recreation committee, that we could offer a program so that people can afford it. If they have 4 or 5 children and they can only afford 2 or 3 of them, then we could offer an application for them to process with us. And then we could go through it with the recreation committee and offer some type of scholarship program. We have it in the past. And it was through people that donated money to us, but it went fast. $2,500 is a start. It's really not going to do it. It won't do an incredible amount of, it won't meet the needs, I don't think, for everyone, but it'll give us a starting point to work from.
They'd be
And-
partial scholarships, is that correct?
It could be partial or depending on the need. It could be partial. We're thinking probably most of them will be.
Okay.
And there already exists a special revenue account, as Mark said, some people have donated and we've set aside a special revenue account. So to get this on the operating expense budget going and to kind of tie into everything that was brought up as questions today, if there's money remaining in his operating expense line for those scholarships, and if the budget allows to carry forward, we can certainly propose that to the town council to carry forward that into that reserve account to continue the program.
If I may, excuse me, this is one of the things we did talk about at the recreation meeting, and I was really amazed that 30% of the 30% of the people doing the summer program are from outside the community. Was it that much?
We threw a number out. I think I said $14,000, and we did actually impact was $14,400. So we were pretty close.
The biggest concern that I have, and I think other people do, is the summer rec programs have been there since I went to summer rec programs back in the day. It was a long time ago, right?
It's free.
But it offers an opportunity for kids to do stuff other than just be in other places in town and actually maybe using our police department to actually, offset some of their exercises, right? But with the discussion, the idea that we're going to pay our people more becomes the idea we're going to increase the expenses, right? So we really don't want to make this a program that people from outside the community can afford more so than the people that really was really intended for. I think that people from outside our community can actually help offset it, but I think at the end of the day, it's really about kids in our community that people pay taxes here that just need a place for their kids to go and safely be monitored and actually have a place that can feel like at home during the summer. So how we do that, I mean, I think it's $25 is compared to this major, the operation budget is a drop in the bucket. And I think at the end of the day, whether it's done through programs or events, I think to me, I kind of look at it. I mean, we used to talk with the school about the idea of lunches and kids that actually, if they're delinquent on their lunch, they actually were told they couldn't get lunch that day. To me, it's the programs that actually that benefit the kids that need it are the ones that usually turn away at times if it comes to financial. So I would just think that the financial ability for a family to use a program would keep them not to use it, especially if those are the ones that probably would benefit the most. That's all.
I guess I'm saying $2,500 is actually a very low amount, probably what it's really need.
In the description, it said a handful of children. That was pretty clever. A handful of children.
Didn't know how to, because this would be new, I wasn't sure, I didn't want to put a data fact on there, so I used a handful of children.
We provide lunch too. People realize that when they come to our day camp, they get red carpet treatment. They get snacks, they get lunch. They get to go to all these different amusement parks, the beaches, and it's a really great deal.
Sign up.
What do you waiting for?
What do I sign up?
So thank you, Mark. And to conclude, the Parks and Recreation Department as of March 1st, 2023 is 68.05% expended, which means they have spent $598,570.85, leaving them $281,077.15 through June 30th, 2023. Just slightly above my expectations of 67%, but not of any concern for me at the moment.
I do have a couple of questions, Mark. The non-supervisory line, how many employees does that cover?
I'd have to get a breakout. I do have a breakout here.
And also the temp seasonal.
Okay, so the non-supervisory are our after-school program, and that includes our administrative assistant, senior coordinator, cleaning staff.
Yeah, cleaning staff, park supervisor, full-time parks.
All of our regular employees, including our after-school program staff. So we have supervisor, coordinator for after-school, and 5 employees that help in the after-school program. And that's a 39, 40-week program that happens every day during the school year. In addition to that, we have, I think, 2 seasonal summer maintenance people. They work 40 hours a week for 25 weeks. That's where and then
That's under non-supervisor.
The seasonal parks is under temporary and seasonal, along with all of those camp counselors. They're considered temporary and seasonal. The full-time employees would be under the non-supervisory.
so the non-supervisory, we have 17 to 18 non-supervisory and temporary counting coaches.
Fitness instructors.
7 people.
7. And the, I love the scholarship idea, but I bet you that if you did some couple fundraisers, if you did a Beaver Park 5K, how long is the trails in Beaver Park?
Well, they do for 21 miles. The middle
It's a
school,
5K right there.
well, the middle school and high school run there, and they have their meets there. And they run a 5K.
So if you advertise to the running world that Beaver Park 5K is coming in June or July or whatever, I bet you would have over 100 people. Because people that run they look for
When did you
places
say,
to
when
run.
did you say this? In June?
July.
Yeah, so we'll do a big 5K right before the Monty 5K.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can manage that one.
Or September.
Maybe in
Or October.
October, right during the.
You know what I mean?
I do. Yeah.
And you could expand it, make it a 10K and then incorporate Pinewood Road, and Ferry, and
Yeah, it's already marked. School already marks it out. The trails are already marked orange, all the way through, and track coaches, the cross country coaches, all do all the work. So it'd be.
I bet you raise a lot of cash and your market for the scholarship. Just saying. I know that when I used to run, I have to actually plan my vacations around 5Ks. You're shaking, you're nodding your head, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, like when I went to Virginia, I would look and see where the 5Ks were. And I would say, okay, that's what I'm gonna do. Teacher, because I was gonna know. The little participate.
I was here.
Yeah, well, sticker. Yeah, but no, I mean, that's, runners look for contests, and then whether they get a medal or not, they don't care because they compete against themselves.
5K, Martin 5K, we had over 500 runners last year. And with 25, I think it's 25, $30 race day, so figure out $8,000 in 2 hours. It's a great.
Right, and there's not a whole lot of expense, I mean, unless you want to,
Costs about $3,500 with awards and t-shirts.
if you want to do shirts and all that stuff.
And timekeeping.
Timekeeping, yeah.
Yeah,
Because you want to do it professionally, you want to just have.
right, right. I mean, if you chip it, that's obviously it's a little more expensive, right? You can always have. Because they keep their own time.
Not to interrupt, you want to take that one up with the rec committee, so the library.
Right, library's next. Thank you, Mark. Good job.
Just moving on, moving on.
Keep it moving over there, boss.
I haven't been there yet. I gotta get over there. I will.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
That's painless so far, wasn't
Good afternoon, everyone. I have the proposed 23-24 library budget to present to you. I'm not going to go over a lot of this in the sense that our mission doesn't change, to provide excellent library services to our community. And as a former counselor used to say, toot your own horn. And I will do that today. So we do an excellent job. And when people move into town to get a library card or retire here, we have a lot of new retirees, I do tell them, we do everything the big boys do, just on a smaller scale. We provide everything you would get in Portland, Auburn, all of those big boys. So truly, that's what we do. We have 5 employees who together work 180 hours. We provide services 6 days a week, and that totals 43 hours. And again, that is sometimes surpasses some of the big boys. Some of them don't open until 10 a.m. Shame on them. We're there at 9, and then we stay. We've just added extra hours on Saturday, and Lisbon residents are loving it. We used to close early. And so now we're there till 3. We're seeing a lot more people able to plan their day around what they do locally, transfer station and everything else. And we've added a story time because of that. We've added a Saturday morning story time, and it's very popular. And people are happy that if they work during the week, there's an opportunity to have something fun to do with their children on a Saturday. So that's all been beneficial. You all know what the budget purchases. Years ago, sitting here, I would have said it does books. Then we added DVDs and audios, but I'm very proud to say that as of February, we also provide online ebook and the audiobook services that is just specifically for the Lisbon residents, our patrons. It's called Access 360, and Ms. Jogene had mentioned that in your council meetings. We have a lot of patrons who have taken advantage of it. We did an initial purchase of content, they call it, and we purchased 68 items, and we will continue to do that. So we have a good foundation, and then it will become something like we do with books. You will order them every 5 or 6 weeks. What's nice about this is those who want to use this service, it's not statewide. So we do provide the cloud library, but you're not competing with someone in Nettawaska or York, Maine for the latest Patterson or whatever you're looking for. It's specific to you, the Lisbon patron. No one else has access to it. So we're very proud of that. And so that's what we provide. And moving on to the budget, I guess the first item would be the department head. You see a decrease, and that's because I'm retiring the end of this fiscal year.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And that will bring in someone new who won't, have the 36 years and everything, that wonderful stuff that went along with it. So that is a good place, and I think, I've worked with Kayla and with Glenn on this, and they have a pretty good handle on what you would be looking for. The governing board, Trudy's the chairperson, has a good handle on that, and so I believe that is a good place for that. The second line is non-supervisory, and that is for the cataloger, the assistant library director, and the interlibrary loan clerk. That's our staff. And the janitor and the children's librarian. I'm sorry, I couldn't forget Bill. Children's librarian and the janitor. And that was calculated by Kayla's wonderful office. Everything else is as provided by the finance department and was given to you by them. The account that I sort of manage is the 301, which is office supplies. We again wanted to do what we could to help lighten the burden on the taxpayers. I didn't have a bulldozer to offer. I always wanted a truck though. A bookmobile.
Sandy.
Our last library, we bought them a book cargo bike. And I said our last library, we got them a book cargo bike. So the librarians would ride the bike to the park and then have books that they could.
That would have been fantastic, and offer coffee. That's a fundraiser right there. So I may come back and do that, Glenn.
Or
Some of my for you. Yeah, on horseback.
Don't run the bus.
So we did what we could, but I am sure this $2,600 will sustain what we need to do. It does the printer, ink cartridges, book covers. We cover all our books, and that keeps them safe for many, many years. Again, like other supplies, those book covers have gone up. It's the plastic jackets that you see on the books you check out, but we buy them when they go on sale. And so we have a good supply when Cindy sees that they're going on sale, and so we buy them that way. So that's a savings there. And everything else we buy along with the finance department, they let us know when the photocopy paper goes on sale. And so we do a pretty good job of monitoring that. The biggest account that we monitor is called operating supplies, and we request it's a $2,000 increase, which would be a 6.3. And this is to continue to expand what I just explained about the Access 360, the online books. And the price of it's kind of interesting to note that when we first started this conversation, they seemed very expensive to us, the online. We thought, can we do this? How can we do this? And it has become more affordable. These companies want to work with us. And now the price of the books themselves, the written word is now like $30. We don't pay that, but that's what you would pay at Borders. So the written word is creeping up to the online value, which is kind of interesting. So I really think this will sustain that. And with this, also this provides the payment for the cloud library that I mentioned that's statewide. It's interesting to note that our patrons, this was before we had Access 360, because this is the previous year numbers. Our patrons downloaded 1,936 items to their personal devices. So you see a need there. People want to travel and have it on their devices and continue to enjoy that. We want to continue this. One of the things that we continue to research, and it's still not, I think, affordable or even would be a good service, is people are sort of getting away from DVDs. Everybody wants to stream. Everybody wants to stream. There are some that are there for libraries, but they're not that good. I'll be honest with you. Their selection is not what our people are looking for. We know our customers. They're looking for the latest movie, whatever is coming out. And so some of these have older movies or international movies with subtitles. That's not what my customers are looking for. And Disney doesn't play nice with libraries because they, people would love that, and Disney does not give us that opportunity. So we continue to watch that. And that would be the next online service, I think, moving forward that you would all have to, pay attention to. The ones that are out there now, it would be a nightmare for Kayla's department to monitor. If you click and you say, okay, this is, oh, I don't want to watch that, and you say, okay, I'm moving on, I would be charged. It's not fair to the taxpayer. You clicked it, they think you're watching the whole thing, they don't care. So it'd be a nightmare to monitor that and not fair to the taxpayer. So we continue to watch that, but it's not something I think that we should do at this time. And please note that this also supplies the things that we need for summer reading program. All the crafts that Mr. Bill does and all the science projects that he does. And so, and that program is successful. You'll see it in your annual report. It's up, the reading, it'll be in your annual report that will come out to you soon, I guess. 71% increase in number of hours these children read last summer. Unbelievable, unbelievable. We added 1 week and it made that difference. 7 weeks made that difference. The next item would be the postage and interlibrary loan. It's a 10.1 increase, and that's to cover not the postage, which is going up, but the interlibrary loan. You see that white van sometimes outside the library. They're delivering the totes of interlibrary loan books that people have requested and that we're sending out to other libraries. We have 3 days of service, and we pay for 2 and the state library pays for 1 based on our population. It's wonderful. We received 1,907 items last fiscal year for our patrons. Those items I didn't have to buy and didn't have to request extra funds from council. It's a wonderful program. And it's interesting to know, it used to be just books, and then people, yes, we can do DVDs, but people, there's a whole new generation looking at vinyl records, record albums. So we're able to get them. We don't own them, but people are happy to get them from Bates College. Some of the colleges have them, and so it's just another fine service for our patrons. That's the increase there. Printing has stayed the same. We were smart in that we bought, when we decided to go into the state system, we purchased the plastic 14-digit barcodes, enough to keep us because a lot of these companies have gone out of business and libraries are scrambling to find barcodes. Cell phone stays the same. Professional development, I put a bit more because maybe the new person will want to do a little bit more. Dues and membership a little bit more, again, to give the whole staff an opportunity. These would be memberships for the department itself, not personal. So we give the whole staff an opportunity to take classes with the Maine State Library. Mileage a little bit more, just in case they do want to head up to Augusta or something. The water reflects the increase. Telephone, they assured me would be the same. Sewer reflects the increase that they're talking about. And repairs and maintenance, you'll see that it looks like a big old decrease, and that's because we had put in the carpet replacement in that. And that magically went away and was put somewhere else. And so this reflects what we do internally. We have the windows professionally done, we hope twice a year, and then the carpeting professionally cleaned once a year as well. That's all I have.
I have a question that's one more for Kayla than anyone else. The question I have is, why is interlibrary loan under postage? It seems like it ought to be broken out separately to me.
That is a good question. That is something that I've inherited, and the town manager and I have discussed for the finance department. One of the finance department goals in the upcoming fiscal years is to do a revaluation or evaluation of the chart of accounts. And we're going to be looking at these items as noted in the library, as noted in the Parks and Recreation Department, as noted in the buildings, of whether or not we are properly naming these in the right buckets, and if not, going through that chart of accounts and separating them out accordingly.
Yeah, it was like one of the first things I kind of noticed when I came on, but it was too much for this fiscal year. So FY 25, we're looking at a chart of accounts just for better tracking purposes and all that. So.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
One thing that catches my eye is that everyone else has gone up on office supplies, and you went down 16%. Great job.
Well, that's where the interlibrary loan helps a great deal. Those are 1,900 items that I didn't have to buy and ask for a bigger building because we're bursting at the seams. And the variety of things that comes through our door is amazing what people can borrow from other libraries. Very interesting. And I always come back to the bonsai trimming books, you know. I'll have one or two, but I don't need to buy 7 because that's your favorite thing. So they go back to Falmouth or Portland. So.
How long does it take a patron to get one of those? How long does it take?
If we borrow from libraries who have more than once a week, we get them in 2 days.
Wow.
Yeah. That extra day makes the difference, especially for students who are almost in tears because they forgot they had something due. Oh my goodness! The parent comes in, and if it comes from one of the big boys, I will get it my next delivery. We get Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. So if your paper is due the next Monday, it should be in the box on Friday.
Ray was always really good about that in school. He was
Okay.
on that.
So that's where that plays. Yeah.
So next we have Ross.
The,
We only got to 245. So no, I'm just.
You mentioned that the loan program, you received over 1,000?
We borrowed for Lisbon patrons 1,907 items,
Do you know how many you sent out?
2,235.
Wow.
So I'm
And
proud.
you're able to fill those.
We did.
requests.
We did, and it's nice to be able to share our wonderful items with libraries. It gets our name out there. Lisbon has a good collection. They love our cookbooks a lot, and they love our children's books. So that speaks well for our library. So, yeah.
And you still, are you still working on the historical section? Of
We
this
are.
thing?
We are.
Will that continue on?
Oh, yes, we've got some nice volunteers. We have a couple who just retired here and they come in once a week. And then a nice young lady in middle school, and she's got the interest in history, and she is just a little working beaver or something. She just comes in and scans like crazy. So that's moving forward. We're excited about that. And we'll make sure that moves forward so that it becomes a reality. So this information is up online for people.
And I do, again, I've said this before, but I do appreciate the puzzle.
We love it.
Because it keeps my wife quiet.
I hope she's watching.
I mean, I love you.
The puzzle exchange works well,
Yes.
and it's grown since you had this conversation when we.
Oh, yeah?
Well, people saw you on TV and said, wow, the challenge.
All the husbands were like, hey, honey.
And we have a paperback exchange as well. You don't have to, buy the paperbacks. You have 3, you want to, so that you switch them out, so that both programs are pretty much self-sufficient.
On a final note, I just want to say that you've been a remarkable steward of your budget and the library, and I appreciate it. Council, I'm sure appreciates it, and good luck to you in your future endeavors.
Absolutely. Thank you.
You'll always be on my heart.
So just quickly, again, for consistency, the library as of March 1st, 2023 has expended 58.12%, which in dollar figures is $251,184.40, leaving them $180,987.60 through June 30th. They are very under my expectations of 67%, so they are doing very well.
Thank you. Reporting on that, I'm in trouble. Thank you for coming in on a Saturday.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now it's your turn, boss.
My turn. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody, my apologies. And just to make everybody aware, I'm afraid I have an event this afternoon I have to get to, so I have to leave at 2:45. I apologize for that. But we will go through this as best we can in that time and answer any questions.
All right, so economic community development, we'll just have you go over high level the changes to your budget.
Sure, fantastic. I did want to mention in the write-up, there was some typos on the grants. I just want to go over real quickly some of the grants we do have. We submitted a letter of intent for a $100,000 CDBG grant, which we will apply for in April. And that'll be available for the coming fiscal year for businesses in town that want to make improvements to their storefronts. We've been awarded a $50,000 community resilience grant for the grass at Warumba, which you're aware of, and we're working with a $72,000 entrepreneur ecosystem grant from the Maine Community Foundation, which was a carryover from my predecessor, and we're putting that to good use on a new project. We've also applied for a $500,000 EPA brownfields assessment grant that will be awarded in May. We'll find out whether or not we were a recipient of that. We did not get it last year. And the consultant suggested that we may have asked for too little. So we upped it this year and asked for more. And we're hoping to target some problem areas in town with that. So as you know, we work real hard in my office to try to promote Lisbon, promote the community, grow the community, have sort of public events that allow people to learn about Lisbon. We've done a lot of that in this past year, having the Blues Festival come to town, having events such as we called it Drinks with Neighbors, where both chambers from Bath Brunswick and Lewis and Auburn came to Lisbon for an event in the evening. Business leaders got to meet each other. I will say in the last year, I've got people calling on a weekly basis looking for space in Lisbon, and I think this is a new field for us, and I like it very, very much. I don't have a lot of space to give them, but we're working with developers finding empty land and things like that. So I think we're in a really good spot. There are some changes on my budget. You want to just go down through the high level ones here? Skipping down to operating supplies. That went up by $4,800. So that went up mainly because of some of these events that we're holding. And one of the reasons that went up substantially was the over the road banner that we put up and take down. And I think we're scheduled to do it 5 times this year. And it's about $500 per, because it's $250 put up, $250 taken down. Now, if you're going back to back, then it's less because you take up and put down at the same time. But if we were to wind up with a bucket truck that the sewer department is looking for, if that happens, that will come out of my budget and disappear because we won't need that. But currently, we're paying Enterprise Electric to put up the banners and take them down. And $500 a banner is just not a cost we can pass on to the nonprofits. That's just not fair. They don't have that kind of funding to do that. So that's where one of those large increases goes there. Additionally, the Drinks with Neighbors and the every other month we're doing a business breakfast, and we get 15 to 20 folks at every breakfast where we're sort of just talking about local events, have some presenter. It's a great way for the local businesses to connect and figure out, what's going on in our community. So that kind of stuff takes money. So that's where some of that money comes from. The 4,800 increase really covers those things. Advertising went up substantially because I feel like we've not done a good job as a community, specifically my office, in marketing our town. I think there's a lot we need to do to get the word out to folks about the great things happening. And as we get more businesses that are successful, more events down on the waterfront, we're going to need to sort of promote the whole town, not just the event, not just the business. So working on that kind of thing, there were a couple of things that Glenn and I had spoken about. One is we have a great functional administrative town website, which addresses the town office and things that are happening in the town from a town office standpoint. We don't have a marketing website, a town website that says, come visit Lisbon, walk our walking trail, visit our restaurants, come spend a day. Eventually, maybe we get a hotel, right? That's the hope. So we need to sort of, my thought is we could put together some sort of website that is a connected website, but it does more of a marketing approach, less than an administrative and, agendas and ordinances and things like that. So Freeport's a great example. They've got a Visit Freeport website. They've also got their town website. So I think it's important that we look into something like that. So I've added that to our advertising budget. Also, we're doing things like, we had holiday promotions, a little more lights on Main Street and things like that. So I'm trying to get ahead of that stuff so that we have the budget for it when it comes around, and we're not automatically coming to the council every time to dip into a TIF or do this or do that, play catch up, instead preparing for that kind of stuff and doing some substantial marketing there. Also would like to do, and Diane already left, but they have patrons that come to the library on a regular basis looking for a map. And I'd like to do a town map that shows people who come into restaurants to pick it up and have that kind of access. And that's a couple $1,000 to put that out and print it every year. You could, but I don't want to go to businesses and ask for money for that, because I really don't want that to be part of my role, is asking businesses for money. So if we find a subgroup to do it and they do marketing dollars from it, then maybe that's a separate discussion, but I did budget in there for that as well. And we've added some ads to guidebooks regionally and that thing. We also are looking at doing a promotional film, social media focused, 2 to 3 minutes. Want to do that every other years. And traditionally that's about $5,000 to put a film together. So I budgeted $2,500 for this year, and I will continue to leave a $2,500 in there, and every 2 years put together a promotional film about Lisbon that can market our region. Cell phone stayed the same. Professional development, that really has grown only by a little bit. That's employee training, right? So it didn't grow at all. Look at that. Dues and memberships, I think, stayed the same. It may have gone up to by one group. I think we added 250, which was maybe Marita. I can't remember exactly what that was. AvCog dues, that went up because AvCog raised their prices. The meal allowance and the mileage travel reimbursement, I think for the last couple of folks who sat in my office, they've not tracked that. I know that Brett did not file mileage at all, so there was no tracking of how much he was actually using. I've been logging absolutely everything since day one, and then this is projected with, this is what I'm spending on local travel, and this is what we're spending on mileage and reimbursement for conferences. I go to Boston next week, that kind of thing, for a conference, for the National Main Street Conference. Had that been in Arizona, there would have been a plane fare, that kind of thing. So I'm looking forward to those national conferences, trying to stay engaged with those groups. And that, again, it brings the budget up a little bit. But I think this budget will get us to a really good place where I won't have to increase much, except for special events in the coming years.
Using your own vehicle?
I am. And I think
I would love to add an administrative vehicle, but we didn't put it in this budget.
I could just drive the bucket truck, would be fine as a regular vehicle. We can do that. I think that's it, real quick. Any questions?
Actually, I do, and it may not even be for you, Ross. Why is it AvCog in this budget? Isn't that actually used townwide as far as for?
That's a good question. I don't know the history of tracking it there, but maybe.
Do you use AvCog?
Yeah, I do a lot of work with AvCog. They oversee our grant programs, and they do other stuff. I think probably of all the departments, I'm probably more involved, but maybe transportation and public works. I don't know.
No, so you're right. AvCog deals a lot with ACD, so they assist us with some underwriting if we're talking about business loans. They assist us with any other questions related to loans or grants and things of that nature. But again, to kind of speak to the chart of accounts, it's just something that we inherited, but are open to re-examining.
It's not his department only that uses it, though.
Correct.
It's actually the town.
It's
That
townwide.
fee allows the town to use all the services, not just one department.
That's true. Yes.
Is it possible that occasionally when you use the ECD TIF that it like lives there so people can use it as an ECD expenditure or something? I don't know the history. I'm just taking a guess. No.
No. And that's the interesting part, because the Economic Community Development Department historically has been funded through Dingley Press TIF. And this is a good segue. The Dingley Press TIF expires June 30th, 2023. So moving forward, that we will no longer receive into that TIF. So this is where it's interesting, because since this department as a whole is funded by the TIP, as Glenn notes, maybe it would be best suited to kind of take that out and put it into another administrative type department or another area. But this year, the proposal is to use the remaining balance of what's left in that TIP as a 50% offset to this year's budget. And that will help segue us into 100% tax impact for 2025, or if there are new tips that come down the line, incorporating into new tips to bring back into the ECE.
I had a question on the first grant you mentioned, the acronym you used. What is it?
CDBG, that's the Community Development Block Grant. And what that grant will allow us to do is pick 5 businesses who could use up to $20,000 to improve their facade along the 196 corridor. That $20,000 has to be only half of what they're doing to the building. So they have to pitch in 50% on their own with a max of 20,000. So we could do more businesses. If everybody uses 10, I could do 10 businesses. So that kind of thing, but we'll get an application for that in April.
And that program has been very successful in the past, doing a lot of improvements on 196. And
Yep.
really have done
We've done several,
made it
yeah.
very visible.
So we didn't do it last year because my office was empty at application time. So we're doing it again this year. Hopefully it'll be accepted.
Empty pools is a great example, 196.
Yeah, that's one of the key ones. Yeah.
Basically from that, part of that grant.
Absolutely.
Good, I'm glad you're going after
Is it just 196 or? is
It's
it-
not.
the-
It's the footprint of slum and blight.
Yeah, blight, that's the blight district, yeah.
So we do have a district that's identified as slum and blight in town, and that and part of the corridor down the village too. It has to be in that footprint or near enough to that footprint. Yes.
All right. The other question I had was the operating supplies. You said that it was $500 every time we took the
It's
banner up.
250 to put it up and 250 to take it down.
Right, so that's $500.
It is, unless they're back to back.
And you said 5 times.
I think we're doing 5 times, but again, if one's going up when another one's coming down, you're saving half of that money.
Right, so that's $2,500, but we went up 4,800.
It also included the things like the Drinks with Neighbors, which is a public event where we invite the other chambers in. That costs about $1,000 for food for that. And then the breakfast seminars we're doing are about $150 a pop. And we do that about 6 times a year. So those 3 things are contributing to the $4,800 that are going up.
Okay.
Ross, will you be discussing the CDBG with the LDC this week?
We have not applied yet, but I can happily cover it. Yeah,
Okay, thanks.
we just put a letter of intent in so that we have the ability to apply in April.
Is the PD is getting 2 cruisers this year. Do you know what they're doing with the old ones?
I think he typically trades them in, right?
Yeah,
I know when I went to the dealership with him for the last one, we did a trade in. I
Can
don't
you-
know what.
Can you find out if it might be feasible to retrofit one of those or get on the development team?
Lights and sirens and cage in the
No
back.
blue lights, no blue lights.
Yeah, we can talk about that with the fire department, the car one, Chief's car, that's a possibility too, that, Chief Leclerc had spoke to, that we could laterally move to another department
Right, yeah.
and just
I know
pick up the
typically
light.
it cruises in, but it's somebody saying whether it's code enforcement or whoever.
Yeah, and I know we used some of the ARPA funds to get Mark a new admin vehicle. And I know initially we had talked about doing 2, so the assessor went on the first, when they go out and do their evaluations, we have like a pooled vehicle so we can do stuff like that, but we ended up having other priorities. with the ARPA
But
funds.
other than department heads, I would think that Ross is
Yeah,
putting a lot of miles on his own vehicle.
yeah, and the
Doing a good
assessor,
job.
because they're driving around all April too.
Yeah, and if it's $5,000, I don't know if they're getting $5,000 for used cruiser.
No, we can definitely look and see what we got out there, and there's other used vehicles too that we can look at. I keep an eye out too on Efficiency Maine, because sometimes they'll do like grants for hybrids and EVs.
Absolutely.
So,
They do. Any other questions, comments?
Could you-
I was gonna say, I got 7 minutes. We can make this work.
so Kevin had a question about what So I took a little break from public admin last summer. So when that was distributed, it was also, I guess, similar to the CARES package where the American Rescue Plan was a federal, kind of COVID bailout. I don't know what else you want to call it. They gave municipalities and counties money, and there was an appropriation that kind of has been received. And before I was appointed, there was a spending plan that was that the departments and Chief McGee came up with, presented to council, and there were things that we identified as priorities with those federal funds, one of which we bought the rescue ambulance with, and other things, but that was the ARPA
There's
fund
money
from the federal. Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I think you can go.
Outstanding. Thank you all very much.
Say, it's sunny out there.
Beautifully sunny. It's perfect.
Would we like to take a quick break for my finance tax stuff?
Sure, I use rescue too.
How many more people do we have to go through?
We got finance, assessing, which I'm gonna do, that'll be a quick one. Codes is coming in, and then the rest are, me and Kayla and Melanie, because I think codes is the only one left that's actually coming in.
Okay, cool. We're off the record.
Actually, this one doesn't
So
change.
those were.
This one actually does keep going, know that, right?
But I'm gonna need it.
person I seen hit harder than that's Kirby.
Huh?
Hmm?
What?
The only person I seen went harder than that was Kirby.
Really? Pretty great.
I guess we're down here.
I'm done first, so if you want, you can join.
That's the school board meeting.
I'm gonna keep it brief.
Lisa, after I break this, I have
We're
it.
low.
so we have it.
Every little time.
I talked about that. After that meeting, you know.
Can you give me those privileges back on when you?
Yeah, we're probably about a half hour out.
I'll be back.
Okay.
I'm just having.
Would you start doing this time?
Everybody ready?
Waiting for the red
No.
light.
We're not on.
They can catch up later.
That mean you're gonna do that again? No? You keep getting closer and closer. Well, I got it, like, stay the wall.
You smell that. Flattered here.
I am flattered. We are on.
Is there a place in here? Should be, or?
Finance.
Finance.
The finance.
This is the finance budget, and I'd like to start at the top here, the department head. It's including a 3% cost of living adjustment, and as previously noted, I will be the outgoing finance director. But we have budgeted for a replacement at the same step as I currently am. So that's why there isn't a decrease in that line item. It's going to transition in. And that's going to include that cost of living adjustment. Non-supervisory, that
I don't know if that's fair, because I don't know if anybody can come in and replace you.
I appreciate that. That's very kind. I really do. It has been a true honor. So the finance department has 3 employees. As a finance director, the finance assistant, and a AP clerk. The AP clerk is scheduled at 30 hours a week, and the finance assistant is full-time 40 hours a week. This increase to the non-supervisory line is inclusive of that 3% cost of living adjustment, but in addition to that, it includes a promotion for the finance assistant to become the finance assistant payroll specialist. Finance assistant has been doing payroll for a while, and she has proven that she has been exemplary at that job. And as such, I would like to propose a promotion to have her be finance assistant / payroll specialist. Overtime wages. We kind of tested this out last year. We didn't have overtime wages incorporated into the finance budget just because we tend to be a small department. And so we have put $500 in last year, but over the course of this year, I have found that we have exceeded that budget amount, and overtime wages are for that AP clerk and finance assistant, as the department head is a salaried position. But throughout the year, the finance department has some very high volume times. When we look at closing the books, closing the fiscal year, it is no feat. It is a very time-consuming process, and I am very, very proud of my department. And as such, there are some areas that require some additional time to perform certain tasks. The unemployment, workers' comp, and main person health insurance.
Sorry to interrupt, but I know, I just wanted to bring up when we talked about it. So come June, when we close purchasing, I know we had discussed potentially operationally closing the town office like after a certain hour, just so they could focus on rolling the budget. Do you want to touch on that here, or should I wait until like down the road, or?
I can briefly touch
Okay.
on it. So historically, the town office has always remained open on June 30th. June 30th is the end of our closure of our fiscal year. And when the front office is still open, they're still cash receipting. And so until they close for the day, I cannot close the book. So when they close at 5, I end up staying until 10:30 at night to close the books. So the recommendation is to either close early or not be open on June 30th to allow the finance department the bandwidth to properly close the books. It can be a lengthy process. I've kind of set it up in such a way that takes about 5-6 hours to do. But with a new finance director coming in, there will be a learning curve, and they'll have to find their own way as well, following my SOPs. But that would be the recommendation, to allow the finance department to set the town up to close the books and open the new year.
You know, when I worked in Monmouth, they closed per day. Much easier.
Yeah.
So that's what you want to do, Friday, Friday, June 30th?
Yeah, and my recommendation would be to close the town office for the day.
I'm good with that. I question, what do you need for a support group here? Who needs to be here for you to do that successfully? Just you, or?
So that's where the overtime wages plays in, the finance assistant, aides, the finance director, and closing the books. The AP clerk, she throughout that week aids in making sure that things aren't hanging out there. We stop purchasing after a certain point, so that way we can pay all of our invoices and make sure that we're not crossing fiscal years. And if we do, she does a reconciliation with me for that year-end AP account.
So you don't need the department heads or any of the clerks or anyone, just you get them out of here and.
I guess that would be my question. The accounting part of it only really deals with your department, right? As long as they're not taking in money at the front, I'm not sure why we would actually not have the rest of the town be
That's
open.
why I was asking.
It doesn't really, to me, be practical to close the town office.
Close just that.
Just close the
That's where you're collecting money. That's what I was getting at, right? I mean, you still have, other departments that working.
The question I would have is, that's the last day of the month. What normally happens with the front desk on the last day of the month? We get a lot of last minute, I need a sticker or whatever type of thing.
Yes, it does happen. But at that point, we haven't started the new transfer station stickers, so that's not going to be the transactions. It will mostly just be motor vehicle, and we can always send a newsletter out to residents saying that you have online services. You can do a re-registration of your car online, or you can also always go to the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. But to Frank's point, yes, as long as the collection of money, so that would be the tax collection office, that front office, and the clerk's office, because they also do receipt money. As long as there isn't any income to affect the closure of the books, then all the other departments may remain open for those remote location departments. And then even like code enforcement in this office, town management in this office, they may also remain open.
I don't see any reason why not to.
And it would be a perfect set training day for the front girls at in the front office if they need particular training, whatever would be set up for that day, so they can catch up on some of the training they probably haven't had the opportunity to do while they've been so busy, right? So
Yeah, that's a very good point. So it would just be like to the public, but the employees may still come in and utilize a training day. That'd be a very good use of time.
And by them being here, if you had a question, they're here, you don't have to call them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think there's a lot of gain with that, right?
Yeah, we can figure out the operational side. I just wanted to bring it up while we were talking about overtime, because it has come up and figured it was the appropriate time to talk about it.
you've seen the process anyways, and then basically whatever you need to do is come back in the overtime, but you still keep everybody active, you know, so.
Mhm. And then there was other payroll related items we've already talked about today. Health insurance, we're seeing a 4.5% increase for calendar year 23 and a 10% increase for calendar year 24. And then really no other increases to the department office supplies. We always stay within the realm of that, and that takes care of just traditional office supplies, post-its, pens, paper clips, paper, envelopes. And the postage, we did do a $200 increase. We're seeing an increase to postage rates. And then mileage and travel reimbursement, I increased that about $500. As we move away from COVID, we're seeing more in-person conferences. I attended the New England chapter of the GFOA, which is the Government Finance Officers Association, this past fall, and that was over in the Bretton Woods area of New Hampshire. It's beautiful. And it was very informative. I think it's very nice to see that coming back as a networking for government finance. So I added that back in for the incoming finance director to go to those conferences and go to those trainings, as I find them to be very beneficial from both a professional development standpoint and from a networking standpoint. And then the contracted professional service, just to note, that is the postage machine that the finance tax collection office kind of oversees. That's rental of that postage machine.
I got a question, Chairman.
Yes.
This health insurance thing keeps kicking me in the teeth every time we talk about it. And the question I have is, I mean, that's a known, right? 14% over the next 2 years. I mean, have we looked into other alternatives?
It's a conversation that I think has started to percolate, but has not actually, we haven't dug into it yet. I mean, we just got these numbers.
Private and straight, I mean, basically what we had, I mean, of course, we take care of healthcare and small business, right? But we used to be pretty much a $250 deductible. I mean, over the years of all these increases, now we're up to a $5,000 deductible, and we still have an hard time justifying what we pay. I'm just wondering now, if with these increases, that you're gonna start looking to see what you can do to try to bring down the cost, because it's only gonna keep going up. And I'm not saying the idea we want to torture our employees, but on the other hand, it has to be a balance where 14% on some of these costs is substantial. I mean,
Mine's 9,000 for just me and my wife.
Well, that's what I mean, that the whole world has actually gone to more of a catastrophic type of health plan, not actually a health plan. And yes, it doesn't even make sense, but if we would have kept our insurance the same as it would have been 10 years ago, we'd be paying, $150,000, $160,000 a year now, which is not really sustainable for us. I'm just wondering at what point municipalities have to start looking at the same thing and see what the options are. Years ago, we did a self-insurance type thing through the town, and we saved quite a bit of money for a year or two. One thing you can't do is to control your rates as far as for someone gets sick or, that type of stuff. But I guess it's probably one of the biggest increases I see in this year's budget, and I think unchecked, it's just going to keep going. So I think we may have to just check what the options are. Maybe the options are worse. Maybe we'll feel better about ourselves once we look, but maybe not.
Yeah,
Just a thought.
I can start looking into it. I was fortunate at my last job, I had a risk manager on staff who I would just task with shopping plans and coming back to me with options. I'm not really sure how to start that process here, but we touch base with staff if we have. You also have to think in the back of your mind too, that the Maine Health Trust is a recruitment tool as well, because it is a good plan. So
I'm thinking about quitting my job. I'm getting this.
It's one of the,
We're still with the Maine Municipal Trust.
we are.
Which, don't get me wrong, you want to offer good benefits, but at the cost, I'm sure any employee would have liked a 10% increase in their pay and actually took a high deductible. I mean, you got to figure out what the risk is at times, right? But
They typically have an option, right, of like maybe 3 different plans.
Yeah, I know we offer, I
POSC.
looked at it last week. Yeah, there's POSC, POS 200, and sometimes younger folks want the higher deductible plans, put money in their pocket, And I've seen that too at the first interview level where people want the waiver and they may actually I don't know if they're carrying benefits, some of them, I mean.
And you can't not take it unless you can show that you're insured by somebody else.
And you have to have insurance.
Yeah, and then we've lost staff because, people aren't planning for their, not everyone, but some people just aren't planning for the future like we normally would, where, I'll have somebody leave and go work for a beer distributor because they're getting $3 more an hour with no benefits, and they just want the highest hourly wage they can find. So, we've been aware of that as we do interviews. Like, we got our current mechanic because we said, hey, there's a veteran buyback in the pension, and he was ready to go work for a private company as a mechanic, but we found out he could buy back his service time, get into our pension. That was what got him. So
I think it's ideal, it's just one of those things where we may have to just kind of look at the practicality of it. The same person, you made offer him a 10% more increase in the salary, and he probably would have jumped in the jump too if the benefits weren't there because of, but paying it out. The question is, are we paying it out in the right areas? But again, it may not even be a point, but you never know unless you, right? Just 14% is a lot of money on our healthcare. With our healthcare is substantial. It's one of the bigger pieces of pie, right?
Right, and the town pays 85% of the total healthcare coverage for the health shop.
Pretty high, actually. Those that whittle that down. Do we give a bonus to people that can get the health insurance elsewhere?
Yes.
Yeah, we offer waiver.
Does that work?
Yes, we have quite a few people that take it. I just don't know if
Saves
it's
a ton of
because, it saves, what do we budget, like 28,000 almost for?
Yeah.
It's a $3,200 stipend that gets paid out over a 26 pay period.
Yeah, and if they do that, that saves us, $26,000 or $28,000.
Right.
We have the best healthcare plan going. No one's going to give it, right? I mean, that's why typically have a couple of employees that their spouse works for the school system, and I can't compete with the school system's quality of insurance, so I can actually help offset with a stipend, right? So I mean, people tend to trend towards a better health plan. If we have the best health plan, not many people are going to trend away from it. I think is what you'll see. But it's just a thought. I mean, it's just one of those things where, we talk about electricity going up and fuel going up, but healthcare is one of the biggest increases this year in our budget from what I see. So it's just one of those things where I'm sure we're not the only community, but.
And the health trust did speak to their projections, because right now we're in calendar year 2023. So I can certainly say we're at that 4.5% increase. But the health trust throughout this calendar year is going to still be evaluating it. But as of right now, they're looking at that 10% effective January 1st, 2024. It might change.
We haven't seen nothing yet, so you can tell us.
Yeah, so we want to budget prudently, because based on what we're hearing from them, we don't want to budget, an 8% when it really turns out to be a 10, and they are saying the 10 is more than likely what they're looking at. But again, with the passage of time and they have those discussions, it might change. But I would hate to budget
No,
not
I think we're
enough.
doing the right thing. It's just our due diligence to make sure that we're going around the right thing.
Yeah. Certainly. So
Do you know what it costs for people to not use, well, let's strike that. Do you know what it costs us if people, or would cost us if people were able to use online renewals of motor vehicle or whatever else they do at the front desk that they can do online, if we didn't charge them to do it?
So the municipality in the state of Maine still receives the excise tax portion. So are you looking at a revenue standpoint or an
No, I'm looking at, it's a convenience thing, because I know that the front desk girls were staff, I should say.
Yeah.
Were pretty stressed over the last year or so. Getting a lot, they were really busy, and maybe we were understaffed a little bit, I'm not sure. But there was a lot of stress going on at the front counter.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wonder if people are not paying to register their car because they're being charged the fee to use their credit card to register their car, or wherever else their business is there.
I see.
And I wonder if that's something that the town said, okay, we're not gonna do that. So
Not the
maybe
town
we
charging.
can have more people do it
No.
online.
It wouldn't be on the town level. I think what's interesting is
So the town,
people's perspective. So we always try to iterate, there are these online services. You can pay your dog licensing online, you can pay your water and sewer online, you can re-register your car online.
Do it all.
You can do it all online. And
you pay a fee.
it doesn't come into the municipality. It's like a PCI compliance standpoint for our credit card processing. But what we find is that, especially for real estate taxes, and this is just a broad example, what we find as a pattern in this town specifically is that most people feel comfort in seeing a person physically taking their transaction and physically handing them back a receipt. So we see a greater number of people wanting to actually come into the town office, chat with the front office, chat with the clerks, and make sure that they're being inclusive, where we're being inclusive and we're chatting with them and then we're handing them their receipt. We also mentioned, we have a Dropbox, you can pay online, but just based on the trend, you see a lot of younger people tend to do the online services, but not so much on the other generations, because they like coming in. And I think that speaks to the atmosphere that we've created in the town, and that we provide for the town as a friendly face, as a nice service. So I think it comes down to just a perspective more than a user fee, personal preference, I guess.
Yeah, to back her up, I come in and re-register everything I have, the trailers, bikes, the cars. My son does everything online. Snowmobiles, four-wheelers, his cars, drives.
You're an old fart.
Does it all, right? Doesn't come here at all. I don't think he's been here once since he's graduated.
But, I mean, there's a generation of people that probably enjoys loading everything up and going down to pay whatever they gotta pay, so they have that to put it in their pocket. And eventually they get thrown away or it gets washed.
But what you're getting at is that fee, isn't that what
The
you're?
fee, yeah, I mean, yeah, for you, that kind of lost the
transaction fee.
Right, because I wonder how many people wanna pay that.
Right.
Without coming down. But when they see you can pay it, but it's gonna cost you an extra 2%, 3%, whatever it is.
And that
We said, we're gonna have to do it anyway.
Yeah.
we can't.
It's a PCI compliance, it's not us.
We don't get that.
That
It's
we don't come to us.
basically the privilege of you using your credit card online, so we have 2%.
Right.
Well, where does that line delineate that? Because if I do Amazon or whatever, I don't pay a fee.
It's built into what they're charging.
It's built into what, yeah, you're always
I pay
paying it, you
2.5%
just don't see
on
it.
every-
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is there a way for us to
To hide the fee.
Well, there are different.
We can raise his taxes by $2 and make it.
Or in here, rather than having online, right? You're saying, or you say people come in because they don't want to connect to online.
Yes.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's.
I guess I'm educated. Huh? Thank you very much.
We were always.
I agree with everything you said. I don't know.
We were always very limited in what we could do when it came to credit card transactions, and I don't know if that was because New Jersey public contract law was much more strict, but we weren't allowed to waive the fee. And that was kind of, why a lot of people come in, because 2.5% on a $15,000 property tax
That's
bill.
my point.
Yeah.
I mean, if we were able to say, go ahead and use your card, no problem.
I don't think you can.
And it's only to alleviate the stress that was happening at the front desk, and that was pretty severe for a couple of, I want to say over a year.
Yeah, we were understaffed for a while, but it's just like an overarching compliance. You pay that PCI compliance, and it's like anything, it's a convenience that you're not having to go someplace, and that you accept that cost for a credit card, similar to like any online purchase. It's just built in, so you may not be seeing all the additional 2.5%, like you said, for Amazon, but it's built in behind
Does that extra 2.5% go to you and then you have to send it out, or does it go to them automatically?
It goes to the credit card carrier.
Would state law allow you to offer just a lower rate online in general to say, you know, there's a 2 or 3% discount if you do it online, whether you pay with cash or credit card?
And most people go the other way, but yeah.
Yeah, I
But if you
don't,
want to incentivize people to not come in and do it online to, you know, save on traffic out front.
Still 2% on a 10,000.
Yeah, I know, you
That's
lose-
pretty substantial.
Yeah, yeah, back to the
Yeah, I mean,
It must have
So
still
you
used
just-
credit cards for paying a tax bill. Use it for registering vehicles, one thing.
They're still making
$200, $1,000, $2,000 is a lot for a credit card.
that's all that miles.
If you use it, you could.
Yeah.
See, Gary, when you come to a place like, you come to a place like mine, so you come pay for repairs,
Using a credit card.
you pay 2,000 on credit card, I pay 30%. So there's always a fee, just a lot of times it's not passed on to the consumer.
Somebody's
A
called,
lot
you
of times-
can't do that. You're telling me.
No, I pay it out of my pocket, so if it's a $2,000 bill, I mean, I'm actually giving 2% of that to the credit card company on your behalf. I mean, so I'm losing money by giving you the convenience of using your card. The town just isn't losing the money, it's being passed back to you.
And most businesses just hide it in the cost, they don't see it.
Or
Like,
just
if
eat it
Amazon, they
as a
don't
cost of
cash.
But thank you in advance for,
Yeah.
I'll thank you in advance for paying that 2%.
You're very welcome.
Next time I take my truck.
The next time you go down, get a drink at her place, thank her, because she's actually eating it every time you give her.
I'll never transact too. Some people pay like as they go each drink, I pay a fee per transaction plus a fee on the credit card.
and it also depends on the carrier, so like, if you've got an American Express,
That's all.
that's higher than if you have a Visa.
That's why most people don't take American Express.
That's why the banks are.
Making money hand over fist, yes.
All right, no, I didn't mean to.
That's okay,
Complicate the words.
that's all right.
Raymond straightened it out. Oh, thank you, sir.
Here we go.
Yeah, no problem. So we'll move over to tax collection. The tax collection department is showing a 65.53% increase for $126,289, which is largely attributable to the request for a tax collector as a department head. Historically, the tax collect. That's okay.
What do I need to meet on?
There's some feedback. Can we have you, oh, thank you, Don.
Okay.
Sorry. Sorry.
We're good, carry on.
Okay. Historically, the tax collector position has been merged where multiple hats are put on a singular person. So previous to me, I serve as the town's finance director, tax collector, and treasurer. Previous to me, that was on the town manager. As we move forward each year, this request would to be to have an independent, a separation of that multiple hat on one person, to have a full-time tax collector, which from my experience of being tax collector for the past year for the town of Lisbon, it is a full-time position. There's a lot of work that goes into being tax collector, and just my recommendation is that the town will actually grossly benefit from having somebody dedicated full-time to being a tax collector. That person would also oversee the front counter as their direct supervisor. So that way, when you look at tax collection is not just real estate taxes. It's your motor vehicle excise taxes. It's your boat excise taxes. It's your personal property. It's your real estate. It's all of that combined. And from a tax collector standpoint, the tax collector is personally liable in the state of Maine. So there is a process to become tax collector. You have to become certified. There's courses that the state provides to become tax collector. And then the non-supervisory would be those full-time tax collection clerks at that front office. And that's built as a 3% cost of living adjustment for those employees. And then there's also overtime factored in. We collect taxes twice a year, September 15th and March 15th. And during that time, there is a lot of bandwidth, there's a lot of transactions. And so there is some factored in overtime for those peak times throughout the year. And we've already touched upon those other payroll related expenditures. Other than that, I've included a $400 increase for professional development, and that is for the unknown. If you're bringing in somebody that still needs to obtain their certification to be tax collector, that would pay for those courses. And also, I believe that additional $400 would be sufficient to maintain a tax collector certification. And then the dues and memberships there, adding $100 to be in the Maine Tax Collector Treasurers Association, which I am a member of. And my also recommendation here is for that tax collector to also be a member of either the Maine or the New England Regional General Finance Officer Association membership. The GFOA does a phenomenal job of incorporating state legislator into both tax and finance. We've talked about LD 290, which has, for me, as serving dual roles of tax collector and finance director, I find the GFOA and the MTCTA trainings to go hand in hand, and I find them very beneficial. So that recommendation is for those two memberships.
So as we were preparing this budget and asking for this position, we actually have an anticipated vacancy in the front office. One of our staff is going to be leaving us in the next 2 weeks. So I actually was going to come to you guys at the next council meeting and ask, through attrition, if we could fund this position now and then let the tax collector between now and the adoption of budget decide whether or not, because we historically were at 3.5 people in that office. So using a combination of the salary that's left in that line and some overlay, bring the tax collector on and advertise now, and then let them decide whether or not we actually need a 4th full-time person, or if it'll be a half-time person or 3 people.
The question I would have is that the person going to be a working manager, meaning that they can cover the overflow and the.
That's the intent.
Yeah, I mean, if it was strictly just a managerial type position, I think that'd be tough if you're actually taken away from the front desk, especially since they're probably low on staff at certain times. But this person can actually fill in for the days people are missing, and actually the overflow would make sense, right? But
yeah, and then in a longer term plan, we've explored potential shared services to reduce the cost, and perhaps if we have that full-time tax collector and that other staff, we can take on a Durham, or if I know Bowdoin was struggling to find a tax collector recently. I don't know if they filled the position. And so that's an opportunity to reach out to those select board and say, hey, let's do a joint service, shared service contract. We'll do your tax collection, and we can kind of reduce those costs and be kind of a regional tax collector.
why don't you keep a portion of it around it, right? 10% for doing it.
And of note, the tax collector does the lien and foreclosure process, and Lisbon does liens on sewer as well. So it ends up being a foreclosure and lien process in December and in June each year. So that keeps that tax collector very busy, because we kind of work backwards. We factor in a lien date, foreclosure date based on, the months from the commitment date per the state of Maine lien guidebook. And so from there, you have to factor in a 30-day notice, 30 to 45-day notice for foreclosure. And then you can even go one step further and factoring an additional 30 days for reminder cards. That tax collector is also working with the tax assessor to do the bills after commitment. So there's bill creation, there's talking to mortgage holders, there's talking to residents, there's, helping with payments plans for real estate taxes. There's just a lot that gets involved, and so they certainly would be busy throughout the year.
who collects sewer bills.
The front counter.
So the same people, but it used to be a separate person at the time.
Mhm.
When I worked here, there was a full-time tax collector. Later, after I left, they tried to save money and they put the title and the work with the manager, which didn't work out in the long run. Didn't work out very well at all. And so now we're back to square one again, where we need to do what we should have done, which is hire a full-time manager there.
I think a lot of that was done just because of the,
Trying to save money, that's what they're trying to do.
the ability of, we have to, the town had to get rid of an employee, whether it was her or someone who followed the road or something. I mean, just, it was through that lean period where everybody was trying to save money.
Yeah.
The lien process, does that same person do the water liens also?
No, actually, we don't lean water. Water is a shut-off process. So the Lisbon Water Department goes through, and I don't want to speak on how their processes or operations is, but there's a guide that they follow of unpaid bills that they actually shut off the water. And they'll go to the house and do that versus the sewer that's unpaid, we will lien and that goes on the register of deeds.
Yeah, for some reason I thought that if someone purchased the property, that there was a water extended bill they had paid prior. No, so the water isn't one of those things, just gets shuts off and there's no remaining balance ever when someone buys a house if the water was shut off.
No, it does get shut off, but like from like a purchase and sale perspective, if somebody's purchasing a house and there's unpaid water, they will have to pay that to the water department.
And that's something they take care of.
Yeah.
The sewer department had its own window, didn't they?
Yes, they did, separate person.
You can go there to pay your.
Yes, separate dedicated person. They paid for that person.
There's no questions. I'll invite Mark up for.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Is that it?
That's all I have for now.
Does that mean I'll be able to go out to ask for tax collector after Tuesday?
We have an open position, you can call it whatever you want. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Salary range.
It's a party reading, trusting the dollar, extracting election. If you don't get the tax right.
Well, it's not that they're trying to do it. They, so voting the person there.
Yeah.
It's part-time places. I see a lot of people who do it also.
Sorry, Mark.
Not a problem. I have three different budgets, code, planning board, and appeals. The Board of Appeals. I guess we can start with code. Department head, 3% increase. I think that's for
Living
inflation.
adjustment, the cost of living adjustment.
Non-supervisory, we have recently acquired a new administrative assistant for the codes department. She works 20 hours a week and has fit in very nicely. That budget is shown as 41,766, which is a
That ended up decreasing because last year's budget was including Amy Wires, who in last year's budget, the need was to split her time between assessing and codes. Amy Wires is our assessing assistant, but during fiscal year 23, she did a dual role. And so we did a 50-50% split between the assessing budget and the codes budget. So the decrease here is to, now that Mark has a part-time assistant, is to move Amy fully back to assessing.
Unemployment costs is a decrease of 20%. Again, I believe that that's due to switching from Amy to administrative assistant workers' comp, an increase of 6.6%. Maine PERS, a decrease of 21.9%. Health insurance, increase of 38.8%. FICA employer cost is a decrease of 17.8%. Office supplies is an increase of 1.6%. Postage, an increase of 33.3%. And the basic reason for that is that there's been an increase in the postage rate, and also there have been a number of notices of violation that have to be sent out with regular mail and certified mail, and that has caused a unexpected increase in our postage cost. Cell phone allowance is unchanged. Gas is unchanged. Professional development is increased by 33.3%. And part of the reason for that is to gain some training for the administrative assistant, and also to make an effort to use the funded training available through the state that matches 50%. Dues and membership is the same. Vehicle repairs is down 80%. Big reason for that is the vehicle that I had been driving was pretty much at its end, and it was replaced with a new vehicle. Mapping and microfilming, that is up 215%. And part of the reason for that is that we are in the process of setting up the GIS system so that it'll be available online to the public. It's also going to link in with our new permitting software, and there's a cost associated with linking the two together so that it functions properly.
I will add, our vendor for GIS is very reasonable. I used to pay just $5,000 a year for hosting GIS files. So the fact that we're doing it with multiple departments and he's hosting all our shape files, getting a bargain.
Question, Chairman, on health insurance, I'm just curious, because it's up considerably more than a 14%, but the person who hired is part-time. So are we paying part-time people with health insurance, or is it, so why would it be so much of an increase? Should it just be 14%, basically, if it's just a one employee?
Right, I can mention that. Did you?
I recently wound up switching.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so it's a change in policy more so than an idea of a percentage increase yearly.
Yeah, so we have open enrollment period in November. So if an employee changes their plan, that could be a reason for the difference in that percentage.
That makes more sense. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions on it?
I do have a question on the GIS mapping.
Yes.
What will that provide? Right now we've got an online map, but it would be more specific, as in latitude points, or what is that for?
It's the one that's online right now links with Google Earth. This one is actually a system specifically for municipalities.
Okay.
So it does not. It allows for different layers to be included, and the functionality of it, I think, is better.
Better. Okay.
It also provides owner information right from the assessors.
Okay, so you can connect the map to an owner.
Yep.
Okay. You can take advantage of that, the metadata.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
There was I did an online class on intern offers internships for municipalities, for people to come in and intern. And one particular municipality had an intern come in and gave him, he was a high school, or probably, no, it wasn't high school, it was college. And he went to the cemeteries in town and GPS marked each headstone with the name associated with it. So, and then they put a search capability on the town website. You just put the name in and it will show you exactly.
Okay, right to it. Cool idea.
So that's one, I mean, JS can do a lot of stuff for the town.
But, someone could use that outside of your office, like with Google Maps you could
Yes.
use, and we could too.
Yes,
Okay.
it would be linked to the homepage of the website. It would give access to specific layers. It won't give access to every one of the layers because some of them need to be kept off of public websites for security reasons, things like water line locations. that
Oh,
kind
and
of
it
thing.
can give you big messages blow up your computer.
Well, that may be a possibility, and I am looking into that.
Mark, is that the system that you used in Auburn?
It is.
Okay, thank you. And apparently you liked it up there.
It functioned fairly well for us, yes. Planning board, elected officials, no change. Workers' comp is up 78%. Sure. Expense modification for the calendar year 2023 decreased from 1.97 to 1.32 during.
Yeah, so workers' comp, across the board, we had, re-examined when we had moved providers. They took a look at all of the different, roles and risk levels. And so with workers' comp, each department gets assigned a code that's evaluated on a risk analysis level. And, this one was also kind of like under where that risk level was on the previous provider. So that's showing an $11 increase, which is 78.57%. But on a dollar for dollar, we're increasing that by $11.
To the question, so a few years back, there was a excuse me, big discussion about who's employees, not employees with the town, right? And training and otherwise, but it's like if Barry would fell out of his chair here today, so he'd be eligible for working from.
Yeah.
Interesting. See, I never thought a stipend position would actually fulfill that role. Does that count when we leave home? So if we get hurt driving here, also I'm just.
Or if you would be able, head of the meeting.
That's what, I mean, it just seems unrealistic that we actually, for stipend fee, that it's very minimal, that it's common, it's tag, I mean.
I'd be happy to bring that question to our new workers' comp provider and have them try to.
Yeah, 2025. It's not much, but it's
It's
just.
really very small, but actually you could, as you said, it's a trip on the way out of the building.
But no other person tripping out of the building is actually.
Yeah, but I'm an employee, so if I trip, I get paid.
You get paid the stipend, yeah. It's all good, it's just, that I've always wondered about the idea of, some of the things deducted off of pay,
Yeah.
when it comes to having a minimal stipend. So
That is real.
Yeah.
That's really.
it's just ability for them to get the hour rate.
Cover all the bases.
They do. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
FICA remains the same, office supplies remains the same. Advertising and postage are both increased by a third. Again, this is due to the increased cost of posting public hearings in the newspaper and also notifying the butters of any ordinance changes and or public hearings for conditional use or site plan review. Professional development, $400, that remains the same, and that's designed to provide training for new members to let them, to give them an idea of what their responsibilities are. And contracted professional services, a couple of years ago, we added professional services were added into the budget because we no longer have a planner. And I'm going to be the first one to admit that I am not a planner. And especially when it comes to things like the adoption of ordinances, that firm has been very helpful in guiding us the right way so that we don't wind up producing something that winds up having to be changed 6 times. That's it for planning.
That. Most
First time.
they've done really well. They came to the planning board just last week, I believe it was, and talked about land use planning in the RO1 and 2 areas. I'll talk about for a year. And they presented a couple ideas, and everybody was really pleased just the way they're efficient and they understand more than most of us put together. So it's really helpful. Because without them, we would just were amateurs. Yes.
I've been using them to also pick up some of the larger projects that we have. Springworks, for one, is a very large project, and with the amount of time that I have to put into it, I really didn't do it justice.
We've been over this planning situation year after year for a long time. And for a while, we had one in place, and now we have the same one in place under a different situation. So I think that this is well worth it. However, being organized in a different way like it is now is going to be a lot more productive.
Oh,
I'm
sorry, go ahead.
I was going to go to zoning board.
Go ahead. Yes. Well, let me interject. They made how much one state?
Last time I remember, it was 48 cents because it got.
62. So yeah, there we go.
One
generate increase your postage. That's why we go in person. Mobility.
That's why you had forever stamps that you bought 2 years ago that used to
use the internet.
And so the town actually, within the finance department's budget, we use Pitney Bowes postage machine. And because we have a Pitney Bowes postage machine, we actually get a discount on the postage. So we're not paying the same as the average person would to drop a mail into the mailbox. We get a discount as part of that contracted professional service line.
Yes.
Any other questions on planning board?
Way off topic on the last one.
I
I keep saying postage is going up, and I had to mail something. I'm like, how much? Like, no wonder.
It's long, right?
And certified mail is now like over $8
Yeah, it's
to send
crazy.
certified mail.
Zoning Board of Appeals, basically unchanged. It is reduced by 0.13%. Workers' comp insurance is 300% more than what it had been. And again, that goes back to what Kayla had said. FICA, 1.6% increase. Postage, office supplies, advertising, and professional development are all remaining the same.
Do we-
Development last year.
I can provide that.
For zoning board of appeals.
So for
We have one new member, and I know that she wanted to have training. I don't know whether she was able.
Let's hope we
to
are
yet.
monitoring it, because unfortunately, they don't meet much. When they do, it can be kind of stressful if you don't actually have some background. So,
Yeah.
A little bit of education goes a long way.
So it's a good thing that and this is something new for me. I've gone through a number of zoning board of appeals meetings. But from what I understand it, it is practice to have the town attorney at the meeting. And they wind up going over the responsibilities for the members in advance so that it's clear. And again, we don't wind up with decisions that wind up possibly being appealed for.
I've sat through a few of them. They're usually fairly tense when it gets to that level, so you better off having all your ducks in a row.
Thanks for the appeals board. There's $140 for professional development and nothing's been spent through this fiscal year currently. The appeals board has spent $234.20 year to date as of March 1st, which is 17.5% expended. We haven't met and I think they're still also looking for members.
I think they meet on Tuesday for the first time in a while, right?
Yes. It'll be the first time since I've been here.
Yeah.
Nice.
And
So
while
that
we're-
answers my question. We do have enough for a quorum on the appeals board, right?
Barely. We have 4 members.
Okay.
Just to kind of go back over the numbers, planning board as of March 1st, 2023 has spent $8,176.73, which is 25.38% expended. But I just would like to note that I know for the upcoming warrant, we'll be paying on some of those planning services, so that's going to be reflective of that. And then for a code enforcement officer, that is, as of March 1st, 63.4% expended, where they have spent $105,586.88, leaving $61,016.12, which is right in line where I expect them to be.
Just a quick question, revenues for planning for the office, is that last couple of years been pretty heavy in permitting, I assume, right? Is,
Yes, with the adoption of the new fee schedule, that's made a difference as well.
absolutely, is that fairly healthy as far as our revenue source on that? It's probably never been as good.
Yes, so I can actually share my screen for that as well, talk about the projected revenues for that. So for code enforcement, we have seen an increase in construction. We're getting a lot of building permits, and in last year's budget, we added the electrical permits because before that really wasn't carved out. So we can see that year to date, we've collected $6,400 in electrical permits, and as of March 1st, we have collected $18,243 in construction permits, and I expect that as Mark says, it will come back. It's a spring versus winter kind of thing.
Yeah, but things are just starting to pick up again.
Yeah, so the code enforcement proposed revenue, we are increasing that in fiscal year 24, 10.71%, because of the increase to electrical permits and construction fees and plumbing permits. So we're adding that additional $4,500 projected revenue to that side.
I did think of one quick question. The professional planning services, what do you get for 25 grand? Do you get so many hours? Is it
It's based on the hourly.
so for 25 grand, you've got enough to cover your needs for the year?
We actually didn't have them. We didn't have them online until probably
September, I think they came on,
Okay.
so we won't probably use all of it, and it's an as-needed thing when the planning board needs services, when there's a large development review. So it'll be project-based, so, and because it historically hasn't been a service we've used, we won't have a baseline for an average for a while.
It's like a retainer.
Yeah, it's probably gonna come in under 25 this year, just because they haven't come on until September, and we have really only used them for a couple projects so far, so. But as Springworks gets into phase 1 and phase 2, there's gonna be a lot more, probably.
Yeah. I guess that's what I wanted to understand. Is it an hourly thing or
Yeah.
like you said, a yearly retainer? Understand.
Yeah, I think they're like 125 an hour is their rate.
So it's an hourly basis.
We can earmark certain amount of hours to its projects too, I mean, so. You know, I think the way we have it set up, as Don mentioned, it's much more controllable than we had in the past. Before it was just, we got billed quarterly for what we used and what we did, so it's really hard to quantify what we got the money. Now we can
pick a project like Springworks and say, you know, it costs us X amount, then we do this.
Yeah, the difference primarily is who's in control of what they do. This time it's been in codes enforcement, and the planning board has coordinated with him and what they need. So that's a lot better control on it than it was before when it was directly under the town manager.
I mean, I can still tell them what to do.
I know.
Thank
you, sir.
Glenn, would you like to circle back to assessing?
Yeah, that's fine. So this is a really small budget, and I didn't want Amy to come in for 15 minutes. So me and Caleb will cover the assessing budget. Pretty straightforward. You know, the municipal assessor is an administrative position. They discover, list, and value all taxable, exempt real inputs to property. They administer various tax programs, maintain maps, and set the annual tax rate. So again, you're seeing non-supervisory wages increase because Amy has been reallocated to the assessing department where she's split between codes. I'll go down to office supplies. That is a 300% increase. I don't know exactly why. I can get you the answer to that if you want to talk to Amy.
It's for 2 desks.
Desks. Okay, yeah, because they relocated to the old ECD office and need some office supplies for the desks. As you said, postage has gone up. Professional development, Amy's still training to become a certified tax assessor, so the increase is probably cover costs for testing and additional classes for assessing. Same with the dues and memberships. Mileage is a big one. The assessors out there as of April 1st driving around, getting you know, all the valuations put together. Contracted professional services is flat. That's for Kathy Malloy.
That's still. Is a hope that actually eventually.
So that's an FY25 discussion, and I've had conversations with Amy. I don't know what Kathy's plan is, but you know, Amy's in the process of becoming a certified assessor, and Kathy's obviously retired, doing this contractually. I don't know for how long. I would say, you know, the town has invested in its staff to get it certified, and my assumption is that we are moving in a direction to bring Amy on as a full-time assessor once she's licensed and Kathy is officially retired.
I just look at that as we're paying $85,000 for a position that between people and probably not all the resources we need for the time. So again, I mean, Kathy's what, a week or
I think she's 2 days, right?
2 days a week.
Yeah.
8 hours. She said 8 hours for 2 days a week, or come and take a little bit.
Give or take, yeah.
Yeah. No, I was just want to think eventually, hopefully, we just have a plan to actually make that all as one. I mean,
Yeah.
but not taking away from either one of them. It's just one of those things where, you know, we have a temporary retired person, we get a little bit out of it. We have someone who's not really trained all the way up to par. Between the two, we're actually paying probably a 10th person, you know.
Yeah, and Amy's at the point where she's testing now and soon to be certified assessor. So I think the plan is for FY25 probably to go in that direction. Mapping is for the GIS, and I think that's largely to do with the zoning maps and the valuations and the stuff that Mark had talked about earlier. That's staying flat. I think you guys are getting a deal on the GIS stuff. That's for sure. Reevaluation, and this is probably just historical for all towns. You put money aside for eventually when you need to do your reval. When are we due for a reval? I don't know.
So somewhere around 2031 would be the recommendation, but it can always
There's
be.
no state law. It's all about your quality control. Maintain, can go on indefinitely, 25 years. But so it's no real law, but so the town needs to take a look at the quality state now.
Get down below 55, the state can mandate that they actually do a reval. So I think last time I knew 2 years ago, we were still almost at that 90%,
95%.
95. So I think we got a little ways to go as long as we keep it somewhat legit, maybe 8, 10 years.
You
maybe not.
can do less than a full reevaluation. Lots of towns have done updates because you've already got it online. You've already got all the data you need out there. You just need to know the changes in property value, especially land value, because buildings are easy. You know, so you can really do less than 300,000 if you want to.
And do we still do our commercial accounts more often? Because I know
Yeah.
like the hydro dam fluctuated year to year, like tens of thousands of dollars. I mean, it all depends what they're producing for power. And right now, for the price of power, I would assume that they're premium. So I would think that many of those commercials, we actually keep up because they're not going to volunteer any updates. You know what I mean? So I'm not sure when the last time our commercial accounts like that were actually.
They're more difficult to do. Though.
They are.
Out of curiosity, how often do you get the appeals and what's our success rate in winning those appeals?
The hydro dam we've done pretty well on. I mean, just because it's categorized, you can actually look at numbers. You know what I mean? Some of the other like pipelines and some of the other utilities that we go through, maybe a little more trying.
Sometimes need to bring in that expert to look at something like the hydro. They tend to appeal and they have lots of resources, so you have to have expert opinion on that subject.
And one of the things that happened last time, there was some consolidation or purchasing, so we were actually able to see what they were bought for. You know what I mean? Because a couple of those dams have actually changed leadership recently, but a while back, so that's pretty straightforward. It's kind of like saying homes only worth 100,000 to sell for $500,000. It's pretty much on paper what the valuation is of that. Right? So, but either way, it's just one of those things where it's just nice to know. And I don't think, I mean, not speaking for her, but I know Kathy's plan was not to do this forever, right? She was just doing it as a help plan for us. So, now we are not the last person that actually did the hydro dams was the gentleman's son. I'm some bad with names.
I me too. I'm better with numbers.
Yeah.
Who did the last revamp?
The guy he was actually our assessor.
Yeah, so
that. Yes, yes. He was the one that we actually contracted last for commercial accounts too.
That's 150,000 for the whole thing. I don't think we got much.
So you want to see a hard thing is when you actually have to go to the consumers, ask them to take a vote on if they want to spend money to raise their taxes. It doesn't go very well, so we're better off raising money use. It's a tough sell.
I have a question, if I could, on reevaluation. Does anyone in the room know what percentage of valuation we have to stay at to get 100% homestead exemption? Because that seems to me will be an important issue to the taxpayer.
I think we're still there right now. It's within a certain percentage of,
Yeah, it's within 90s, and we currently stand at 95%.
We're in good shape.
We are in good shape. We would just, it's smart to think ahead because you never know what's going to happen. And, you know, you would hate to see like a municipality have to do a revaluation. And in order to do that $300,000 reevaluation, increase taxes by 20%. So by doing it this way, we're putting it aside in the reserve account to set us up for future planning.
And this is the first year of doing that?
Nope, we started that in fiscal year 22.
Okay.
So we've set aside $30,000 each year from then.
Okay, good.
So do other public services?
it's a very important department when people go on. Yeah.
Yeah. What was that, Glenn?
Do I do other public services next?
Before we do that, could I circle back to the other public works? I know Randy's no longer here, but he doesn't really have a large hand in that budget, even though it's called other public works. So
Hybrids,
yeah,
hybrid rental.
before we get too far ahead, I just want to make sure we didn't overlook that.
Streetlights.
Yeah.
It's been good to us in the last 10 years ago. We actually did okay on that.
Who's that?
Streetlights, we did okay here.
Guess you walk down and all that.
No, we didn't buy them. We just actually made a change years ago, and then they never accounted for it. So we almost like a $60,000.
So I'd be happy to touch upon this.
Yeah.
So we're looking at a 12.09% increase to the other public works, and that is $69,500 on a dollar figure, which is solely for that hydrant rental. We call it hydrant rental, but the water department refers to it as fire protection. So the fire protection per the Lisbon Water Department, rates, which are in your budget binders, is looking at that 14.5% increase effective April 1st, 2023. In addition to that, this budget also holds electricity for streetlights and R&M equipment for streetlights. We've done a lot of work on the streetlights to be more efficient. And we've already kind of talked about CMP increasing on a supplier standpoint, which is outside of our control. And you'll notice that there is a 0% increase to this budget. I just want to highlight two things as to why there is no increase to this budget. Number one is the LED lights. They are more efficient. Secondly, during this fiscal year 23, the ECD department and the finance department and the town manager's department had worked on obtaining a new solar farm agreement. And that solar farm agreement is looking at 20% for savings back to the town. And we had included those streetlights as part of that project, as well as other electricity throughout the town. So I guess the question is, well, if there's a 20% savings, why no decrease? And that's because I believe that due to the supplier increase on the CMP, which is outside of our control, I did a flat budget, because even though we'll save with the solar farm, if we are going to see that increase to that supplier line, I could leave it to offset, because I believe that that would be a 20% increase on a supplier level, and that's what we'll be saving with the solar farm agreement. That's just my projection.
What's the equipment? I mean, basically the two entities under our control, the equipment, the $17,000.
Yeah, so the equipment, I guess, if I hope I say this correctly. So the heads of these streetlights we don't own, but the poles we do. So if we are to have, damage to the poles, that which I won't go too far into, but if there's damage to the poles, the R&M equipment line would help with that. And in addition to that, we've had some
Talk about Village Street.
Village Street. I try not to.
These are pedestrian streets.
These are pedestrian streetlights. Correct. So Village Street is a great example. We've had some flickering, we've had some strobe light effects, and we've had yes, and we've had electric companies coming out to try to help us assess the situation. So that's built into that as well.
So I've got a question on the electricity thing. So good news, 20% discount because of the solar. Is this town-wide for all electricity, or is it just?
It is town-wide. Oh, for town building lights. For like town building lights, street lights, for pedestrian street lights.
Right. Electricity used by the town.
Correct.
All electricity used by the municipality.
By the municipality.
Okay. So we didn't see that in the other. We didn't see that in the other.
People parking.
Right.
And be curious too, because we actually, as a business, signed on to one of those agreements, which basically the statement said you only got discount once it became live, and none of the ones locally have become live yet. So basically, we had to go back to like the standard option just so our power bill wasn't way out of sight, because the other ones, they changed the over, but there wasn't a discount. There was just a major increase. So we just, again, it's one of those things we signed up a year ago, but we didn't see any benefit.
And that is exactly that. We had signed up with a different solar farm agreement, and it actually completely fell through. So we didn't see any benefits of that. And we're actually looking at, potentially a year out to even possibly see a benefit from that. So didn't want to include the discount on budgetary level, because that is a very big unknown.
Okay. Because it was like everybody was presenting, hey, it's going up 14% or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
This one seems to be saying we're going down. So I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, this one's looking at a potential flat, and that's mostly because of the LED. And on a year-to-date actual, that line is actually under versus the other buildings are over.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the other thing I would ask is, so hydrant rental is really, we're paying the water department for hydrant
That is
rental? That's what that means? Okay.
PUC says that they can charge a municipality up to 30% of their 30 or 33% of their operating costs to the municipality for fire protection.
Okay.
And that's basically they're using the max amount. So that's where they get their,
Your number?
Yeah.
Okay.
even if you live in the country and you don't get any benefit from hydrants, you still pay the same thing.
Maybe they got enough homes to rent all that.
So. So on a tangent from that, who owns the hydrants?
We own all the property.
We own.
Town
The town owns all
The
the
hydrants.
town of Lisbon.
Okay. So we own hydrants.
It's my understanding.
We own the water that's going through the hydrant.
I have no idea.
They could flow them, that's the key.
It comes out of Lisbon.
So if we line that out to zero.
Well, they control it, state law, we would have had that in mind. We've had that.
The way it's set up right now, yes. But the question is the discussion, it's a lot bigger discussion than a budgetary discussion, but as of this year, at this present time, that's the number we're paying for demonstration.
And the PUC signs off on it.
Who's the red hydrants that we own?
Well, we'll charge them for the water.
Yeah.
It's town water, right?
It's
That's what I'm wondering, whose water is it?
A lot of the operations we have in town with the water department set in stone years and years ago.
It's state legislation.
Much like we look back and see the operations of the
1950 something, right?
recreation department was set in when there was no real official town government. Same way we see people park was set up before this operation. Everything needs to be looked at and we visited to make sure it's
Current
correct.
charter is 55, right?
Right, yeah.
1955.
Yeah, probably existed before that, they just changed their charter. It's pretty common, actually.
Yeah, I think at the turn of the century, the Lisbon Water Commission or whatever it was called was named water company.
One and two districts are pretty common. My districts are.
It's weird, the department that's kind of attached to the town, but also sort of separate. It's
So
strange
like
arrangement.
fire and sewer, water districts are common.
Right.
Where are we going now?
Other public services.
I vote we line that out to zero. See what happens.
You gotta turn your house off first.
Yeah.
Sorry. You gotta drill a well.
Yeah.
I could get by.
I own.
So other public services is 166,2000, and that's part of our culture and recreation organizational level. The first line item is transportation services, and I can happily say that that's actually going to be flat for Craig Verhurst for Western Maine Transportation. Just quick highlight for the listing dot, Western Maine Transportation Services had provided the town council with an overview of the direction that we're going towards regarding the Lisbon connection and migrating that into the blue line. So that is an annual cost of $45,000, and we pay that quarterly. And so then the next line is Historical Society, and they've asked for the same amount. LACO also asked for the same amount. Memorial Day, that we kept the same amount as well. Those provide the flags and the wreaths for Memorial Day. And we work in conjunction with the Legion on that. MMA, that's our annual amount, that increased 2.2%. And then this new line item, I don't know if Glenn wanted to touch upon it, but we're looking to add $500 for community engagement event.
Was that the Seagoats thing I was talking about, or was that a different line?
Different line.
I forgot what this was. Sorry.
Welcome to Seagull.
So this would be for the town manager's office to engage in townwide events. And things.
The town manager.
Yeah.
Hang out with the
No, when I came on, I wanted to do you know, I know the council had asked for some more public facing stuff with the town manager. I think it'd be fun to do, you know, some walks on the river path and
Like a
stuff like
bum
that.
tank at Moxie.
I've done that. There you go.
Even if like, I mean,
I spray like $50.
you know, just kind of right in here, but I've even had like counselors who would do like, you know, a day where you have coffee with the council or something like that. So we can, just like a smaller line, do stuff like that.
Like to have coffee with a cop.
Coffee with the cop.
We can have coffee with a council.
I'm just curious, though, why,
Coffee with the tax collector.
I think it's a great idea. How come that wouldn't be in your budget? That's the only place to put it.
We got amnesia on this one. I just.
No, I
So many
think,
budgets that I just.
no, I think it's warranted. I think actually even more than that would be beneficial. There's definitely a forward-facing manager, especially if we have an assistant manager in place that actually allows you to, you know, maybe a little bit more. I think that's awesome. There's a lot of good events and it's only gonna keep spreading, so,
Who's a non-alcoholic events?
yeah.
Yeah.
It'd just be nice to actually have a town manager when you walk in the room, everybody knows who you are, you know, friends.
And I think just from our previous discussions during this long budget season, we had put it here just because it's a new concept. And rather than restricting it to the town manager's department, as just was highlighted, it could include counselors, it could include a multitude of other things. So kind of putting a definition on this right now, we don't have exactly. And that's why we felt that maybe that's suited for the other public services department.
I think it's awesome. I think anything we do to get our people out there out front, whether you're doing a book reading at the library or if you're doing a, you know, practice businesses or hosting an event, anything, whatever. I don't think 500 can get you very far, but I mean, if it's a placeholder, I'm all for it myself. But I got a question on this. The Historic Society in Laco, they show us 2,000, 1,000. Do we actually charge them via MTM?
I don't believe that we do.
We don't. So I mean, in a roundabout way, I mean, it shows only as like 1,000 for Laco, but if you actually took the rent, that we would be charging every person at Laco. It's more of a several $1,000 event, right? So I just want to, I mean, some people may look at it and say, wow, the town only offers 1,000 for Laco. That does great for the community, but not being known that we actually offset that by having given the place to be.
Mhm. And that is in the MTM building on School Street. So that's where again the listing that.
Yeah, and same thing with the Historic Society. That's the same thing. So we do support them more than just 1,000 and 2,000. That's just the check. Yeah.
The monetary, yes.
Yeah.
So one question, what does MMA stand for?
Maine Municipal Association.
We've struggled in years past to actually pay that because in some years it didn't seem like we're getting a lot. When do you think you're actually getting a lot of MMA now?
Mhm.
MMA is a really good state organization. I mean, they do a ton of things for at all staff levels, at the legislative level, when things are coming down the pipe that are going to affect us. And I mean, there's probably tons of stuff I don't even know about that they're doing.
It was just years that we looked at it and said, wow, what are we paying for this for? You know,
Yeah,
because we weren't getting much benefit, but it might have been we just weren't digging in within the benefits. You know, I don't think they offer anything. They don't come knock at the door. You got to reach out to them.
Yeah, I mean, I check the website daily though, to see their updates and everything. Some of the stuff comes in.
What's insurance?
Yeah, a lot of sample policies. And I imagine with the smaller towns, you don't have a ton of professional staff. You need to quickly look up an RFP or, you know, any kind of technical document, you can access their library.
What's about insurance?
Yep.
And that hasn't gone up over the years because I remember 10,000 being a figure back, you know, several years ago, right? So
It's been small, and I mean, I can speak to, I've used them as a great resource. MMA Legal has been greatly assisting the municipalities in discussions of the LD 290. And they are very accessible to reach out to their legal staff for questions like that from a tax collector or tax assessor standpoint. We've been able to utilize those resources.
not so good for doing researches, but I mean, good for getting that information.
I was gonna say they conducted the search that we heard about town web.
Yeah, well, yes and no.
Is that what you were saying?
Yeah.
They did a bad job.
No, no, I'm just saying, not always the best job, right?
It sounded like you said. It. All on record.
It's starting.
It's well,
I'm sorry. Nick Burton said, they don't do it. You're saying for. You said right next. to
I
it.
think, just to correct the record, I think a new town manager was done by in-house search, not so much municipal search. So,
It was tough, it's tough for them, I know it's hard to fill these positions, you know, like 40, 50 openings across the state right now.
that's too bad we walked into a 10-year contract.
Yeah, that's too bad for me.
Fun stuff. Next.
Slowly closing the gap towards being more on schedule. So next is going to be clerk, which Glenn's going to be going over.
Sure, so. in there. Yeah.
Town clerk,
Um,
12022
So you'll have the narrative in front of you. The clerk's office does a lot from elections, custodian of records. Not gonna go into the full detail. It's staffed with a full-time clerk and a full-time deputy, a part-time assistant clerk. And the budget request will include replacing the limited part-time assistant with a permanent part-time assistant clerks. That assists with daily tasks, minutes, issuing vital records, burial permits, licenses, along with processing poll requests, registering voters, processing absentee ballots, and assisting prior to and on or after election day. So I believe the increase in the non-supervisory is to accommodate that permanent part-time position they're asking for. 25% increase to temporary seasonals. I'm assuming that's for election workers and. Oh, and then I wonder if Lisa's budgeting for that stuff that's going through the legislature now. Are they gonna require them to be here on a Saturday prior to an election?
Right, so there's like a possibility of like a third election in the upcoming year, so that's a factor in. And then for the non-supervisory line, that's limited part-time. Assistant was currently budgeted for 26 hours throughout the year, but by bringing on a permanent part-time, that would be a 20-hour-a-week position or 1,040 hours throughout the year.
So most of those other lines are just costs that are we don't control. So I'm gonna go down to postage.
Health insurance.
There's one that's saving money.
So health insurance went down, and that is an employee that during open enrollment period actually opted out of health insurance. And that opt out, you have to show proof of insurance through other means. And so that is that cost saving, that decrease there is during that open enrollment period.
Where would the stipend show then if it was stipend or?
So the stipend is still in that line item. The health insurance for that previous plan would have sat around $24,000. So that's why you're seeing a $20,500 decrease because of the $3,200 stipend paid over 26 pay period.
Nice, thank you.
You're welcome.
So office supplies has gone up a little bit. That does file folders, labels, paper, typewriter ribbons, notebooks, calendars, election-day supplies, food, and other supplies, voter registration tables, batteries and pens. Postage is going up because of the quantity of dog notices as well as ballots that are going out. Advertising is going up. Is that 800?
Yeah, 1,000, where 800 of that we had moved out of the elected officials line and move it into the clerk's line, because what we've been finding is that the clerks are actually using the advertising on behalf of the elected officials. So we just kind of laterally moved that out of elected officials and into clerk.
So printing's going up. That's the annual town report. I think that's because we've changed vendors for the town report. The one we've used previously doesn't do what we need them to do. Am I right, Lisa?
Yes.
We have Lisa here, so she can always fill in the blanks for me. Then we've got contracted professional services, which is This oversees and provides police officer to oversee the parking area at the high school. Public Works transports election materials to and from polling places. There's an increase there. Professional services is flat, R&M equipment's flat. The other increases you're gonna see in this budget aren't gonna be here, they're gonna be in the technology budget. And that's what we'll talk about later, but we added a new online agenda management system. That'll improve efficiency and workflow. It'll automate some of the minute taking. It's really gonna take a lot of load off of the clerk's office, and I think they're both very excited for the agenda management software, which is a surprise because everywhere I've ever worked, I've had to fight with clerks to do anything new. And the Lisas have taken the bull by the horns and really are looking forward to implementing this, whereas historically I've seen an aversion to implement agenda management software. So it'll be great for the council and even the planning board. You'll be able to kind of just add items, see attachments, upload attachments, so we'll get a login. It'll be really nice from a workflow perspective. Any questions on the clerk budget? I'll answer the best I can.
Pretty good. Right, yeah. Easy.
All right, so big announcement, everybody. That puts us back on schedule.
We did it. These were done.
We're back on schedule. So next is gonna be building.
Do my best here too.
We can tag team it.
Yeah, buildings is an unusual one. It really has no home. It's
Nor does it have an employee, right? So
right, which we initially we planned for in this budget, but we pulled it back. We just didn't think we could do it this year.
Buildings is 1205, 1500. The only employee here is janitorial services. And as Glenn mentioned, we had that discussion of who ultimately is responsible for looking at these buildings, looking at capital improvement plans, looking at repairs and maintenance. And right now that there's a void.
It's kind of just split through every department, and I mean, we're lucky that, you know, Ryan and a lot of staff have a lot of knowledge that would typically live within a buildings foreman type person. I mean, you know, Ryan can climb up and crawl in an HVAC system and tell me what's wrong with it, or he can, he was like shoveling the other day, actually, I think so. I think down the road, we really need to look at this and properly staff it, especially if we're going to be building a public safety facility that's going to need to be cleaned, garbage taken out, have contractors do walkthroughs when we need improvements and repairs. I mean, we're already just by accident, we found out that the HVAC system here has been broken for however long. The ducts have never been cleaned in this building since they were installed.
that's been known for.
Yeah, and I mean, I have staff who are having allergy issues, and you know, it's something that if we had a full-time person that was on top of this stuff and it wasn't piecemealed across departments. I mean, I think
Got the
even
information, we just gonna choke on the price. So
yeah, and I think even like the
We
finance,
mentioned the money last year, about $20,000 or something.
the guy walked. It wasn't enough.
Do we have somebody actually?
No, we're just kind of making do. Yeah, we had someone, and I think he wanted $500 a day, and because we wanted to do W-9 or something, he didn't want to do W-9 and didn't want to do it.
How does the wage decrease, the supervising wage?
So in fiscal year 23, outside of the hourly wage, we had factored in additional money for the custodian for painting rooms. We had attrition, we had staff turnover, and with staff turnover, you know, trying to clean up the rooms to have a new person come in. He was doing a lot of painting over the weekends. And now that we have come to a point where we've filled those vacant positions, we are fully
Working less hours.
working less hours. So we had taken out a portion of that quote unquote overtime, which it's not delineated as a separate overtime line, but it's factored in for him to do those painting projects over the weekends. We still kept in his, once a year, he does floor cleaning. He borrows this device, which I'm not even going to attempt to name a device. But there we go, offer from the school department to clean all the floors. So we still kept that, but we took out an amount for all of those room paintings, and he's done a very good job. Those rooms look fantastic.
The school department actually used to come and do
Really?
it. Yeah.
Was it the students that did it?
No.
No.
I mean, is that an
was
option?
on,
To contract with
Yeah.
him time for some buildings and grounds, facilities management?
Yeah.
Probably could. You know what I mean?
Or,
You know, Alan.
No, he works full time.
Well,
Maybe it's a retirement job or
There's an
something.
option, you know, consider.
Yeah, so maybe I can reach out to Rick. and-
No, he's pretty high. I call that Al. See, that's what I read.
But I mean, the other stuff, like I said, it's
The
uh,
infamous-
just is what it is. The biggest one that jumps out is the building expense, which is still at 93,141. And that is to account for the work that needs to be done in the HVAC unit, fixing and making workstations at the town office more ergonomically compliant, and to do the construction at the front counter, because we've had some workman's comp claims and it just needs to be a little bit more ergonomically correct.
And it's an ADA compliant on both sides, on the employee behind the desk and on the resident coming in. There isn't an option for wheelchair accessibility right now. So to be ADA compliant, that would also be part of that cost.
You know, low window,
Yeah,
like D&D.
yeah.
You got it.
And then, as Curtis previously mentioned last year, we had added $20,000 for contracted professional services for handyman, somebody to assist to helping us evaluate these buildings or helping us with certain things, and that fell through this year. So we took it out of the budget entirely until we can better evaluate the needs for a staffing level for the building.
Could be a full-time position, we just have to figure out. how to fund it.
Yeah,
And
I
someone
think-
could keep busy with all the buildings we have. I mean, unfortunately, we're not on a preventive maintenance, we're on a, let's fix it when it breaks type of plan, not so much.
Well, you look at the corner, and
That's-
then the, where the front counter is, that wall right there is small.
Usually places, this building, you put your hand through the wall.
Oh, yeah. It doesn't get, somebody can do everything, you always have to. The top.
Well, so we've kind of internally discussed how that would work, and we floated the idea, creating a foreman position in Public Works Department. Would that be the option? And I think right now, our best guess for it is, Mark has 2 full-time staff, and maybe creating doing a reorganization at some point to create a division, buildings division within the Parks Department. So you'd have a working foreman, because we're not at a point where we need a full-time manager who's managing a public safety building and doing all these walkthroughs. So you would really just have like a working foreman who has some support staff to direct when needed. At least that's how I'm envisioning it now, but we didn't put it in this budget, so it's a conversation for
I think,
for next year.
I think, to me, the management system you're putting in for the automobiles, where you're actually not only monitoring the repairs and what you're
The
putting
work
in.
orders are definitely part of it.
Yeah, so the idea where every department, whether it's a library, can go online real quick and type in saying, library, this door doesn't work, it locks, it sticks, the heat doesn't work, the switch not working. And have it compiled in one area where someone can actually just look at it and say, check, oh my God, we need this, and this is who we call for this. And we haven't had that type of organization, or we have, but it's just been so loose that it's no one's fault that it doesn't work.
Yeah, I think Kayla and her staff are the ones who resupply the bathrooms.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
But yeah, it's broken out, so
So it
it's
should be-
very decentralized.
Why isn't Joe doing
It's so it's throughout the day. If the women's bathroom is out of toilet paper, the supply closet is next to the finance office, and so it just became one of those inherited items.
Yeah, and I think we were taking the garbage out for a bit too, a couple months ago, but it's just, we do what we need to do.
We used to have the dumpster too.
Yeah, but I think as time goes on and you see these facilities expanding, you need like a true maintenance division to kind of handle some of this stuff.
Mhm. And then, the RM equipment line, that's a 15.7% increase or $6,095. A good portion of that increase is to replace the audience chairs in this room that were part of the building.
It was just solid steel.
I think the next time we ask for money for the chairs, we should have everyone be sitting in the ones we're
Yeah.
looking to replace, so that way it's 100%.
When we built the dais there, 06, we bought those chairs that you sit in.
Hair's breaking.
They're breaking down, in my opinion. It's starting to break down. It's not functioning very well anymore. You got a lot of mileage out of them. You really can't explain. Sure.
Yeah, we've certainly gotten a lot of usage and years out of these chairs.
Yes.
And so, a mother.
I love that in the picture.
Oh.
With a massage back.
USB cable.
USB cable.
Nice.
Okay, that one looks good. Next.
One question. Sewer expense looks low to me. Are we getting the discount?
No, it's still including that 4% increase.
Really?
Yeah.
For all the town buildings, that's what we're.
No, so that's where each, and we've had this discussion throughout the day. So this is just this building. Because you'll notice that on Parks and Rec budget, that sewer line was for MTM because Beaver Park doesn't have sewer and water, and then library, the sewer is on hers. So that's where this active discussion of re-examination of our account, you know, does it make more sense for us to take those out of those individual departments and put it into the town buildings? But that will be for fiscal year 25 examination.
Okay, so for this building,
This
heating,
building.
fuel, and natural gas?
So that's interesting. Still that kind of like juggling act. So the heating fuel is not just for this building. It's kind of like Parks and Recreation budget where it's a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And that reexamination is going to put us more in line. The heating fuel and the natural gas is for this building, but it's also for the fire stations. It's also for the public works garage. I mean, there's other areas that have the natural gas that somehow or another, we end up having a little bit of this and a little bit of that put into different areas of our overall government budget from an chart of account standpoint. Yeah.
We can fine tune, but needs a little bit more.
Just trying to wrap my head around it.
Yeah, those are very good questions. Yeah, so the R&M equipment is also just for other items from a building standpoint that either break or need maintenance. That's where that line item would also be in addition to the chairs. And we'll talk about in the next budget about like retrofitting this room and the other side rooms from a sound standpoint. So just in this upcoming budget, looking at this space overall.
We'll do technology next. So any questions?
Good.
Almost.
We're getting close.
Just got technology in my office.
So technology, we're looking at a 28.67% increase or $80,165. We've already kind of touched upon this where I guess I'll speak to a few items and Glenn can speak to another, but annually we look at our laptops, our desktops, our computers, software and hardware, and from a hardware standpoint, we replace older computers and laptops from a security standpoint. We should look at that on a 5-year basis because, you know, Windows 10 is the most secure and you don't want to be on Windows 7. So we update, and so this budget is going to be updating 18 to workstations. It also includes the police laptops that are looking to be updated and a few of the counselor surfaces that are also old and outdated. So that's for the laptops and computers. And then I've already touched upon it, but incorporated in this budget would be $35,000 for retrofitting the sound system for this room and the 2 outside rooms from a meeting standpoint.
And that's not for internal, it's more for be able to do it or be integrated or associated.
Yes, so that way, as we have this new webinar base today, that allows people to join in actively on our conversations, our meetings, and participate in that and be able to hear us. I know Don had spoke about that at our last meeting when it was kind of brought up during the CIP presentation, but sometimes it's muffled, it's hard to hear. So this will allow us to have the general public hear us much better.
Yeah, also gonna have, that also gonna have like a separate screen, because I mean legally to get that, we gotta allow the public to actually come in live. So you could be home in your living room and say, hey, I got a question on that, and be able to come live also. Would that be like a separate screen for that?
So I have the punch list up and me and Lisa, when we quoted it out, Lisa did the walkthrough connectivity point, I basically said, have them build the wish list, but phase it so we can kind of a la carte it and have what we need versus what we want and what would be nice. So if I go through the punch list here, we've got scope of work. So they would do the boardroom. They would install all new microphones and audio system in here, remove all the existing gooseneck microphones. They would do something called a voice lift and provide the town with new audio equipment, a conferencing bar, a new screen, second matching bar installed at the back half of the room to pick up sound. The result will be a crystal clear, balanced dialogue pickup from everywhere and every angle within this room. So when you guys lean back, sometimes it doesn't pick stuff up. It would solve that problem. And then they would also, if we wanted to, retrofit the training room, so that would be brought up to speed. But then that cost covers both rooms fully retrofitted. So
Does that get us in compliant when legal says we have to?
yeah, so
actually
legal's guidance was that if you're offering a remote meeting, you offer that same capability to the public, which I think we can do now with the webinar the way it's set up. It's just
how would you
bring
on a person?
Oh, I can.
You would just actually add it to another box.
Yeah, we did that. The software side of it is done. So there would be this attendees box here. No one can participate unless we let them. I would just, unmute them and kind of moderate the meeting. But again, I think your working rules kind of allow you to do public comment. However, it's less stringent than what I'm used to. So I think sometimes not even have public comment if you don't want to. But I would check with legal and just double check.
I'm a prime example of what the public is currently experiencing. So any upgrades, I'm sure they would appreciate as well as anybody meeting remotely.
Yeah, and I mean, it could be beneficial to you at the planning board level where you have an applicant who has a land use attorney who can't make it for a presentation or something. I mean, if we have the capability here already, I mean, this quick upgrade kind of got us through, but if it's something we want to look at.
But if we were going to have a out and out remote policy, different from what we have now, that allows whoever they want to join, doesn't that require some other, I don't know, hardware, but software? Wasn't there a cost like 30 grand that you were talking about?
So that's how much this will all cost. But yeah, when I did the Zoom room at my last place, it was about 15 grand a pop for the basic Zoom bar. But we have, like I said, we have the licenses for the software. It would just be the hardware.
So 30 people right now that wanted to watch us today would have capability of actually watching, speaking if they wanted to.
Yeah, and right now we're kind of broken up between two feeds. It's not ideal. So it would fix that. It'd be all kind of integrated. We wouldn't have a piecemeal system like we have right now.
So you're talking.
I think Ryan is the only one watching because he actually just texted me to clarify the police laptops are to replace the ACO laptop and the 2 laptop setups for the CID.
He is watching.
Oh, he is, instead of
Oh.
enjoying his Saturday.
Yeah, he sent me a message, he reminded me that the cruisers have 100,000 miles.
Yeah.
Which I still think is far for us to use. The ones that he showed me, I mean. But you're talking 30 grand anyway?
That's if we do the full, all 3 rooms. And then, like I said, we phase it and we can scale it back as we need to. But that kind of got spun up. I know at the council goals work session, it got brought up, so we brought the vendor in to kind of build it out for us. Yep.
And then the other items in from a software standpoint and software and services, you're gonna see a $31,570 increase. And that's for a full year of the new cloud permitting software and for the new civic clerk software that we're bringing on. That's also attributable to price increases to TriTech, IMC,
And
Orion.
it's 5%.
Yeah,
Information Management Corporation.
correct. And then some other increases, small amounts across the board for the software that we use in the town, but it's really largely attributable to those new softwares we're bringing on board.
So is that fee a yearly basis? Typically, there's a purchase and then a maintenance agreement. I mean, is that?
Yeah, it's like a contractual agreement.
It's like software as a service. This is an annual subscription.
So that's the price of the annual prescription, the 30.
For the software and services, yeah, that covers Burgess, that covers Munis, that covers everything.
Yeah, the 252,370 for this projected budget, that includes like everything for all of our software platforms and even pinpointed to Microsoft because that was on a licensing.
Yeah, so I don't know how many of you have had to deal with it, but Microsoft is moving away from the perpetual license model where you buy Word for $400 and it's yours for forever. They're pushing everyone to subscription-based Office 365 type things, and
They charge you every year.
yeah, and it's something we can't get away from. I had to deal with it in Portland too, where the council rules prevented us from signing these perpetual agreements, but it's just there's no negotiating with Microsoft, the biggest corporation in the world. So
Right.
they dictate terms.
Some of the software I've used, there's been an initial purchase price and then, 10% for your maintenance fee. I'm just kind of curious how that.
Yeah, you're seeing it more and more.
Like IMC right here.
We use a lot of like cloud-based software as a service type stuff. So we don't really, we own our Barracuda server, and we used to own our Exchange server, but they've moved away from physical servers. So now it's mostly cloud-based. So.
Okay.
And I think we're down to our last one.
Yep.
That's all right.
Is that elected official? What? Is that elected officials?
Yeah, I guess we use them elected officials too. It's
I want to talk about that one.
Yeah, we can add that one after town manager.
Harry promised us a 50% raise.
Yeah, right. For you guys.
We'll do town manager
65 for
first.
the chair.
Yeah. Cool.
So this is.
It's more like 20 for him. 20 for him.
Yeah. So the salary is contractual, that's me. Non-supervisory covers, the HR director, Melanie, the assistant town manager, and Tiffany, that's below, that's an administrative, sorry. The non-supervisory covers Melanie, the HR director, and the administrative covers Tiffany, the executive assistant, I don't know what the full title is.
Executive secretary to the town manager.
It's a long way. Again, the other stuff, the insurance, we've kind of talked about what's driving those costs. Health insurance must be down because somebody must have opted out. It was not me. Then postage is down. I don't know what mailings we do out of my office, but
Not many.
Not many. I think I think we base it on just historical expenditures and just, I don't really mail anything, so that has come down.
You have people that do that.
Yeah, and I don't really generate much, I mean, unless, you know, like when we made the error on the tax bill or something last year and I had to send out a letter, but that's about it.
Tell you what, we don't choose. We can change these shares like work Wisconsin. You didn't hit your head or anything, did you?
Yeah.
So.
Got all my neck.
Now, Chair.
We're almost there, guys.
Are you okay?
I don't know.
I hope is anybody talking to me?
Oh, it's done. What's that, Don?
Was that done? Sound like the team of Oz.
I can only hear half of what you guys are saying now, so I don't know what's going on, but anyway.
And you the other half.
It is a 3% COLA. The difference is that when Glenn was hired on as town manager, it was a different amount than what's in that FY23 approved budget appropriation. It was just slightly under for his initial bring on in comparison to the budget. So he is getting a 3% COLA. Just in comparison to what he was brought on as a top manager versus what was budgeted.
So you are really getting it. We can tell you getting 10%.
All right. Well, I think my contract says we have to talk about this first. So advertising staying flat, and that's just for employment ads, legal, public meeting ads, that sort of thing. Cell phones flat, that covers the GA administrator, myself, and Melanie. Professional development, you're seeing that increase because it's contractual, ICMA conference, and also we've created positions, we've created the HR director, the assistant town manager, and to send them to the MTCMA, the ICMA, and whatever other professional development they may need. Dues, you're also seeing that increase because it's contractual. ICMA dues are based on a sliding scale, based on salary, so that will cover dues for both Melanie and the ICMA. Mileage and travel reimbursement, that's to cover all of us for, again, the ICMA, MTCMA, MMA conferences. And contracted professional services is to, this is anyone that's for Toby, if we need to use Toby in FY24, who is the HR consultant that did a lot of the culture study and wage studies for the town. And then audit services, Kayla can speak to that.
So the audit services, we're showing an increase there, and that's solely because of what drives a single audit. So a single audit is different than just a straight line audit, and a single audit is if the town expends at 750,000 or in excess of 750,000 of federal funds, and we have and we will in the upcoming year. So this audit for 23. We did have a single audit, and so that was an additional $3,000. But based on what was budgeted at the time, we didn't know that it was going to drive a single audit, and so now I know, and I'm looking ahead at 24, which will also drive a single audit. So I'm adding that $3,000 fee in.
Great.
I think that's it.
That's it?
I don't have any capital and elected officials, I guess. Is the next
We're on
question.
mention the audit. So Kayla, when are we going to see the audit past year?
Yeah, so that is being wrapped up. We've gone for an extension through March 31st with the Department of Education, and it's just been an extremely busy time all around. So we're wrapping that up with the auditor. Unfortunately, I don't think I will be here for that presentation. I can always come back and be an audience member. So we should be seeing that soon. Most likely just based on the council schedule.
So moving parts.
So basically the parking lot, if we want to call it that, actually the paving was kind of the topic I heard a lot of discussion about today, and there was one other subject.
Bulk holiday, a bulk garbage holiday for like stickers, yeah. And also, Beaver Park rent and winter offs.
I think they're both
For FEMA
probably actually
reimbursement.
a lot more homework on, right, in the sense of finding out what that would actually cost the whole, or whatever, but, I think it's a good idea, just the idea of trying to sum it up, how we do it, maybe it may be part of that whole, solid waste discussion.
Yeah, it's all excited. Everybody gets in on that one.
Yeah,
They're all interested in trash.
yeah, absolutely. The,
I mean,
what's gonna be your thought area? You're gonna actually have like the paving added in just to see what the dollar amount would be, or you actually just gonna take a straw poll from the council to see if it's even an interest of actually?
Yeah, we probably ought to talk about it at council and see.
Yep.
When we get closer to the end of it.
Yep.
But
Give me like an hour menu.
we can probably, I don't know if we can do all of it, but we may put some back in.
Yeah, so you want like an option A, option B, here's what it would be to do everything. And then
We get a
Park hall, the stuff that you finish those projects, so, not necessarily do the whole 500.
Right.
To do half, because otherwise you're gonna be stuck next to you.
No, I totally agree. I mean, I think it was hard pill to swallow, but the idea that we were putting in X amount of dollars for improve our roads over the years.
Yes.
I mean, customers besides public service, biggest thing they see is follow, right? I mean,
It's
that's-
it's one thing people like.
People notice that, they see,
People
okay,
like
my
the-
road, I'm getting something for my tax dollars.
Yeah, even if we don't do the extent that we have in the past, the idea of not doing anything at all, I think would be, I mean, they're gonna see Village Street, right? If they have that money put aside.
I just drove down Mill Street, it was awful, falling apart, that street, it's terrible. It needs to be.
Yeah,
You can do it perfect, but Mill Street.
Yeah,
Construction beat it up there, no streets.
when's that public presentation? Is that already on, I know we have a schedule out there.
I have to look at the schedule. What's left for the 21st meeting? Do we have anything?
So for the 21st meeting, we set aside time to talk about revenues, and we set aside time to do these adjustments that we've discussed in these workshops, and any items, and sewer was an example of that. We had a recent hire, and as such, there was a difference in what's in your printed books versus what we are actually showing right now. So the 21st is full for an overview of revenues in a more in-depth than we had today, and for making those adjustments.
That's the tip on Dingley is running out, right? That'll be moved into regular status, right, for the revenue collection. We'll go to the tip, it'll go into the general fund.
That's correct.
So that'll be added on. It's general fund revenue, even though we'll lose some money from the state because we're getting our overall values will go up because of that.
Right, and that's a piece still that the assessing department is still working on, is evaluations. I mean, speaking to the tip side, the Dingley Press has a $300,000 tip paid out amount. So rather than it being paid out and including in the tip side, that's going to be folded now into tax revenue.
Wasn't that,
That's
again,
substantial.
wasn't that last tip on equipment though? It was equipment.
It's the whole thing.
I thought
Extended it.
it was more of an equipment.
Sure, we extended the whole thing as far as we could.
We-
30 years maximum.
Yeah, the tips are 30-year maximum, and we extended it as far as we could because in order to propose an even further tip, there has to be growth. There has to be growth, and if there isn't any growth, then that tip can no longer be extended.
For some reason, I was thinking something that was gonna be depreciated off of it too. It's not how it was equipment. It's getting better, it depreciates over time, so that wasn't gonna be an equal 300 to 300.
That's why we don't know yet.
Exactly.
Right, and you're right, because you, as you spoke about earlier, that piece of it, the property piece of it, it's hard to
It's gonna
go
be
after.
depreciated out.
It really depends on both sides of updating that.
Perfect. So we're actually making good progress. I think actually today was good fun. I mean, I don't like it said this, but this beats the idea of 6 or 8 evenings where we just really got going with it, right?
Do we want to do elected officials while we still got about 9 minutes left?
Yeah.
It's a big increase. It's not an increase. I'm not on that.
Oh, sure. I wanna make a proposal to change. See the lines.
Coming. The slight delay.
Okay, I can't parse out the elected officials because some of the school departments in that, isn't it?
It is. So I guess the best way to describe it is it's on a ballot level in each, depending on the staggered terms. They're truly elected members, as a council position is on the referendum. So somehow or another, and I don't know the exact history, but they were grouped in as elected officials because of that reasoning. So it includes the school committee's stipend as well as the council stipend.
Okay. I'm gonna talk about the council stipend. And I want to set that at 14,144 for. Set of controls. We do that. That's a 25% pay raise. So that would bring us up to what per person? To just shy of $2,000 for. Yeah. I was thinking even $2,000. Each member, yeah, $2,000. Yeah, I would make it $2,000 per person. And 25. Sure, it's 500 for the chair extra. Not have a base sale. That would be fair, probably less than the rate of inflation since 2006.
And we took a discount.
Well, yeah, the council for like 20 years. So I've never seen you there it is. So you get that? It wouldn't take effect this year, right? It's usually, there's a council, there's a charter provision about this. We have to budget it, we have to pay ourselves. Yeah, it would, no, not right now. So you have June, July 1.
I think we passed the deadline for the June.
election. We have to meet the first number.
Charter, there's something.
Added
We have
to
some
November, July 1st, 2024, because it would have to go on the November election. Yeah, you just missed the cutoff for the June election.
Gary, we're disappointed in you, son.
Why didn't you talk about it 7 months ago? Take the charter.
But what we can do is give you a gift card.
I'll take whatever.
Give you a gift card to Hanford or,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, because everybody does that these days, right? They get gift
Oh,
cards.
people.
Hanford's more than meat on Halloween, but anyways. Well, I think it ought to be bucked to 2 and 25. This reflects. Or whoever, it's just a, I mean.
It
And it's
is.
not working in that, absolutely.
And did I miss something or was it in, I mean, we used to always put money aside for yearly employee recognition to the dinner or something that.
Oh, yeah. That's in this budget. So Glenn, that's what you were talking about before. That's what's here.
Yeah, so I wanted to add $1,200 to the employee recognition. I've been kicking around a couple ideas, but I wanted to get 4 season tickets to the Sea Dogs and kind of have the HR director every week, let them know when a home game is available. Staff can come on a first come, first served basis and to use them to go to the next staff member so they can bring their families and stuff to the Sea Dogs game. Or we looked at the Brunswick State Theater, but just to do some employee employee recognition and stuff to kind of get folks,
What we pay out in wages, health insurance, that $6,000 is pretty minor for trying to keep people right. I mean, I mean.
Yeah,
recognition is
all the winter, Lewiston hockey, professional hockey is cheap, right? It's a nice arena, right?
there's someone other than the Mariners that plays nearby.
And, what's it called? Coliseum. There's Lewiston.
I'll look into that too. I think
It's,
it's
it's a Coliseum. Yeah, it's professional hockey, AAA or whatever it is.
Oh, nice.
It's like a farm team in a sense.
Yeah, and it's fun. Minor league professionals.
Yeah, we were just looking at stuff like that and,
No, they're another, they're a farm team, but it's real competitive. It's good.
Do you think 1,200 is actually enough for that?
I don't think it is.
I quoted out the Sea Dogs package. That would cover 4 tickets for the Sea Dogs for this whole season.
For the season, right? But in the winter though, I really think
It's only 4 people.
off of the hockey. and the
Right,
rest
so it
of
would be like if I wanted to go, or Melanie, when we already wanted to go,
Yeah.
you get the tickets, bring your family, if you only want to do whatever, and then you get bumped to the end of the line, and then the next group of staff could go. But I mean, we can throw in some more to.
Did
do
you
extra
spend
stuff.
more than
Yeah.
5,000 last year on?
I've never actually hit this long, because I've been here long enough to. So I don't know.
So,
I think you have the money now that Harry ain't getting a raise, right?
Yeah, I mean, I can use.
I would do winter.
I would make a recommendation that we
Set
set
it
that
over.
line at 10,000. And actually, if you don't expend it, just carry it over. But I mean, I would like to see some recognition as far as we did that lunch at the Lowell Club one time, which was really well taken. We invited everybody. But really, it was missing a lot of our first responders and stuff like that. I mean, and they haven't really done it really. They did a recognition last year that wasn't overwhelming compared to what they used to do. They used to do a nice dress up. You know, I just think that if we're trying to encourage the idea of volunteerism and feeling part of your community, the idea of doing stuff like that to bring people in and make them feel like they're part of the bigger picture is important. And I don't think we do it enough. I mean,
Happy to take more money, that's fine.
I'm just saying, I mean, we're having a hard time
I'm doing the
engaging
winter
people,
hockey.
and part of that, the idea is not just financial, but the idea of making them feel that they're a part of it. For the amount of what we pay in salaries, $10,000 is probably a large percentage to actually
Across some of the employees.
that we have.
so I can speak to one of the previous questions of what we've spent so far. So far, we've spent $1,876.73 out of that $5,000 line. And that was for the holiday party that we had this year, because we didn't have the family day that we've had previously. So we did the holiday party this year. So we do have $3,123.27 left in fiscal year 23 that we could carry forward, or we could do something between now and June 30th.
We had a catered barbecue. To me, that was just a really good event. People
nice place.
people came, and you're not saying you have to do it there, but the idea of them showing up and mingling with other departments and the idea of just sitting at a table eating with someone you typically don't eat. I mean, I think that was a few $1,000s, but it was actually nice. It was chicken or steak. I mean, it was actually a well done. And today to get someone to come in and do a barbecue, I mean, for 50+ people is more than $3,000. But it's a thought.
And recognize employees based on seniority too, 5 years. 10 years.
I think we do awards, right? We have like pins and stuff like that.
No, we just do the service awards, which are a certificate.
Yeah, I mean, we can get some service award pins made or something.
I just think recognition, I mean, we go through a lot of this. We talk about spending money on everything, but the idea of just trying to, I think the holiday, I didn't go. I mean, a few of you went to the holiday party, right? The Christmas party this year.
I did.
That was actually pretty well received, I think, right? So, and that's, simple things go a long ways. I mean, so.
So this may be an internal discussion with you, Caleb, before you go. But you were working on the CSA thing with the health trust stuff. Is that part of something else that we get from the health trust that we can use for like staff wellness and stuff like that too?
Yes, that's separate. And it ends up being kind of like a special revenue fund where we get reimbursed with the health trust for wellness. I'm right now the head of the wellness committee. So when we do internal wellness events, I submit a reimbursement, and that's based on that $2,000 quote unquote grants that the health trust gives us. It's based on a dollar figure per participating member of the health trust on a municipal level.
Okay.
And I'd even be encouraged the idea of Beaver Park's great place to actually even buy cross-country skis and allow our employees to go there and use the skis, cross-country ski or bikes. I mean, it's just, we have great facilities. You don't have to travel halfway across the state to go do great things. I mean, so they may never use it, but you can't say it's not there to use when you want it. I mean, so it's just.
So what is the so-called rule that you can't get a raise effective immediately? What is that?
You can't vote in yourself at your own raise.
Is it an ordinance?
I think it's just that state.
The charter? It's in the charter.
Yeah.
In the charter.
And you can do it, but you can't do it for the current term.
Yes, we knows it, man.
Mhm.
I think Don just said you can do it, but you can't do it for the current term.
Why? Does, you already walked in there for $40.
Gotcha.
And it's just for the charter.
But if we amend the charter,
You can do a charter commission, a lot of towns do that. And you pull together an ad hoc committee and you review the charter on a charter commission level and you get advice from presidents, you get advice from staff and,
and they say, okay, so we change the rule, then.
But the
It's
downfall
a
about the charter
process.
committee is open that book. It's unlimited changes can be
Yeah.
done.
Well, we
Always-
gotta look at doing that anyway, to make sure that we're up to date.
Well, I
In
think,
the.
I think if there's a charter committee, we have elections for people to do it, to like create a new charter from scratch. I don't think that's an all. we
Right.
do. I think just maybe like an ad hoc subcommittee kind of thing, not the full
Just to
charter
look at it.
provision, but just to look at it and then propose amendments to, like, the council would vote on, put to the public at the November election. I think is the way to do it.
Because there are a couple things that we've kind of been keeping track of, and I know Rick Green reached out about changing something with the terms of the school board, so there are a couple, there's some work to do on this regard.
Yeah, we do an amendment
Yeah.
process.
And they're just kind of, very procedural, not very, not controversial items, just things that need to be kind of brought up to speed.
Chair, are we good?
Is that it?
Right.
We're good?